Chapter 35 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 35. The Whelp. Gibbie sped down the hill through a worse rain than ever. The morning was close, and the vapours that filled it were like smoke burned to the hue of the flames whence it issued. Many a man that morning believed another great deluge begun, and all measures relating to things of this world lost labour. Going down his own side of the Glashburn, the nearest path to the valley, the gamekeeper's cottage was the first dwelling on his way. It stood a little distance from the bank of the burn, opposite the bridge and gate, while such things were. It had been with great difficulty, for even Angus did not know the mountains so well as Gibbie, that the gamekeeper reached it with the housekeeper the night before. It was within 2 gunshots of the house of Glashruach, yet to get to it they had to walk miles up and down Glashgar. A mountain in storm is as hard to cross as a sea. Arrived, they did not therefore feel safe. The tendency of the Glashburn was indeed away from the cottage, as the grounds of Glashruach sadly witnessed, but a torrent is double-edged, and who could tell? The yielding of one stone in its channel might send it to them. All night Angus watched, peering out ever again into the darkness, but seeing nothing save 3 lights that burned above the water. One of them, he thought, at the mains. The other 2 went out in the darkness, but that only in the dawn. When the morning came, there was the Glashburn meeting the Lorrie in his garden. But the cottage was well built, and fit to stand a good siege, while any moment the waters might have reached their height. By breakfast time, however, they were round it from behind. There is nothing like a flood for revealing the variations of surface, the dips and swells of a country. In a few minutes they were isolated, with the current of the Glashburn on one side, and that of the Lorrie in front. When he saw the water come in at front and back doors at once, Angus ordered his family up the stair. The cottage had a large attic, with dormer windows, where they slept. He himself remained below for some time longer, in that end of the house where he kept his guns and fishing tackle. There he sat on a table, preparing nets for the fish that would be left in the pools, and not until he found himself afloat did he take his work to the attic. There the room was hot, and they had the window open. Mistress MacPholp stood at it, looking out on the awful prospect, with her youngest child, a sickly boy, in her arms. He had in his a little terrier pup, greatly valued of the gamekeeper. In a sudden outbreak of peevish wilfulness, he threw the creature out of the window. It fell on the sloping roof, and before it could recover itself, being too young to have the full command of 4 legs, rolled off. The doggie's in the water!" cried Mistress MacPholp in dismay. Angus threw down everything with an ugly oath, for he had given strict orders not one of the children should handle the whelp, jumped up, and got out on the roof. From there he might have managed to reach it, so high now was the water, had the little thing remained where it fell, but already it had swam a yard or 2 from the house. Angus, who was a fair swimmer and an angry man, threw off his coat and plunged after it, greatly to the delight of the little one, caught the pup with his teeth by the back of the neck, and turned to make for the house. Just then a shrub, swept from the hill, caught him in the face, and so bewildered him that, before he got rid of it, he had blundered into the edge of the current, which seized and bore him rapidly away. He dropped the pup, and struck out for home with all his strength, but he soon found the most he could do was to keep his head above water, and gave himself up for lost. His wife screamed in agony. Gibbie heard her as he came down the hill, and ran at full speed towards the cottage. About 100 yards from the house, the current bore Angus straight into a large elder tree. He got into the middle of it, and there remained trembling, the weak branches breaking with every motion he made, while the stream worked at the roots, and the wind laid hold of him with fierce leverage. In terror, seeming still to sink as he sat, he watched the trees dart by like battering rams in the swiftest of the current. The least of them diverging would tear the elder tree with it. Brave enough in dealing with poachers, Angus was not the man to gaze with composure in the face of a sure, slow death, against which no assault could be made. Many a man is courageous because he has not conscience enough to make a coward of him. But Angus had not quite reached that condition, and from the branches of the elder tree showed a pale, terror-stricken visage. Amidst the many objects on the face of the water, Gibbie, however, did not distinguish it, and plunging in, swam round to the front of the cottage to learn what was the matter. There the wife's gesticulations directed his eyes to her drowning husband. But what was he to do? He could swim to the tree well enough, and he thought back again, but how was that to be made of service to Angus? He could not save him by main force. There was not enough of that between them. If he had a line, and there must be plenty of lines in the cottage, he would carry him the end of it to haul upon. That would do. If he could send it to him, that would be better still, for then he could help at the other end, and would be in the right position upstream to help farther if necessary, for down the current alone was the path of communication open. He caught hold of the eaves, and scrambled on to the roof, but in the folly and faithlessness of her despair, the woman would not let him enter. With a curse caught from her husband, she struck him from the window, crying, "Ye saw no come in here, and my man drownin' yonner! Gang till him, ye coward!" Never had poor Gibbie so much missed the use of speech. On the slope of the roof he could do little to force an entrance, therefore threw himself off it to seek another, and betook himself to the windows below. Through that of Angus's room he caught sight of a floating anchor cask. It was the very thing. And there on the walls hung a quantity of nets and cordage. But how to get in? It was a sash window, and of course swollen with the wet, therefore not to be opened, and there was not a square in it large enough to let him through. He swam to the other side, and crept softly on to the roof and over the ridge, but a broken slate betrayed him. The woman saw him, rushed to the fireplace, caught up the poker, and darted back to defend the window. "Ye shall no come in here, I tell ye," she screeched, "and my man sticking in yon bourtree bush." Gibbie advanced. She made a blow at him with the poker. He caught it, wrenched it from her grasp, and threw himself from the roof. The next moment they heard the poker at work, smashing the window. "He'll be in and murder us all!" cried the mother, and ran to the stair, while the children screamed and danced with terror. But the water was far too deep for her. She returned to the attic, barricaded the door, and went again to the window to watch her drowning husband. Gibbie was inside in a moment, and seizing the cask, proceeded to attach it to a strong line. He broke a bit from a fishing rod, secured the line round the middle of it with a notch, put the stick through the bunghole in the bilge, and corked up the hole with a net float. Happily he had a knife in his pocket. He then joined strong lines together until he thought he had length enough, secured the last end to a bar of the grate, and knocked out both sashes of the window with an axe. A passage thus cleared, he floated out first a chair, then a creepie, and one thing after another, to learn from what point to start the barrel. Seeing and recognizing them from above, Mistress MacPholp raised a terrible outcry. In the very presence of her drowning husband, such a wanton dissipation of her property roused her to fiercest wrath, for she imagined Gibbie was emptying her house with leisurely revenge. Satisfied at length, he floated out his barrel, and followed, with the line in his hand, to aid its direction if necessary. It struck the tree. With a yell of joy Angus laid hold of it, and hauling the line taut and feeling it secure, committed himself at once to the water, holding by the barrel and swimming with his legs, while Gibbie, away to the side with a hold of the rope, was swimming his hardest to draw him out of the current. But a weary man was Angus when at length he reached the house. It was all he could do to get himself in at the window and crawl up the stair. At the top of it he fell benumbed on the floor. By the time that, repentant and grateful, Mistress MacPholp bethought herself of Gibbie, not a trace of him was to be seen. And Angus, contemplating his present experience in connection with that of Robert Grant's cottage, came to the conclusion that he must be an emissary of Satan who on 2 such occasions had so unexpectedly rescued him. Perhaps the idea was not quite so illogical as it must seem, for how should such a man imagine any other sort of messenger taking an interest in his life? He was confirmed in the notion when he found that a yard of the line remained attached to the grate, but the rest of it with the anchor was gone. Fit bark for the angel he imagined Gibbie to ride the stormy waters withal. While they looked for him in water and on the land, Gibbie was again in the room below, carrying out a fresh thought. With the help of the table, he emptied the cask, into which a good deal of water had got. Then he took out the stick, corked the bunghole tight, laced the cask up in a piece of net, attached the line to the net, and wound it about the cask by rolling the latter round and round, took the cask between his hands, and pushed from the window straight into the current of the Glashburn. In a moment it had swept him to the Lorrie. By the greater rapidity of the former, he got easily across the heavier current of the latter, and was presently in water comparatively still, swimming quietly towards the Mains, and enjoying his trip none the less that he had to keep a sharp look-out. If he should have to dive, to avoid any drifting object, he might lose his barrel. Quickly now, had he been so minded, he could have returned to the city, changing vessel for vessel, as one after another went to pieces. Many a house roof offered itself for the voyage. Now and then a great water-wheel, horizontal and helpless, devoured of its element. Once he saw a cradle come gyrating along, and urging all his might intercepted it, but hardly knew whether he was more sorry or relieved to find it empty. When he was about half-way to the Mains, a whole fleet of ricks bore down upon him. He boarded one, and scrambled to the top of it, keeping fast hold of the end of his line, which unrolled from the barrel as he ascended. From its peak he surveyed the wild scene. All was running water. Not a human being was visible, and but a few house roofs, of which for a moment it was hard to say whether or not they were of those that were afloat. Here and there were the tops of trees, showing like low bushes. Nothing was uplifted except the mountains. He drew near the Mains. All the ricks in the yard were bobbing about, as if amusing themselves with a slow contradance, but they were as yet kept in by the barn and a huge old hedge of hawthorn. What was that cry from far away? Surely it was that of a horse in danger. It brought a lusty equine response from the farm. Where could horses be with such a depth of water about the place? Then began a great lowing of cattle. But again came the cry of the horse from afar, and Gibbie, this time recognizing the voice as Snowball's, forgot the rest. He stood up on the very top of the rick, and sent his keen glance round on all sides. The cry came again and again, so that he was satisfied in what direction he must look. The rain had abated a little, but the air was so thick with vapour that he could not tell whether it was really an object he seemed to see white against the brown water far away to the left, or a fancy of his excited hope. It might be Snowball on the turnpike road, which thereabout ran along the top of a high embankment. He tumbled from the rick, rolled the line about the barrel, and pushed vigorously for what might be the horse. It took him a weary hour. In so many currents was he caught, one after the other, all straining to carry him far below the object he wanted to reach. An object it plainly was before he had got half-way across, and by, as plainly, it was Snowball, testified to ears and eyes together. When at length he scrambled on the embankment beside him, the poor, shivering, perishing creature gave a low neigh of delight. He did not know Gibbie, but he was a human being. He was quite cowed and submissive, and Gibbie at once set about his rescue. He had reasoned, as he came along, that, if there were beasts at the Mains, there must be room for Snowball, and thither he would endeavour to take him. He tied the end of the line to the remnant of the halter on his head, the other end being still fast to the barrel, and took to the water again. Encouraged by the power upon his head, the pressure, namely, of the halter, the horse followed, and they made for the Mains. It was a long journey, and Gibbie had not breath enough to sing to Snowball, but he made what noise he could, and they got slowly along. He found the difficulties far greater now that he had to look out for the horse as well as for himself. None but one much used to the water could have succeeded in the attempt, or could indeed have stood out against its weakening influence and the strain of the continued exertion together so long. At length his barrel got waterlogged, and he sent it adrift. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 36. The Brander. Mistress Croale was not, after all, the last who arrived at the Mains. but that the next arrival was accounted for scarcely rendered it less marvellous than hers. Just after the loss of Snowball, came floating into the farmyard over the top of the gate with such astonishment of all who beheld, that each seemed to place more confidence in his neighbour's eyes than in his own, a woman on a raft, with her 4 little children seated around her, holding the skirt of her gown above her head and out between her hands for a sail. She had made the raft herself, by tying some bars of a paling together, and crossing them with what other bits of wood she could find. A brander she called it, which is Scotch for a gridiron, and thence for a grating. Nobody knew her. She had come down the Lorrie. The farmer was so struck with admiration of her invention, daring, and success, that he vowed he would keep the brander as long as it would stick together, and as it could not be taken into the house, he secured it with a rope to one of the windows. When they had the horses safe on the first floor, they brought the cattle into the lower rooms, but it became evident that if they were to have a chance, they also must be got up to the same level. Thereupon followed a greater tumult than before, such a banging of heads and hind quarters, of horns and shoulders against walls and partitions, such a rushing and thundering, that the house seemed in more danger from within than from without, for the cattle were worse to manage than the horses, and one moment stubborn as a milestone, would the next start into a frantic rush. One poor wretch broke both her horns clean off against the wall, at a sharp turn of the passage, and after 2 or 3 more accidents, partly caused by over-haste in the human mortals, Donal begged that the business should be left to him and his mother. His master consented, and it was wonderful what Janet contrived to effect by gentleness, coaxing, and suggestion. When Horny's turn came, Donal began to tie ropes to her hind hoofs. Mr. Duff objected. "Ye dinna ken her so well as I do, sir," answered Donal. "She would caw her horns intil the man-o'-war 'at angered her. And up yonner ye couldna get a whack at her, for hurtin' on 'at didna deserve it. I should do her no mischief, I should warrant. Ye just lea her to me, sir." His master yielded. Donal tied a piece of rope round each hind pastern, if cows have pasterns, and made a loop at the end. The moment she was at the top of the stair, he and his mother dropped each a loop over a horn. "No, she'll neither stick nor fling," said Donal. She could but bellow, and paw with her forefeet. The strangers were mostly in Fergus's bedroom. The horses were all in their owners, and the cattle were in the remaining room. Bursts of talk amongst the women were followed by fits of silence. Who could tell how long the flood might last? Or indeed whether the house might not be undermined before morning, or be struck by one of those big things of which so many floated by, and give way with one terrible crash. Mr. Duff, while preserving a tolerably calm exterior, was nearly at his wits' end. He would stand for half an hour together with his hands in his pockets, looking motionless out of a window, murmuring now and then to himself, "This is clean ridiculous." But when anything had to be done, he was active enough. Mistress Croale sat in a corner, very quiet, and looking not a little cowed. There was altogether more water than she liked. Now and then she lifted her lurid black eyes to Janet, who stood at one of the windows, knitting away at her master's stocking, and casting many a calm glance at the brown waters and the strange drift that covered them. But if Janet turned her head and made a remark to her, she never gave back other than curt, if not rude, reply. In the afternoon Jean brought the whiskey bottle. At sight of it, Mistress Croale's eyes shot flame. Jean poured out a glassful, took a sip, and offered it to Janet. Janet declining it, Jean, invaded possibly by some pity of her miserable aspect, offered it to Mistress Croale. She took it with affected coolness, tossed it off at a gulp, and presented the glass, not to the hand from which she had taken it, but to Jean's other hand, in which was the bottle. Jean cast a piercing look into her greedy eyes, and taking the glass from her, filled it, and presented it to the woman who had built and navigated the brander. Mistress Croale muttered something that sounded like a curse upon scrimp measure, and drew herself farther back into the corner, where she had seated herself on Fergus's portmanteau. "I don't we hae an ocken in the camp, a Jonah into the ship," said Jean to Janet as she turned, bottle and glass in her hands, to carry them from the room. "Na, na, neither so good nor so ill," replied Janet. "Folk 'at's been ill-guided, no kennin' whaur their help lies, whiles takes to the bottle. But this is but a day o' punishment, not a day o' judgment yet, an' I'm thinking the worst is near han ower. Gien only Gibbie were here!" Jean left the room, shaking her head, and Janet stood alone at the window as before. A hand was laid on her arm. She looked up. The black eyes were close to hers, and the glow that was in them gave the lie to the tone of indifference with which Mistress Croale spoke. "Ye hae mair nor once made mention o' ane connectit wi' ye, by the name o' Gibbie," she said. "Ay," answered Janet, sending for the serpent to aid the dove. "And what may be your will wi' him?" "Ow, naething," returned Mistress Croale. "I kenned ane o' the name lang syne 'at was lost sight o'." "There's Gibbies here and Gibbies there," remarked Janet, probing her. "Weel I wat," she answered peevishly, for she had had whisky enough only to make her cross, and turned away, muttering, however, in an undertone, but not too low for Janet to hear, "But there's no mony wee Sir Gibbies, or the world wadna be sae dooms like hell." Janet was arrested in her turn. Could the fierce, repellent, whisky-craving woman be the mother of her gracious Gibbie? Could she be, and look so lost? But the loss of him had lost her, perhaps. Anyhow, God was his father, whoever was the mother of him. "Hoo came ye to tyne your bairn, woman?" she asked. But Mistress Croale was careful also, and had her reasons. "He ran frae the bloody han'," she said enigmatically. Janet recalled how Gibbie came to her, scored by the hand of cruelty. Were there always innocents in the world, who in their own persons, by the will of God, unknown to themselves, carried on the work of Christ, filling up that which was left behind of the sufferings of their Master? Women, children, infants, idiots, creatures of sufferance, with souls open to the world to receive wrong, that it might pass and cease? Little furnaces they, of the consuming fire, to swallow up and destroy by uncomplaining endurance the divine destruction. "Who came he by the bonny nickname?" she asked at length. "Nickname!" retorted Mistress Croale fiercely. "I think I hear ye. His ain name and title, by law and right, as sure as ever there was a King James at first put his hand to the making o' baronets. As it's often I hae heard Sir George, the father of him, tell the same." She ceased abruptly, annoyed with herself, as it seemed, for having said so much. "Ye wadna be my lady yoursel', wad ye, mem?" suggested Janet in her gentlest voice. Mistress Croale made her no answer. Perhaps she thought of the days when she alone of women did the simplest of woman's offices for Sir George. Anyhow, it was one thing to rush of herself to the verge of her secret, and quite another to be fooled over it. "Is it lang sin ye lost him?" asked Janet, after a bootless pause. "Ay," she answered, gruffly and discourteously, in a tone intended to quench interrogation. But Janet persisted. "Wad ye ken him again, gien ye saw him?" "Ken him! I would ken him gien he had grown a grandfather. Ken him, quo' she! Wha ever kenned him as I did? Bairnet he was, an' wadna ken him gien he were deid an' an angel made o' him. But weel I wat if little differ that would make." She rose in her excitement, and going to the other window, stood gazing vacantly out upon the rushing sea. To Janet it was plain she knew more about Gibbie than she was inclined to tell, and it gave her a momentary sting of apprehension. "What was about him ye would ken so weel?" she asked in a tone of indifference, as if speaking only through the meshes of her work. "I'll ken them 'at speers afore I tell," she replied sullenly. But the next instant she screamed aloud, "Lord God Almighty! Yon's him! Yon's himself!" and stretching out her arms, dashed a hand through a pane, letting in an eddying swirl of wind and water, while the blood streamed unheeded from her wrist. The same moment Jean entered the room. She heard both the cry and the sound of the breaking glass. "Care what set the beggar wife!" she exclaimed. "Gang from the window, ye randy!" Mistress Croale took no heed. She stood now staring from the window, still as a statue, except for the panting motion of her sides. At the other window stood Janet, gazing also with blessed face. For there, like a Triton on a sea-horse, came Gibbie through the water on Snowball, swimming wearily. He caught sight of Janet at the window, and straightway his countenance was radiant with smiles. Mistress Croale gave a shuddering sigh, drew back from her window, and betook herself again to her dark corner. Jean went to Janet's window, and there beheld the triumphal approach of her brownie, saving from the waters the lost and lamented Snowball. She shouted to her brother, "John! John! Here's your Snowball! Here's your Snowball!" John ran to her call, and beside himself with joy when he saw his favourite come swimming along, threw the window wide, and began to bawl the most unnecessary directions and encouragements, as if the exploit had been brought thus far towards a happy issue solely through him, while from all the windows Gibbie was welcomed with shouts and cheers and congratulations. "Lord preserve us!" cried Mr. Duff, recognizing the rider at last. "It's Rob Grant's innocent! Wha would ha' thought it?" "The Lord's babes and sucklings are gay culpable whiles," remarked Janet to herself. She believed Gibbie had more faculty than any of her own, Donal included, nor did she share the prevalent prejudice of the city that heart and brains are mutually antagonistic. For in her own case she had found that her brains were never worth much to her until her heart took up the education of them. But the intellect is, so much oftener than by love, seen and felt to be sharpened by necessity and greed, that it is not surprising such a prejudice should exist. "Tak him roon to the door! Where got ye him? Ye would best get him in at the window upon the stair. He'll be maist hungered. Ye'll be some wet, I'm thinking. Come away up the stair, and tell us all about it." A score of such conflicting shouts assailed Gibbie as he approached, and he replied to them all with the light of his countenance. When they arrived at the door, they found difficulty waiting them. The water was now so high that Snowball's head rose above the lintel, and though all animals can swim, they do not all know how to dive. A tumult of suggestions immediately broke out, but Donal had already thrown himself from a window with a rope, and swum to Gibbie's assistance. The two understood each other, and heeding nothing the rest were saying, held their own communications. In a minute the rope was fastened round Snowball's body, and the end of it drawn between his forelegs and through the ring of his headstall, when Donal swam with it to his mother, who stood on the stair, with the request that as soon as she saw Snowball's head under the water, she would pull with all her might and draw him in at the door. Donal then swam back, and threw his arms round Snowball's neck from below, while the same moment Gibbie cast his whole weight of it from above. The horse was over head and ears in an instant, and through the door in another. With snorting nostrils and blazing eyes, his head rose in the passage, and in terror he struck out for the stair. As he scrambled heavily up from the water, his master and Robert seized him, and with much petting and patting and gentling, though there was little enough difficulty in managing him now, conducted him into the bedroom to the rest of the horses. There he was welcomed by his companions, and immediately began devouring the hay upon his master's bedstead. Gibbie came close behind him, was seized by Janet at the top of the stair, embraced like one come alive from the grave, and led, all dripping as he was, into the room where the women were. The farmer followed soon after with the whisky, the universal medicine in those parts, of which he offered a glass to Gibbie, but the innocent turned from it with a curious look of mingled disgust and gratefulness. His father's life had not been all a failure. He had done what parents so rarely effect, handed the general results of his experience to his son. The sight and smell of whisky were to Gibbie a loathing flavoured with horror. The farmer looked back from the door as he was leaving the room. Gibbie was performing a wild circular dance of which Janet was the centre, throwing his limbs about like the toy the children call a jumping jack, which ended suddenly in a motionless ecstasy upon one leg. Having regarded for a moment the rescuer of Snowball with astonishment, John Duff turned away with the reflection how easy it was and natural for those who had nothing, and therefore could lose nothing, to make merry in others' adversity. It did not once occur to him that it was the joy of having saved that caused Gibbie's merriment thus to overflow. "The cratur's a born idiot," he said afterwards to Jean, "and it's just a marvel what he's capable of. But 'deed there's little to choose atween Janet and him. They're both tarred with the same stick." He paused a moment, then added, "They'll do well enough in the other world, I doubt not, where nobody has to hold off o' themselves." That day, however, Gibbie had proved that a man may well afford both to have nothing and to take no care of himself, seeing he had, since he rose in the morning, rescued a friend, a foe, and a beast of the earth. Verily he might stand on one leg. But when he had told Janet that he had been home, and had found the cottage uninjured and out of danger, she grew very sober in the midst of her gladness. She could say nothing there among strangers, but the dread arose in her bosom that, if indeed she had not like Peter denied her master before men, she had, like Peter, yielded homage to the might of the elements in his ruling presence, and she justly saw the same faithlessness in the two failures. She said to herself, gin only I had been praying instead o' running away, I would ha' been there when he turned the water aside. I would ha' seen the miracle. Oh, my maester, what think ye o' me noo? For all the excitement Mistress Croale had shown at first view of Gibbie, she sat still in her dusky corner, made no movement towards him, nor did anything to attract his attention, only kept her eyes fixed upon him, and Janet in her mingled joy and pain forgot her altogether. When at length it recurred to her that she was in the room, she cast a somewhat anxious glance towards the place she had occupied all day. It was empty, and Janet was perplexed to think how she had gone unseen. She had crept out after Mr. Duff, and probably Janet saw her, but as one of those who, seeing, see not, and immediately forget. Just as the farmer left the room, a great noise arose among the cattle in that adjoining. He set down the bottle on a chair that happened to be in the passage, and ran to protect the partitions. Exultation would be a poor word wherewith to represent the madness of the delight that shot its fires into Mistress Croale's eyes when she saw the bottle actually abandoned within her reach. It was to her as the very key of the universe. She darted upon it, put it to her lips, and drank. Yet she took heed, thought while she drank, and did not go beyond what she could carry. Little time such an appropriation required. Noiselessly she set the bottle down, darted into a closet containing a solitary calf, and there stood looking from the open window in right innocent fashion, curiously contemplating the raft attached to it, upon which she had seen the Highland woman arrive with her children. At supper-time she was missing altogether. Nobody could with certainty say when he had last seen her. The house was searched from top to bottom, and the conclusion arrived at was that she must have fallen from some window and been drowned. Only surely she would at least have uttered one cry. Examining certain of the windows to know whether she might not have left some sign of such an exit, the farmer discovered that the brander was gone. "Losh!" cried the Aura man, with a face bewildered to shapelessness, like that of an old moon rising in a fog. "Yon'll be her I saw an hour ago, hieing down the water." "Ye muckle gowk," said his master. "Hoo could she win so far and gone to the bottom?" "Upon the branner, sir," answered the Aura man. "I took her for a muckle dog upon a door. The wife maun be a witch." John Duff stared at the man with his mouth open, and for half a minute all were dumb. The thing was incredible, yet hardly to be controverted. The woman was gone, the raft was gone, and something strange that might be the two together had been observed about the time, as near as they could judge, when she ceased to be observed in the house. Had the farmer noted the change in the level of the whisky in his bottle, he might have been surer of it, except indeed the doubt had then arisen whether they might not rather find her at the foot of the stair when the water subsided. Mr. Duff said the luck changed with the return of Snowball. His sister said with the departure of the beggar-wife. Before dark the rain had ceased, and it became evident that the water had not risen for the last half-hour. In 2 hours more it had sunk 1/4 of an inch. Gibbie threw himself on the floor beside his mother's chair. She covered him with her grey cloak, and he fell fast asleep. At dawn he woke with a start. He had dreamed that Ginevra was in trouble. He made Janet understand that he would return to guide them home as soon as the way was practicable, and set out at once. The water fell rapidly. Almost as soon as it was morning, the people at the Mains could begin doing a little towards restoration. But from that day forth, for about a year, instead of the waters of the Daur and the Lorrie, the house was filled with a gradually subsiding flood of Jean's lamentations over her house gear. One thing after another, and 20 things together. There was scarcely an article she did not, over and over, proclaim utterly ruined, in a tone apparently indicating ground of serious complaint against someone who did not appear, though most of the things, to other eyes than hers, remained seemingly about as useful as before. In vain her brother sought to comfort her with the assurance that there were worse losses at Culloden. She answered that if he had not himself been specially favoured in the recovery of Snowball,
he would have made a much worse complaint about him alone than she did about all her losses. Whereupon, being an honest man, and not certain that she spoke other than the truth, he held his peace. But he never made the smallest acknowledgment to Gibbie for the saving of the said Snowball. What could an idiot understand about gratitude? And what use was money to a boy who did not set his life at a pin's fee? But he always spoke kindly to him thereafter, which was more to Gibbie than anything he could have given him. And when a man is content, his friends may hold their peace. The next day Jean had her dinner strangely provided. As her brother wrote to a friend in Glasgow, she found at the back of the house, and all lying in a heap, a handsome dish of trout, a pike, a hare, a partridge, and a turkey, with a dish of potatoes and a dish of turnips, all brought down by the burn, and deposited there for the good of the house, except the turkey, which, alas, was one of her own favourite flock. Footnote: see Sir Thomas Dick Lowder's account of the Morayshire floods in 1829, first edition, page 181. An enchanting book, especially to one whose earliest memories are interwoven with water floods. For details in such kind here given, I am much indebted to it. Again and again as I have been writing has it rendered me miserable, my tale showing so flat and poor beside Sir Thomas's narrative. Known to me from childhood, it wakes in me far more wonder and pleasure now than it did even in the days when the marvel of things came more to the surface. End of footnote. In the afternoon, Gibbie reappeared at the Mains, and Robert and Janet set out at once to go home with him. It was a long journey for them. He had to take them so many rounds. They rested at several houses, and saw much misery on their way. It was night before they arrived at the cottage. They found it warm and clean and tidy. Ginevra had, like a true lady, swept the house that gave her shelter. That ladies often do, and perhaps it is yet more their work in the world than they fully understand. For Ginevra, it was heavenly bliss to her to hear their approaching footsteps, and before she left them she had thoroughly learned that the poorest place where the atmosphere is love is more homely, and by consequence more heavenly, than the most beautiful even, where law and order are elements supreme. Gin I had only had faith and bidden," said Janet to herself as she entered, and to the day of her death she never ceased to bemoan her too hasty desertion of the wee housie upon the muckle rock. As to the strange woman's evident knowledge concerning Gibbie, she could do nothing but wait, fearing rather than hoping. But she had got so far above time and chance that nothing really troubled her, and she could wait quietly. At the same time, it did not seem likely they would hear anything more of the woman herself. No. Chapter 37 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 37. Mr. Sclater. It may be remembered that upon Gibbie's disappearance from the city, great interest was felt in his fate, and such questions started about the boy himself as moved the Reverend Clement Sclater to gather all the information at which he could arrive concerning his family and history. That done, he proceeded to attempt interesting in his unknown fortunes those relatives of his mother whose existence and residences he had discovered. In this, however, he had met with no success. At the house where she was born there was now no one but a second cousin, to whom her brother, dying unmarried, had left the small estate of the Withrops, along with the family contempt for her husband, and for her because of him, inasmuch as by marrying him she had brought disgrace upon herself and upon all her people. So said the cousin to Mr. Sclater, but seemed himself nowise humbled by the disgrace he recognized, indeed almost claimed. As to the orphan, he said, to speak honestly, as he did at least that once, the more entirely he disappeared, the better he would consider it. Not that personally he was the least concerned in the matter. Only if, according to the Scripture, there were 2 more generations yet upon which had to be visited the sins of Sir George and Lady Galbraith, The greater the obscurity in which they remain, the less would be the scandal. The brother who had taken to business was the senior partner in a large shipbuilding firm at Greenock. This man, William Fuller Withrop by name, Wilful Withrop the neighbours had nicknamed him, was a bachelor, and reputed rich. Mr. Sclater did not hear of him what roused very brilliant hopes. He was one who would demand more reason than reasonable for the most reasonable of actions that involved parting with money. Yet he had been known to do a liberal thing for a public object. Waste was so wicked that any other moral risk was preferable. Of the three he would waste mind and body rather than estate. Man was made neither to rejoice nor to mourn, but to possess. To leave no stone unturned, however, Mr. Sclater wrote to Mr. Withrop. The answer he received was that, as the sister, concerning whose child he had applied to him, had never been anything but a trouble to the family, as he had no associations with her memory save those of misery and disgrace, as before he left home her name had long ceased to be mentioned among them, and as her own father had deliberately and absolutely disowned her because of her obstinate disobedience and wilfulness, it could hardly be expected of him, and indeed would ill become him, to show any lively interest in her offspring. Still, although he could not honestly pretend to the smallest concern about him, he had, from pure curiosity, made inquiry of correspondence with regard to the boy, from which the resulting knowledge was, that he was little better than an idiot, whose character, education, and manners had been picked up in the streets. Nothing, he was satisfied, could be done for such a child which would not make him more miserable, as well as more wicked than he was already. Therefore, etc., etc., etc. Thus failing, Mr. Sclater said to himself he had done all that could be required of him, and he had indeed taken trouble. Nor could anything be asserted, he said further to himself, as his duty in respect of this child, that was not equally his duty in respect of every little wanderer in the streets of his parish. That a child's ancestors had been favoured above others, and had so misused their advantages that their last representative was left in abject poverty, could hardly be a reason why that child, born in more than probability with the same evil propensities which had ruined them, should be made an elect object of favour. Who was he, Clement Sclater, to intrude upon the divine prerogative, and presume to act on the doctrine of election? Was a child with a Sir to his name anything more in the eyes of God than a child without a name at all? Would any title, even that of Earl or Duke, be recognized in the kingdom of heaven? His relatives ought to do something. They failing, of whom could further requisition be made? There were vessels to honour and vessels to dishonour. To which class this one belonged, let God in his time reveal. A duty could not be passed on. It could not become the duty of the minister of a parish, just because those who ought and could would not, to spend time and money to the neglect of his calling in hunting up a boy whom he would not know what to do with if he had him, a boy whose home had been with the dregs of society. In justice to Mr. Sclater, it must be mentioned that he did not know Gibbie, even by sight. There remains room, however, for the question whether, if Mr. Sclater had not been the man to change his course as he did afterwards, he would not have acted differently from the first. One morning, as he sat at breakfast with his wife, late Mrs. Bonniman, and cast, as is, I fear, the rude habit of not a few husbands, not a few stolen glances as he ate over the morning paper, his eye fell upon a paragraph announcing the sudden death of the well-known William Fuller Withrop, of the eminent shipbuilding firm of Withrop and Playtell of Greenock. Until he came to the end of the paragraph, his cup of coffee hung suspended in mid-air. Then down it went untasted, he jumped from his seat and hurried from the room, for the said paragraph ended with the remark that the not unfrequent incapacity of the ablest of business men for looking the inevitable in the face with coolness sufficient to the making of a will, was not only a curious fact, but in the individual case a pity, where 200,000 pounds was concerned. Had the writer been a little more philosophical still, he might have seen that the faculty for making money by no means involves judgment in the destination of it, and that the money may do its part for good and evil without, just as well as with, a will at the back of it. But though this was the occasion, it remains to ask what was the cause of the minister's precipitancy. Why should Clement Sclater thereupon spring from his chair in such a state of excitement that he set his cup of coffee down upon its side instead of its bottom, to the detriment of the tablecloth, and of something besides, more unquestionably the personal property of his wife? Why was it that, heedless of her questions, backed although they were both by just anger and lawful curiosity, he ran straight from the room and the house, nor stayed until, at one and the same moment, his foot was on the top step of his lawyer's door, and his hand upon its bell? No doubt it was somebody's business, and perhaps it might be Mr. Sclater's, to find the heirs of men who died intestate. But what made it so indubitably, so emphatically, so individually, so pressingly Mr. Sclater's, that he forgot breakfast, tablecloth, wife, and sermon altogether, that he might see to this boy's rights? Surely, if they were rights, they could be in no such imminent danger as this haste seemed to signify. Was it only that he might be the first in the race to right him? And if so, then again, why? Was it a certainty indisputable that any boy, whether such an idle tramp as the minister supposed this one to be or not, would be redeemed by the heirship to the hugest of fortunes? Had it some time before this become at length easier for a rich boy to enter into the kingdom of heaven? Or was it that, with all his honesty, all his religion, all his churchism, all his Protestantism, and his habitual appeal to the word of God, the minister was yet a most reverential worshipper of Mammon? Not the old god mentioned in the New Testament, of course, but a thoroughly respectable, modern Mammon, decently dressed, perusing a subscription list. No doubt justice ought to be done, and the young man over at Roughrigs was sure to be putting in a false claim, but where were the lawyers, whose business it was? There was no need of a clergyman to remind them of their duty where the picking of such a carcass was concerned. Had Mr. Sclater ever conceived the smallest admiration or love for the boy, I would not have made these reflections. But in his ignorance of him, and indifference concerning him, he believed there would at least be trouble in proving him of approximately sound mind and decent intellect. What then, I repeat, and leave it, did all this excitement on the part of one of the iron pillars of the church indicate? From his lawyer he would have gone at once to Mistress Croale. Indeed, I think he would have gone to her first, to warn her against imparting what information concerning Gibbie she might possess to any other than himself. But he had not an idea where she might even be heard of. He had cleansed his own parish, as he thought, by pulling up the tare, contrary to commandment, and throwing it into his neighbour's, where it had taken root, and grown a worse tare than before, until at length she who had been so careful over the manners and morals of her drunkards was a drunkard herself, and a wanderer, with the reputation of being a far worse woman than she really was. For some years now she had made her living, one poor enough, by hawking small household necessities, and not unfrequently where she appeared, the housewives bought of her because her eyes, and her nose, and an undefined sense of evil in her presence made them shrink from the danger of offending her. But the real cause of the bad impression she made was, that she was sorely troubled with what is, by huge discourtesy, called a bad conscience, being in reality a conscience doing its duties so well that it makes the whole house uncomfortable. On her next return to the Dourfoot, as the part of the city was called where now she was most at home, she heard the astounding and welcome news that Gibbie had fallen heir to a large property, and that the reward of £100, a modest sum indeed, but where was the good of wasting money, thought Mr. Sclater, had been proclaimed by tuck of drum to anyone giving such information as should lead to the discovery of Sir Gilbert Galbraith, commonly known as wee Sir Gibbie. A description of him was added, and the stray was so kenspeckle that Mistress Croale saw the necessity of haste to any hope of advantage. She had nothing to guide her beyond the fact of Sir George's habit, in his cups, of referring to the property on Daurside, and the assurance that with the said habit Gibbie must have been as familiar as herself. With this initiative, as she must begin somewhere, and could prosecute her business anywhere, she filled her basket, and set out at once for Daurside. There, after a good deal of wandering hither and thither, and a search whose fruitlessness she probably owed to too great caution, she made the desired discovery unexpectedly and marvellously, and left behind her in the valley the reputation of
Chapter 38 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Recording by Devora Allen. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 38. The Muckle Hoose. The next morning, Janet felt herself in duty bound to make inquiry concerning those interested in Miss Galbraith. She made, therefore, the best of her way with Gibbie to the Muckle Hoose, but, as the latter expected, found it a ruin in a wilderness. Acres of trees and shrubbery had disappeared, and a hollow waste of sand and gravel was in their place. What was left of the house stood on the edge of a red gravelly precipice of 50 feet in height, at whose foot lay the stones of the kitchen wing, in which had been the room whence Gibbie carried Ginevra. The newer part of the house was gone from its very roots. The ancient portion, all innovation wiped from it, stood grim, desolate, marred, and defiant as of old. Not a sign of life was about the place. The very birds had fled. Angus had been there that same morning, and had locked or nailed up every possible entrance. The place looked like a ruin of centuries. With difficulty they got down into the gulf, with more difficulty crossed the burn, clambered up the rocky bank on the opposite side, and knocked at the door of the gamekeeper's cottage. But they saw only a little girl, who told them her father had gone to find the laird, that her mother was ill in bed, and Mistress MacFarlane on her way to her own people. It came out afterwards that when Angus and the housekeeper heard Gibbie's taps at the window, and looking out saw nobody there but the burn within a few yards of the house, they took the warning for a supernatural interference to the preservation of their lives, and fled at once. Passing the foot of the stair, Mistress MacFarlane shrieked to Ginevra to come, but ran on without waiting a reply. They told afterwards that she left the house with them, and that suddenly missing her they went back to look for her, but could find her nowhere, and were just able to make their second escape with their lives, hearing the house fall into the burn behind them. Mistress MacFarlane had been severe as the law itself against lying among the maids, but now, when it came to her own defence where she knew herself wrong, she lied just like one of the wicked. "My dear missy," said Janet when they got home, "ye maun write to your father, or he'll be out o' his wits about ye." Ginevra wrote therefore to the Duke's, and to the Laird's usual address in London as well, but he was on his way from the one place to the other when Angus overtook him, and received neither letter. Now came to the girl a few such days of delight, of freedom, of life, as she had never even dreamed of. She roamed Glashgar with Gibbie, the gentlest, kindest, most interesting of companions. Wherever his sheep went, she went too, and to many places besides. Some of them such strange, wild, terrible places as would have terrified her without him. How he startled her once by darting off a rock like a seagull, straight, head foremost, into the death-pot. She screamed with horror, but he had done it only to amuse her, for after what seemed to her a fearful time, he came smiling up out of the terrible darkness. What a brave, beautiful boy he was! He never hurt anything, and nothing ever seemed to hurt him. And what a number of things he knew! He showed her things on the mountain, things in the sky, things in the pools and streams wherever they went. He did better than tell her about them. He made her see them, and then the things themselves told her. She was not always certain she saw just what he wanted her to see, but she always saw something that made her glad with knowledge. He had a New Testament Janet had given him, which he carried in his pocket, and when she joined him, for he was always out with his sheep hours before she was up, she would generally find him seated on a stone, or lying in the heather with the little book in his hand, looking solemn and sweet. But the moment he saw her, he would spring merrily up to welcome her. It were indeed an argument against religion as strong as sad, if one of the children the kingdom specially claims could not be possessed by the life of the Son of God without losing his simplicity and joyousness. Those of my readers will be the least inclined to doubt the boy who, by obedience, have come to know its reward. For obedience alone holds wide the door for the entrance of the Spirit of wisdom. There was as little to wonder at in Gibbie as there was much to love and admire, for from the moment when, yet a mere child, he heard there was such a one claiming his obedience, he began to turn to him the hearing ear, the willing heart, the ready hand. The main thing which rendered this devotion more easy and natural to him than to others was that, more than in most, the love of man had in him prepared the way of the Lord. He who so loved the sons of men was ready to love the Son of Man the moment he heard of him. Love makes obedience a joy, and of him who obeys all heaven is the patrimony. He is fellow heir with Christ. On the 4th day, the rain, which had been coming and going, finally cleared off. The sun was again glorious, and the farmers began to hope a little for the drying and ripening of some portion of their crops. Then first Ginevra asked Gibbie to take her down to Glashruach. She wanted to see the ruin they had described to her. When she came near, and notions changed into visible facts, she neither wept nor wailed. She felt very miserable, it is true, but it was at finding that the evident impossibility of returning thither for a long time woke in her pleasure and not pain. So utterly altered was the look of everything, that had she come upon it unexpectedly, she would not have recognized either place or house. They went up to a door. She seemed never to have seen it, but when they entered, she knew it as one from the hall into a passage, which, with what it led to being gone, the inner had become an outer door. A quantity of sand was heaped up in the hall, and the wainscot was wet and swelled and bulging. They went into the dining-room. It was a miserable sight, the very picture of the soul of a drunkard. The thick carpet was sodden, spongy like a bed of moss after heavy rains. The leather chairs looked diseased. The colour was all gone from the table. The paper hung loose from the walls, and everything lay where the water, after floating it about, had let it drop as it ebbed. She ascended the old stone stair which led to her father's rooms above, went into his study, in which not a hair was out of its place, and walked towards the window to look across to where once had been her own chamber. But as she approached it, there, behind the curtain, she saw her father, motionless, looking out. She turned pale, and stood. Even at such a time, had she known he was in the house, she would not have dared set her foot in that room. Gibbie, who had followed and entered behind her, perceived her hesitation, saw and recognized the back of the laird, knew that she was afraid of her father, and stood also waiting he knew not what. He said to himself, hers is not like mine. Not many has had fathers so good as mine. Becoming aware of a presence, the laird half turned, and seeing Gibbie, imagined he had entered in a prowling way, supposing the place deserted. With stately offence, he asked him what he wanted there, and waved his dismissal. Then first he saw another, standing white-faced, with eyes fixed upon him. He turned pale also, and stood staring at her. The memory of that moment ever after disgraced him in his own eyes. For one instant of unreasoning weakness, he imagined he saw a ghost, believed what he said he knew to be impossible. It was but one moment, but it might have been more had not Ginevra walked slowly up to him, saying in a trembling voice, as if she expected the blame of all that had happened, "I couldn't help it, papa." He took her in his arms, and for the first time since the discovery of her atrocious familiarity with Donal, kissed her. She clung to him, trembling now with pleasure as well as apprehension. But, alas, there was no impiety in the faithlessness that pronounced such a joy too good to endure, and the end came yet sooner than she feared. For when the father rose erect from her embrace and was again the laird, there, to his amazement, still stood the odd-looking, outlandish intruder, smiling with the most impertinent interest. Gibbie had forgotten himself altogether, beholding what he took for a thorough reconciliation. "Go away, boy! You have nothing to do here," said the laird, anger almost overwhelming his precious dignity. "Oh, papa!" cried Ginevra, clasping her hands. "That's Gibbie! He saved my life! I should have been drowned but for him." The laird was both proud and stupid, therefore more than ordinarily slow to understand what he was unprepared to hear. "I am much obliged to him," he said haughtily, "but there is no occasion for him to wait." At this point his sluggish mind began to recall something. Why, this was the very boy he saw in the meadow with her that morning. He turned fiercely upon him where he lingered, either hoping for a word of adieu from Ginevra, or unwilling to go while she was uncomfortable. "Leave the house instantly," he said, "or I will knock you down." "Oh, papa!" moaned Ginevra wildly. It was the braver of her that she was trembling from head to foot. "Don't speak so to Gibbie. He is a good boy. It was he that Angus whipped so cruelly. Long ago. I have never been able to forget it." Her father was confounded at her presumption. How dared she expostulate with him? She had grown a bold, bad girl. Good heavens! Evil communications. "If he does not get out of this directly," he cried, "I will have him whipped again. Angus!" He shouted the name, and its echo came back in a wild tone, altogether strange to Ginevra. She seemed struggling in the meshes of an evil dream. Involuntarily she uttered a cry of terror and distress. Gibbie was at her side instantly, putting out his hand to comfort her. She was just laying hers on his arm, scarcely knowing what she did, when her father seized him, and dashed him to the other side of the room. He went staggering backwards, vainly trying to recover himself, and fell, his head striking against the wall. The same instant Angus entered, saw nothing of Gibbie where he lay, and approached his master. But when he caught sight of Ginevra, he gave a gasp of terror that ended in a broken yell, and stared as if he had come suddenly on the verge of the bottomless pit, while all round his head his hair stood out as if he had been electrified. Before he came to himself, Gibbie had recovered and risen. He saw now that he could be of no service to Ginevra, and that his presence only made things worse for her. But he saw also that she was unhappy about him, and that must not be. He broke into such a merry laugh, and it had need to be merry, for it had to do the work of many words of reassurance, that she could scarcely refrain from a half-hysterical response as he walked from the room. The moment he was out of the house he began to sing, and for many minutes, as he walked up the gulf hollowed by the Glashburn, Ginevra could hear the strange, other-world voice, and knew it was meant to hold communion with her and comfort her. "What do you know of that fellow, Angus?" asked his master. "He's the verra divil himself, sir," muttered Angus, whom Gibbie's laughter had in a measure brought to his senses. "You will see that he is sent off the property at once, and for good, Angus," said the laird. "His insolence is insufferable, the scoundrel." On the pretext of following Gibbie, Angus was only too glad to leave the room. Then Mr. Galbraith upon his daughter. "So, Jenny," he said, with his loose lips pulled out straight, "that is the sort of companion you choose when left to yourself. A low, beggarly, insolent scamp, scarcely the equal of the brutes he has the charge of." "They're sheep, papa!" pleaded Ginevra, in a wail that rose almost to a scream. "I do believe the girl is an idiot," said her father, and turned from her contemptuously. "I think I am, papa," she sobbed. "Don't mind me. Let me go away, and I will never trouble you any more." She would go to the mountains, she thought, and be a shepherdess with Gibbie. Her father took her roughly by the arm, pushed her into a closet, locked the door, went and had his luncheon, and in the afternoon, having borrowed Snowball, took her just as she was, drove to meet the mail coach, and in the middle of the night was set down with her at the principal hotel in the city, whence the next morning he set out early to find a school where he might leave her, and his responsibility with her. When Gibbie knew himself beyond the hearing of Ginevra, his song died away, and he went home sad. The gentle girl had stepped at once from the day into the dark, and he was troubled for her. But he remembered that she had another father besides the laird, and comforted himself. When he reached home, he found his mother in serious talk with a stranger. The tears were in her eyes, and had been running down her cheeks, but she was calm and dignified as usual. "Here he comes," she said as he entered. "The will of the Lord be done, noo and for evermair. I'm at his bidding."
Chapter 39 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 39. Daur Street. One bright afternoon, towards the close of the autumn, the sun was shining straight down one of the wide, clean, stony streets of the city, with a warmth which he had not been able to impart to the air. A company of schoolgirls, 2 and 2 in long file, mostly with innocent, and, for human beings, rather uninteresting faces, was walking in orderly manner, a female grenadier at its head, along the pavement, more than usually composed, from having the sun in their eyes. Amongst the faces was one very different from the rest, a countenance almost solemn and a little sad, of still, regular features, in the eyes of which by loving eyes might have been read uneasy thought patiently carried, and the lack of some essential to conscious well-being. The other girls were looking on this side and that, eager to catch sight of anything to trouble the monotony of the daily walk, but the eyes of this one were cast down, except when occasionally lifted in answer to words of the schoolmistress, the grenadier by whose side she was walking. They were lovely brown eyes, trustful and sweet, and although, as I have said, a little sad, they never rose even in reply to the commonest remark, without shining a little. Though younger than not a few of them, and very plainly dressed like all the others, I have a suspicion that Scotch mothers dress their girls rather too plainly, which tends to the growth of an undue and degrading love of dress. She was not so girlish, was indeed, in some respects, more of a young woman than even the governess who walked by the side of them. Suddenly came a rush, a confusion, a fluttering of the doves, whence or how none seemed to know, a gentle shriek from several of the girls, a general sense of question and no answer, but, as their ruffled nerves composed themselves a little, there was the vision of the schoolmistress poking the point of her parasol at a heedless face, radiant with smiles, that of an odd-looking lad, as they thought, who had got hold of one of the daintily gloved hands of her companion, laid a hand which, considered conventionally, was not that of a gentleman, upon her shoulder, and stood, without a word, gazing in rapturous delight. "Go away, boy! What do you mean by such impertinence?" cried the outraged Miss Kimble, changing her thrust, and poking in his chest the parasol with which she had found it impossible actually to assail his smiling countenance. Such a strange-looking creature! He could not be in his sound senses, she thought. In the momentary meantime, however, she had failed to observe that, after the first start and following tremor, her companion stood quite still, and was now looking in the lad's face with roseate cheeks and tear-filled eyes, apparently forgetting to draw her hand from his or to move her shoulder from under his caress. The next moment, up with hasty yet dignified step, came the familiar form of their own minister, the Reverend Clement Sclater, who, with reproof in his countenance, which was red with annoyance and haste, laid his hands on the lad's shoulders to draw him from the prey on which he had pounced. "Remember, you are not on a hillside, but in a respectable street," said the reverend gentleman, a little foolishly. The youth turned his head over his shoulder, not otherwise changing his attitude, and looked at him with some bewilderment. Then not he, but the young lady spoke. "Gibbie and I are old friends," she said, and reaching up laid her free hand in turn on his shoulder, as if to protect him, for, needlessly, with such grace and strength before her, the vision of an old horror came rushing back on the mind of Ginevra. Gibbie had darted from his companion's side some 100 yards off. The cap which Mr. Sclater had insisted on his wearing had fallen as he ran, and he had never missed it. His hair stood out on all sides of his head, and the sun behind him shone in it like a glory, just as when first he appeared to Ginevra in the peat moss, like an angel standing over her. Indeed, while to Miss Kimble and the girls he was a mad-like object, in his awkward, ill-fitting clothes, made by a village tailor in the height of the village fashion, to Ginevra he looked hardly less angelic now than he did then. His appearance, judged without prejudice, was rather that of a sailor boy on shore than a shepherd boy from the hills. "Miss Galbraith," said Miss Kimble, in the tone that indicates nostrils distended, "I am astonished at you. What an example to the school! I never knew you misbehave yourself before. Take your hand from this very strange-looking person's shoulder directly." Ginevra obeyed, but Gibbie stood as before. "Remove your hand, boy, instantly!" cried Miss Kimble, growing more and more angry, and began knocking the hand on the girl's shoulder with her parasol, which apparently Gibbie took for a joke, for he laughed aloud. "Pray do not alarm yourself, ma'am," said Mr. Sclater, slowly recovering his breath. He was not yet quite sure of Gibbie, or confident how best he was to be managed. "This young gentleman is Sir Gilbert Galbraith, my ward. Sir Gilbert, this lady is Miss Kimble. You must have known her father well, the Reverend Matthew Kimble of the next parish to your own." Gibbie smiled. He did not nod, for that would have meant that he did know him, and he did not remember having ever even heard the name of the Reverend Matthew Kimble. "Oh!" said the lady, who had ceased her battery, and stood bewildered and embarrassed, the more that by this time the girls had all gathered round, staring and wondering. Ginevra's eyes, too, had filled with wonder. She cast them down, and a strange smile began to play about her strong, sweet mouth. All at once she was in the middle of a fairy tale, and had not a notion what was coming next. Her dumb shepherd boy a baronet, and more wonderful still, a Galbraith! She must be dreaming in the wide street. The last she had seen of him was as he was driven from the house by her father, when he had just saved her life. That was but a few weeks ago, and here he was, called Sir Gilbert Galbraith. It was a delicious bit of wonderment. "Oh!" said Miss Kimble a second time, recovering herself a little. "I see. A relative, Miss Galbraith. I did not understand. That of course sets everything right, at least, even then, the open street, you know. You will understand, Mr. Sclater. I beg your pardon, Sir Gilbert. I hope I did not injure you with my parasol?" Gibbie again laughed aloud. "Thank you," said Miss Kimble, confused, and annoyed with herself for being so, especially before her girls. "I should be sorry to have hurt you. Going to college, I presume, Sir Gilbert?" Gibbie looked at Mr. Sclater. "He is going to study with me for a while first," answered the minister. "I am glad to hear it. He could not do better," said Miss Kimble. "Come, girls!" And with friendly farewells she moved on, her train after her, thinking with herself what a boor the young fellow was. The young baronet? Yes, he must be a baronet. He was too young to have been knighted already. But wherever could he have been brought up? Mr. Sclater had behaved judiciously, and taken gentle pains to satisfy the old couple that they must part with Gibbie. One of the neighbouring clergy knew Mr. Sclater well, and with him paid the old people a visit, to help them to dismiss any lingering doubt that he was the boy's guardian legally appointed. To their own common sense, indeed, it became plain that, except some such story was true, there could be nothing to induce him to come after Gibbie, or desire to take charge of the outcast. But they did not feel thoroughly satisfied until Mr. Sclater brought Fergus Duff to the cottage, to testify to him as being what he pretended. It was a sore trial, but amongst the griefs of losing him, no fear of his forgetting them was included. Mr. Sclater's main difficulty was with Gibbie himself. At first he laughed at the absurdity of his going away from his father and mother and the sheep. They told him he was Sir Gilbert Galbraith. He answered on his slate, as well as by signs which Janet at least understood perfectly, that he had told them so, and had been so all the time. "And what differ does that mak'?" he added. Mr. Sclater told him he was, or would be at least, he took care to add, when he came of age, a rich man as well as a baronet. "Rich men," wrote Gibbie, "dee as they like, and I's bide." Mr. Sclater told him it was only poor boys who could do as they pleased, for the law looked after boys like him, so that, when it came into their hands, they might be capable of using their money properly. Almost persuaded at length that he had no choice, that he could no longer be his own master until he was 21, he turned and looked at Janet, his eyes brimful of tears. She gave him a little nod. He rose and went out, climbed the crest of Glashgar, and did not return to the cottage till midnight. In the morning appeared on his countenance signs of unusual resolve. Amid the many thoughts he had had the night before, had come the question, what he would do with the money when he had it. First of all, what he could do for Janet and Robert and every one of their family, and naturally enough to a Scotch boy, the first thing that occurred to him was to give Donal money to go to college, like Fergus Duff. In that he knew he made no mistake. It was not so easy to think of things for the rest, but that was safe. Had not Donal said 20 times he would not mind being a herd all his life, if only he could go to college first? But then he began to think what a long time it was before he would be 21, and what a number of things might come and go before then. Donal might by that time have a wife and children, and he could not leave them to go to college. Why should not Mr. Sclater manage somehow that Donal should go at once? It was now the end almost of October, and the college opened in November. Some other rich person would lend them the money, and he would pay it with compound interest when he got his. Before he went to bed, he got his slate and wrote as follows: "My dear Minister, if you will take Donal too, and let him go to the college, I will go with you as soon as you like. But if you will not, I will run away." When Mr. Sclater, who had a bed at the gamekeeper's, appeared the next morning, anxious to conclude the business, and get things in motion for the departure, Gibbie handed him the slate the moment he entered the cottage, and while he read, stood watching him. Now Mr. Sclater was a prudent man, and always looked ahead, therefore apparently took a long time to read Gibbie's very clear, though unscholarly communication. Before answering it, he must settle the probability of what Mrs. Sclater would think of the proposal to take 2 savages into her house together, where also doubtless the presence of this Donal would greatly interfere with the process of making a gentleman of Gibbie. Unable to satisfy himself, he raised his head at length, unconsciously shaking it as he did so. That instant Gibbie was out of the house. Mr. Sclater, perceiving the blunder he had made, hurried after him, but he was already out of sight. Returning in some dismay, he handed the slate to Janet, who, with sad resigned countenance, was baking. She rubbed the oatmeal dough from her hands, took the slate, and read with a smile. "Ye maunna tak Gibbie for a young colt, Maister Sclater, and think to brak him in," she said, after a thoughtful pause, "or ye'll hae to learn yer mistake. There's no enough o' himself in him for ye to get a grip o' him by that handle. He aye kens what he would hae, and he'll aye get it, as sure as it'll aye be right. As anent Donal, Donal's my ain, and I say naething. Sit ye doon, sir, ye'll no see Gibbie the day again." "Is there no means of getting at him, my good woman?" said Mr. Sclater, miserable at the prospect of a day utterly wasted. "I could gie ye the sicht o' him, I daur say, but what better would ye be for that? Gien ye had a' the lairds o' Embro at your back, ye wadna touch Gibbie upo' Glashgar." "But you could persuade him, I am sure, Mistress Grant. You have only to call him in your own way, and he will come at once." "What would ye hae me persuade him till, sir? To onything that's richt, Gibbie wants nae persuadin', and for this that's atween ye, the laddies are just verra brithers, and I hae no richt to interfere with what the tane wad do for the thither, the thing seemin' to me risin' eneuch. What sort of lad is this son of yours? The boy seems much attached to him." "He's a laddie 'at's been gaein' ower till's book sin ever I learnt him to read mysel'," Janet answered. "But he'll be here the nicht, I'm thinking, to see the last o' poor Gibbie, and ye can jeedge for yersel." It required but a brief examination of Donal to satisfy Mr. Sclater that he was more than prepared for the university. but I fear me greatly the time is at hand when such as Donal will no more be able to enter her courts. Unwise and unpatriotic are any who would rather have a few prime scholars sitting about the wells of learning, than to see those fountains flow freely for the poor, who are yet the strength of a country. It is better to have many upon the high road of learning than a few even at its goal, if that were possible. As to Donal's going to Mr. Sclater's house, Janet soon relieved him. "Na, sir," she said, "it wad be to learn ways that wadna be fitting a poor lad like him." "It would be much safer for him," said Mr. Sclater, but incidentally. "Gien I couldna lippen my Donal till's ain company and the hunger for better, I would begin to doot wha made the world," said his mother, and Donal's face flushed with pleasure at her confidence. "Now, he maun get a garret roomie some gate in the toon, and there had his book. And ye'll lat Gibbie gang and see him whiles when he can be spared. There maun be many a decent woman that wad be pleased to take him in." Mr. Sclater seemed to himself to foresee no little trouble in his new responsibility, but consoled himself that he would have more money at his command, and in the end would sit, as it were, at the fountain-head of large wealth. Already, with his wife's property, he was a man of consideration, but he had a great respect for money, and much overrated its value as a means of doing even what he called good. Religious people generally do, with a most unchristian dullness. We are not told that the master made the smallest use of money for his end. When he paid the temple rate, he did it to avoid giving offence, and he defended the woman who divinely wasted it. 10 times more grace and magnanimity would be needed, wisely and lovingly to avoid making a fortune, than it takes to spend one for what are called good objects when it is made. When they met Miss Kimble and her young ladies, they were on their way from the coach office to the minister's house in Daur Street. Gibbie knew every corner, and strange was the swift variety of thoughts and sensations that went filing through his mind. Up this same street he had tended the wavering steps of a well-known, if not highly respected, town councillor. That was the door where, one cold morning of winter, the cook gave him a cup of hot coffee and a roll. What happy days they were, with their hunger and adventure! There had always been food and warmth about the city, and he had come in for his share. The master was in its streets as certainly as on the rocks of Glashgar. Not one sheep did he lose sight of, though he could not do so much for those that were.
Chapter 40 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Sir Gibbie, by George Macdonald. Chapter 40. Mrs. Sclater. Gibbie was in a dream of mingled past and future delights, when his conductor stopped at a large and important-looking house with a flight of granite steps up to the door. Gibbie had never been inside such a house in his life, but when they entered he was not much impressed. He did look with a little surprise, it is true, but it was down, not up. He felt his feet walking soft, and wondered for a moment that there should be a field of grass in a house. Then he gave a glance round, thought it was a big place, and followed Mr. Sclater up the stair with the free mounting step of the Glashgar shepherd. Forgetful and unconscious, he walked into the drawing-room with his bonnet on his head. Mrs. Sclater rose when they entered, and he approached her with a smile of welcome to the house which he carried, always full of guests, in his bosom. He never thought of looking to her to welcome him. She shook hands with him in a doubtful kind of way. "How do you do, Sir Gilbert?" she said. "Only ladies are allowed to wear their caps in the drawing-room, you know," she added, in a tone of courteous and half-rallying rebuke, speaking from a flowery height of conscious superiority. What she meant by the drawing-room, Gibbie had not an idea. He looked at her head, and saw no cap. She had nothing upon it but a quantity of beautiful black hair. Then suddenly remembered his bonnet. He knew well enough bonnets had to be taken off in house or cottage. He had never done so, because he had never worn a bonnet. But it was with a smile of amusement only that he now took it off. He was so free from selfishness that he knew nothing of shame. Never a shadow of blush at his bad manners tinged his cheek. He put the cap in his pocket, and catching sight of a footstool by the corner of the chimney-piece, was so strongly reminded of his creepy by the cottage hearth, which, big lad as he now was, he had still haunted, that he went at once and seated himself upon it. From this coign of vantage he looked round the room with a gentle curiosity, casting a glance of pleasure every now and then at Mrs. Sclater, to whom her husband, in a manner somewhat constrained because of his presence, was recounting some of the incidents of his journey, making choice, after the manner of Minnie, of the most commonplace and uninteresting. Gibbie had not been educated in the relative grandeur of things of this world, and he regarded the things he now saw just as things, without the smallest notion of any power in them to confer superiority by being possessed. Can a slave knight his master? The reverend but poor Mr. Sclater was not above the foolish consciousness of importance accruing from the refined adjuncts of a more needy corporeal existence. His wife would have felt out of her proper sphere had she ceased to see them around her, and would have lost some of her aplomb. But the divine idiot Gibbie was incapable even of the notion that they mattered a straw to the life of any man. Indeed, to compare man with man was no habit of his. Hence it cannot be wonderful that stone hearth and steel grate, clay floor and Brussels carpet were much the same to him. Man was the one sacred thing. Gibbie's unconscious creed was a powerful leveller, but it was a leveller up, not down. The heart that revered the beggar could afford to be incapable of homage to position. His was not one of those contemptible natures which have no reverence because they have no aspiration, which think themselves fine because they acknowledge nothing superior to their own essential baseness. To Gibbie every man was better than himself. It was for him a sudden and strange descent from the region of poetry and closest intercourse with the strong and gracious and vital simplicities of nature, human and other, to the rich commonplaces, amongst them not a few fashionable vulgarities, of an ordinary well-appointed house, and ordinary well-appointed people. But, however bedizened, humanity was there, and he who does not love human more than any other nature has not life in himself, does not carry his poetry in him, as Gibbie did, therefore cannot find it except where it has been shown to him. Neither was a common house like this by any means devoid of any things to please him. If there was not the lovely homeliness of the cottage which at once gave all it had, there was a certain stateliness which afforded its own reception. If there was little harmony, there were individual colours that afforded him delight, as for instance afterwards the crimson covering the walls of the dining-room, whose colour was of that soft, deep penetrable character which a flock paper alone can carry. Then there were pictures, bad enough most of them no doubt in the eyes of the critic, but endlessly suggestive, therefore endlessly delightful to Gibbie. It is not the man who knows most about nature that is hardest to please, however he may be hardest to satisfy with the attempt to follow her. The accomplished poet will derive pleasure from verses which are a mockery to the soul of the unhappy mortal whose business is judgment, the most thankless of all labours, and justly so. Certain fruits one is unable to like until he has eaten them in their perfection. After that, the reminder in them of the perfect will enable him to enjoy even the inferior a little, recognizing their kind, always provided he be not one given to judgment, a connoisseur that is, one who cares less for the truth than for the knowing comparison of one embodiment of it with another. Gibbie's regard, then, as it wandered round the room, lighting on this colour and that texture in curtain or carpet or worked screen, found interest and pleasure. Amidst the mere upholstery of houses and hearts, amidst the common life of the common crowd, he was and had to be what he had learned to be amongst the nobility and in the palace of Glashgar. Mrs. Sclater, late Mrs. Bonnyman, was the widow of a merchant who had made his money in foreign trade, and to her house Mr. Sclater had flitted when he married her. She was a well-bred woman, much the superior of her second husband in the small duties and graces of social life, and already a sufferer in some of his not very serious grossièretés, regarded with no small apprehension the arrival of one in whom she expected the same kind of thing, in largely exaggerated degree. She did not much care to play the mother to a bear cub, she said to her friends, with a good-humoured laugh. "Just think," she added, "with such a childhood as the poor boy had, what a mass of vulgarity must be lying in that uncultivated brain of his. It is no small mercy, as Mr. Sclater says, that our ears at least are safe. Poor boy!" She was a woman of about 40, rather tall, of good complexion tending to the ruddy, with black smooth shining hair parted over a white forehead, black eyes, nose a little aquiline, good mouth, and fine white teeth, altogether a handsome woman, some notion of whose style may be gathered from the fact that, upon the testimony of her cheval-glass, she preferred satin to the richest of silks, and almost always wore it. Now and then she would attempt a change, but she was always defeated and driven back into satin. She was precise in her personal rules, but not stiff in the manners wherein she embodied them. These were indeed just a little florid and wavy, a trifle profuse in their grace. She kept an excellent table, and every appointment about the house was in good style, a favourite phrase with her. She was her own housekeeper, an exact mistress, but considerate, so that her servants had no bad time of it. She was sensible, kind, always responsive to appeal, had scarcely a thread of poetry or art in her upper texture, loved fair play, was seldom in the wrong, and never confessed it when she was. But when she saw it, she took some pains to avoid being so in a similar way again. She held hard by her own opinion, was capable of a mild admiration of truth and righteousness in another, had one or two pet commandments to which she paid more attention than to the rest, was a safe member of society, never carrying tales, was kind with condescension to the poor, and altogether a good wife for a minister of Mr. Sclater's sort. She knew how to hold her own with any who would have established superiority. A little more coldness, pride, indifference, and careless restraint, with just a touch of rudeness, would have given her the freedom of the best society, if she could have got into it. Altogether it would not have been easy to find one who could do more for Gibbie in respect for the social reports that seemed to await him. Even some who would gladly themselves have undertaken the task, admitted that he might have fallen into much less qualified hands. Her husband was confident that, if anybody could, his wife would make a gentleman of Sir Gilbert, and he ought to know, for she had done a good deal of polishing upon him. She was now seated on a low chair at the other side of the fire, leaning back at a large angle, slowly contemplating out of her black eyes the lad on the footstool, whose blue eyes she saw wandering about the room in a manner neither vague nor unintelligent, but showing more of interest than of either surprise or admiration. Suddenly he turned them full upon her. They met hers, and the light rushed into them like a torrent, breaking forth after its way in a soulful smile. I hope my readers are not tired of the mention of Gibbie's smiles. I can hardly avoid it. They were all Gibbie had for the small coin of intercourse. And if my readers care to be just, they will please to remember that they have been spared many a he said and she said. Unhappily for me, there is no way of giving the delicate differences of those smiles. Much of what Gibbie perhaps felt the more that he could not say it, had got into the place where the smiles are made, and like a variety of pollens, had impregnated them with all shades and colours of expression, whose varied significance those who had known him longest, dividing and distinguishing, had gone far towards being able to interpret. In that which now shone on Mrs. Sclater, there was something, she said the next day to a friend, which no woman could resist, and which must come of his gentle blood. If she could have seen a few of his later ancestors at least, she would have doubted if they had anything to do with that smile, beyond its mere transmission from the first stock-father of gentleness. She responded, and from that moment the lady and the shepherd lad were friends. Now that a real introduction had taken place between them, and in her answering smile Gibbie had met the lady herself, he proceeded, in most natural sequence, without the smallest shyness or suspicion of rudeness, to make himself acquainted with the phenomena presenting her. As he would have gazed upon a rainbow, trying perhaps to distinguish the undistinguishable in the meeting and parting of its colours, only that here behind was the all-powerful love of his own, he began to examine the lady's face and form, dwelling and contemplating with eyes innocent as any baby's. This lasted, but did not last long before it began to produce in the lady a certain uncertain embarrassment, a something she did not quite understand, therefore could not account for, and did not like. Why should she mind eyes such as those making acquaintance with what a whole congregation might see any Sunday at church, or for that matter the whole city on Monday if it pleased to look upon her as she walked shopping in Pearl Street? Why indeed? Yet she began to grow restless, and feel as if she wanted to let down her veil. She could have risen and left the room, but she had no notion of being thus put to flight by her bear cub. She was ashamed that a woman of her age and experience should be so foolish, and besides, she wanted to come to an understanding with herself as to what herself meant by it. She did not feel that the boy was rude. She was not angry with him, as with one taking a liberty. Yet she did wish he would not look at her like that, and presently she was relieved. Her hands, which had been lying all the time in her lap, white upon black, had at length drawn and fixed Gibbie's attention. They were very ladylike hands, long-fingered, and with the orthodox long oval nails, each with a quarter segment of a pale rising moon at the root. Hands nearly faultless, and I suspect considered by their owner entirely such. But a really faultless hand, who has ever seen? To Gibbie's eyes they were such beautiful things, that after a moment or two spent in regarding them across the length of the hairy hearth-rug, he got up, took his footstool, crossed with it to the other side of the fire, set it down by Mrs. Sclater, and reseated himself. Without moving more than her fine neck, she looked down upon him curiously, wondering what would come next. And what did come next was, that he laid one of his hands on one of those that lay in the satin lap. Then, struck with the contrast between them, burst out laughing. But he neither withdrew his hand, nor showed the least shame of the hard, brown, tarry-seamed, strong, though rather small, prehensile member, with its worn and blackened nails, but let it calmly remain outspread, side by side with the white, shapely, spotless, gracious, and graceful thing, adorned in sign of the honour it possessed in being the hand of Mrs. Sclater (it was her favourite hand), with a half-hoop of fine blue-green turkises, and a limpid activity of many diamonds. She laughed also. Who could have helped it? That laugh would have set silver bells ringing in a responsive sympathy, and patted the lumpy thing, which, odd as the fact might be, was also called a hand, with short little pecking pats. She did not altogether like touching so painful a degeneracy from the ideal, but his very evident admiration of hers went far to reconcile her to his, as was but right, seeing a man's admirations go farther to denote him truly than the sort of hands or feet either he may happen to have received from this or that vanished ancestor. Still she found his presence, more than his proximity, discomposing, and was glad when Mr. Sclater, who, I forgot to mention, had left the room, returned and took Gibbie away to show him his, and instruct him what changes he must make upon his person in preparation for dinner. When Mrs. Sclater went to bed that night, she lay awake a good while thinking, and her main thought was, what could be the nature of the peculiar feeling which the stare of the boy had roused in her? Nor was it long before she began to suspect that, unlike her hand beside his, she showed to some kind of disadvantage beside the shepherd lad. Was it dissatisfaction then with herself that his look had waked? She was aware of nothing in which she had failed or been in the wrong of late. She never did anything to be called wrong, by herself that is, or indeed by her neighbours. She had never done anything very wrong, she thought, and anything wrong she had done was now afar away and so nearly forgotten that it seemed to have left her almost quite innocent. Yet the look of those blue eyes, searching without seeming to know it, made her feel something like the discomfort of a dream of expected visitors, with her house not quite in a condition to receive them. She must see to her hidden house. She must take dustpan and broom, and go about a little, for there are purifications in which king and cowboy must each serve himself. The things that come out of a man are they that defile him, and to get rid of them a man must go into himself, be a convict, and scrub the floor of his cell. Mrs. Sclater's cell was very tidy and respectable for a cell, but no human consciousness can be clean until it lies wide open to the eternal Chapter 41 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 41. Initiation. Mrs. Sclater's first piece of business the following morning was to take Gibbie to the most fashionable tailor in the city, and have him measured for such clothes as she judged suitable for a gentleman's son. As they went through the streets, going and returning, the handsome lady walking with the youth in the queer country-made clothes attracted no little attention, and most of the inhabitants who saw them, having by this time heard of the sudden importance of their old acquaintance, wee Sir Gibbie, and the search after him, were not long in divining the secret of the strange conjunction. But although Gibbie seemed as much at home with the handsome lady as if she had been his own mother, and walked by her side with a step and air as free as the wind from Glashgar, he felt anything but comfortable in his person. For here and there Tammy Breeks's seams came too close to his skin, and there are certain kinds of hardship which, though the sufferer be capable of the patience of Job, will yet fret. Gibbie could endure cold or wet or hunger, and sing like a mavis. He had borne pain upon occasion with at least complete submission, but the tight armholes of his jacket could hardly be such a decree of Providence as it was rebellion to interfere with, and therefore I do not relate what follows as a pure outcome of that benevolence in him which was yet equal to the sacrifice of the best fitting of garments. As they walked along Pearl Street, the handsomest street of the city, he darted suddenly from Mrs. Sclater's side, and crossed to the opposite pavement. She stood and looked after him, wondering. Hitherto he had broken out in no vagaries. As he ran, worse and worse, he began tugging at his jacket, and had just succeeded in getting it off as he arrived at the other side, in time to stop a lad of about his own size, who was walking barefooted and in his shirt-sleeves, if shirt or sleeves be a term applicable to anything visible upon him, with something of the air of the tailor who had just been waiting upon himself, but with as much kindness and attention as if the boy had been Donal Grant instead of a stranger. He held the jacket for him to put on. The lad lost no time in obeying, gave him one look and nod of gratitude, and ran down a flight of steps to a street below, never doubting his benefactor an idiot, and dreading some one to whom he belonged would be after him presently to reclaim the gift. Mrs. Sclater saw the proceeding with some amusement and a little foreboding. She did not mourn the fate of the jacket. Had it been the one she had just ordered, or anything like it, the loss would have been to her not insignificant. But was the boy altogether in his right mind? She in her black satin on the opposite pavement, and the lad scudding down the stair in the jacket, were of similar mind concerning the boy, who, in shirt-sleeves indubitable, now came bounding back across the wide street. He took his place by her side as if nothing had happened, only that he went along swinging his arms as if he had just been delivered from manacles. Having for so many years roamed the streets with scarcely any clothes at all, he had no idea of looking peculiar, and thought nothing more of the matter. But Mrs. Sclater soon began to find that even in regard to social externals she could never have had a readier pupil. He watched her so closely, and with such an appreciation of the difference in things of the kind between her and her husband, that for a short period he was in danger of falling into habits of movement and manipulation too dainty for a man, a fault happily none the less objectionable in the eyes of his instructress, that she, on her own part, carried the feminine a little beyond the limits of the natural. But here also she found him so readily set right, that she imagined she was going to do anything with him she pleased, and was not a little proud of her conquest and the power she had over the young savage. She had yet to discover that Gibbie had his own ideas too, that it was the general noble teachableness and affection of his nature that had brought about so speedy an understanding between them, in everything wherein he saw she could show him the better way, but that nowhere else would he feel bound or inclined to follow her injunctions. Much and strongly as he was drawn to her by her ladyhood, and the sense she gave him of refinement and familiarity with the niceties, he had no feeling that she had authority over him. So neglected in his childhood, so absolutely trusted by the cottagers, who had never found in him the slightest occasion for the exercise of authority, he had not an idea of owing obedience to any but the one. Gifted from the first with a heart of devotion, The will of the master set the will of the boy upon the throne of service, and what he had done from inclination he was now capable of doing against it, and would most assuredly do against it if ever occasion should arise. What other obedience was necessary to his perfection? For his father and mother and Donal he had reverence, profound and tender, and for no one else as yet among men, but at the same time something far beyond respect for every human shape and show. He would not, could not make any of the social distinctions which to Mr. and Mrs. Sclater seemed to belong to existence itself, and the recognition essential to the living of their lives, whence it naturally resulted that upon occasion he seemed to them devoid of the first rudiments of breeding, without respect or any notion of subordination. Mr. Sclater was conscientious in his treatment of him. The very day following that of their arrival, he set to work with him. He had been a tutor, was a good scholar and a sensible teacher, and soon discovered how to make the most of Gibbie's facility in writing. He was already possessed of a little Latin, and after having for some time accustomed him to translate from each language into the other, the minister began to think it might be of advantage to learning in general if at least half the boys and girls at school, and 3 parts of every Sunday congregation, were as dumb as Sir Gilbert Galbraith. When at length he set him to Greek, he was astonished at the avidity with which he learned it. He had hardly got him over tiptoe, when he found him one day so intent upon the Greek Testament, that, exceptionally keen of hearing as he was quite unaware that any one had entered the room. What Gibbie made of Mr. Sclater's prayers, either in congregational or family devotion, I am at some loss to imagine. Beside his memories of the direct fervid outpouring and appeal of Janet, in which she seemed to talk face to face with God, they must have seemed to him like the utterances of some curiously constructed wooden automaton, doing its best to pray, without any soul to be saved, any weakness to be made strong, any doubt to be cleared, any hunger to be filled. What can be less like religion than the prayers of a man whose religion is his profession, and who, if he were not in the church, would probably never pray at all? Gibbie, however, being the reverse of critical, must, I can hardly doubt, have seen in them a good deal more than was there, a pitiful faculty to the man who cultivates that of seeing in everything less than is there. To Mrs. Sclater it was at first rather depressing, and for a time grew more and more painful, to have a live silence by her side. But when she came into rapport with the natural utterance of the boy, his presence grew more like a constant speech, and that which was best in her was not unfrequently able to say for the boy what he would have said could he have spoken. The nobler part of her nature was in secret alliance with the thoughts and feelings of Gibbie. But this relation between them, though perceptible, did not become at all plain to her until after she had established more definite means of communication. Gibbie, for his part, full of the holy simplicities of the cottage, had a good many things to meet which disappointed, perplexed, and shocked him. Middling good people are shocked at the wickedness of the wicked. Gibbie, who knew both so well, and what ought to be expected, was shocked only at the wickedness of the righteous. He never came quite to understand Mr. Sclater. The inconsistent never can be understood. That only which has absolute reason in it can be understood of man. There is a bewilderment about
Chapter 42 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 42. Donal's lodging. Donal had not accompanied Mr. Sclater and his ward, as he generally styled him, to the city, but continued at the Mains until another herd boy should be found to take his place. All were sorry to part with him, but no one desired to stand in the way of his good fortune by claiming his service to the end of his half-year. It was about a fortnight after Gibbie's departure when he found himself free. His last night he spent with his parents on Glashgar, and the next morning set out in the moonlight to join the coach, with some cakes and a bit of fresh butter tied up in a cotton handkerchief. He wept at leaving them, nor was too much excited with the prospect before him to lay up his mother's parting words in his heart. For it is not every son that will not learn of his mother. He who will not goes to the school of Gideon. Those last words of Janet to her Donal were, "Noo, mind ye're no a winless stray," a straw dried on its root, "but a growing stalk 'at maun look till 's corn." When he reached the spot appointed, there already was the cart from the Mains, with his kist containing all his earthly possessions. They did not half fill it, and would have tumbled about in the great chest, had not the bounty of Mistress Jean complemented its space with provision, a cheese, a bag of oatmeal, some oat cakes, and a pound or two of the best butter in the world, for now that he was leaving them a herd boy no more, but a colliginer, and going to be a gentleman, it was right to be liberal. The box, whose ponderosity was unintelligible to its owner, having been hoisted, amid the smiles of the passengers, to the mid-region of the roof of the coach, Donal clambered after it, and took, for the first time in his life, his place behind 4 horses, to go softly rushing through the air towards endless liberty. It was to the young poet an hour of glorious birth, in which there seemed nothing too strange, nothing but what should have come. I fancy, when they die, many will find themselves more at home than ever they were in this world. But Donal is not the subject of my story, and I must not spend upon him. I will only say that his feelings on this grand occasion were the less satisfactory to himself, that, not being poet merely, but philosopher as well, he sought to understand them. The mere poet, the man-bird, would have been content with them in themselves. But if he who is both does not rise above both by learning obedience, he will have a fine time of it between them. The streets of the city at length received them with noise and echo. At the coach office Mr. Sclater stood waiting, welcomed him with dignity rather than kindness, hired a porter with his truck, whom he told where to take the chest, said Sir Gilbert would doubtless call on him the next day, and left him with the porter. It was a cold afternoon, the air half mist, half twilight. Donal followed the rattling, bumping truck over the stones, walking close behind it, almost in the gutter. They made one turning, went a long way through a narrow, sometimes crowded, Widdy hill, and stopped. The man opened a door, returned to the truck, and began to pull the box from it. Donal gave him effective assistance, and they entered with it between them. There was just light enough from a tallow candle with a wick like a red-hot mushroom, to see that they were standing in what appeared to Donal a house in most appalling disorder, but was in fact a furniture shop. The porter led the way up a dark stair, and Donal followed with his end of the trunk. At the top was a large room, into which the last of the day glimmered through windows covered with the smoke and dust of years, showing this also full of furniture, chiefly old. A lane through the furniture led along the room to a door at the other end. To Donal's eyes it looked a dreary place, but when the porter opened the other door, he saw a neat little room with a curtained bed, a carpeted floor, a fire burning in the grate, a kettle on the hob, and a table laid for tea. This was like a bit of a palace, for he had never in his life even looked into such a chamber. The porter set down his end of the chest, said, "Good night to ye," and walked out, leaving the door open. Knowing nothing about towns and the ways of them, Donal was yet a little surprised that there was nobody to receive him. He approached the fire and sat down to warm himself, taking care not to set his hob-nailed shoes on the grandeur of the little hearth-rug. A few moments, and he was startled by a slight noise, as of suppressed laughter. He jumped up. One of the curtains of his bed was strangely agitated, out leaped Gibbie from behind it, and threw his arms about him. Cratur, ye gae me sic a fleg," said Donal. "But losh, they hae made a gentleman o' ye already," he added, holding him at arm's length, and regarding him with wonder and admiration. A notable change had indeed passed upon Gibbie, mere externals considered, in that fortnight. He was certainly not so picturesque as before, yet the alteration was entirely delightful to Donal. Perhaps he felt it gave a good hope for the future of his own person. Mrs. Sclater had had his hair cut. His shirt was of the whitest of linen, his necktie of the richest of black silk, his clothes were of the newest cut and best possible fit, and his boots perfect. The result was altogether even to her satisfaction. In one thing only was she foiled. She could not get him to wear gloves. He had put on a pair, but found them so miserably uncomfortable that, in merry wrath, he pulled them off on the way home, and threw them, "The best kid," exclaimed Mrs. Sclater, "over the Pearl Bridge." Prudently fearful of overstraining her influence, she yielded for the present, and let him go without. Mr. Sclater had also hitherto exercised prudence in his demands upon Gibbie. Not that he desired anything less than unlimited authority with him, but knowing it would be hard to enforce, he sought to establish it by a gradual tightening of the rein, a slow encroachment of law upon the realms of disordered license. He had never yet refused to do anything he required of him, had executed entirely the tasks he set him, was more than respectful, and always ready. Yet somehow Mr. Sclater could never feel that the lad was exactly obeying him. He thought it over, but could not understand it, and did not like it, for he was fond of authority. Gibbie, in fact, did whatever was required of him from his own delight in meeting the wish expressed, not from any sense of duty or of obligation to obedience. The minister had no perception of what the boy was, and but a very small capacity for appreciating what was best in him, and had a foreboding suspicion that the time would come when they would differ. He had not told him that he was going to meet the coach, but Gibbie was glad to learn from Mrs. Sclater that such was his intention, for he preferred meeting Donal at his lodging. He had recognized the place at once from the minister's mention of it to his wife, having known the shop and its owner since ever he could remember himself. He loitered near until he saw Donal arrive, then crept after him and the porter up the stair, and when Donal sat down by the fire, got into the room and behind the curtain. The boys had then a jolly time of it. They made their tea, for which everything was present, and ate as boys know how, Donal enjoying the rarity of the white bread of the city, Gibbie, who had not tasted oatmeal since he came, devouring mother's cakes. When they had done, Gibbie, who had learned much since he came, looked about the room till he found a bell rope, and pulled it, whereupon the oddest looking old woman, not a hair altered from what Gibbie remembered her, entered, and with friendly chatter proceeded to remove the tray. Suddenly something arrested her, and she began to regard Gibbie with curious looks. In a moment she was sure of him, and a torrent of exclamations and reminiscences and appeals followed, which lasted, the two lads now laughing, now all but crying, for nearly an hour, while all the time the old woman kept doing and undoing about the hearth and the tea table. Donal asked many questions about his friend, and she answered freely, except as often as one approached his family, when she would fall silent, and bustle about as if she had not heard. Then Gibbie would look thoughtful and strange and a little sad, and a far-away gaze would come into his eyes, as if he were searching for his father in the other world. When the good woman at length left them, they uncorded Donal's kist, discovered the cause of its portentous weight, took out everything, put the provisions in a cupboard, arranged the few books, and then sat down by the fire for a read together. The hours slipped away. It was night, and still they sat and read. It must have been after 10 o'clock when they heard footsteps coming through the adjoining room. The door opened swiftly, in walked Mr. Sclater, and closed it behind him. His look was angry, severe enough for boys caught card-playing, or drinking, or reading something that was not divinity on a Sunday. Gibbie had absented himself without permission, had stayed away for hours, had not returned even when the hour of worship arrived, and these were sins against the respectability of his house, which no minister like Mr. Sclater could pass by. It mattered nothing what they were doing. It was all one when it got to midnight. Then it became revelling, and was sinful and dangerous, vulgar and ungentlemanly, giving the worst possible example to those beneath them. What could their landlady think? The very first night, and a lodger whom he had recommended. Such was the sort of thing with which Mr. Sclater overwhelmed the two boys. Donal would have pleaded in justification, or at least excuse, but he silenced him peremptorily. I suspect there had been some difference between Mrs. Sclater and him just before he left. How otherwise could he have so entirely forgotten his wise resolves anent Gibbie's gradual subjugation? When first he entered, Gibbie rose with his usual smile of greeting, and got him a chair. But he waved aside the attention with indignant indifference, and went on with his foolish reproof, unworthy of record except for Gibbie's following behaviour. Beaten down by the suddenness of the storm, Donal had never risen from his chair, but sat glowering into the fire. He was annoyed, vexed, half ashamed. With that readiness of the poetic nature to fit itself to any position, especially one suggested by an unjust judgment, he felt, with the worthy parson thus storming at him, almost as if guilty in everything laid to their joint charge. Gibbie, on his feet, looked the minister straight in the face. His smile of welcome, which had suddenly mingled itself with bewilderment, gradually faded into one of concern, then of pity, and by degrees died away altogether, leaving in its place a look of question. More and more settled his countenance grew, while all the time he never took his eyes off Mr. Sclater's, until its expression at length was that of pitiful, unconscious reproof, mingled with sympathetic shame. He had never met anything like this before, nothing low like this, for all injustice, and especially all that sort of which Janet called ding in the moats with a beam, is eternally low, had Gibbie seen in the holy temple of Glashgar. He had no way of understanding or interpreting it, save by calling to his aid the sad knowledge of evil gathered in his earliest years. Except in the Laird and Fergus and the gamekeeper, he had not, since fleeing from Lucky Croale's house, seen a trace of unreasonable anger in any one he knew. Robert or Janet had never scolded him. He might go and come as he pleased. The night was sacred as the day in that dear house. His father, even when most overcome by the wicked thing, had never scolded him. The boys remaining absolutely silent, the minister had it all his own way. But before he had begun to draw to a close, across the blinding mists of his fog-breeding wrath, he began to be aware of the shining of two heavenly lights, the eyes, namely, of the dumb boy fixed upon him. They jarred him a little in his onward course. They shook him as if with a doubt. The feeling undefined slowly grew to a notion, first obscure, then plain. They were eyes of reproof that were fastened upon his. At the first suspicion his anger flared up more fierce than ever, but it was a flare of a doomed flame. Slowly the rebuke told, was telling. The self-satisfied in the rightness, a very different thing from righteousness, of the man was sinking before the innocent difference of the boy. He began to feel awkward. He hesitated. He ceased. For the moment Gibbie, unconsciously, had conquered. Without knowing it, he was the superior of the two, and Mr. Sclater had begun to learn that he could never exercise authority over him. But the worldly wise man will not seem to be defeated even where he knows he is. If he do give in, he will make it look as if it came of the proper motion of his own goodness. After a slight pause, the minister spoke again, but with the changed tone of one who has had an apology made to him, whose anger is appeased, and who therefore acts the Neptune over the billows of his own sea. That was the way he would slide out of it. "Donal Grant," he said, "you had better go to bed at once, and get fit for your work to-morrow. I will go with you to call upon the principal. Take care you are not out of the way when I come for you. Get your cap, Sir Gilbert, and come. Mrs. Sclater was already very uneasy about you when I left her." Gibbie took from his pocket the 2 ivory tablets Mrs. Sclater had given him, wrote the following words, and handed them to the minister. "Dear Sir, I am going to sleep this night with Donal. The bed is big enough for 2. Good night, sir." For a moment the minister's wrath seethed again. Like a volcano, however, that has sent out a puff of steam, but holds back its lava, he thought better of it. Here was a chance of retiring with grace, in well-conducted retreat, instead of headlong rout. "Then be sure you are home by lesson time," he said. "Donal can come with you. Good night. Mind you don't keep each other awake." Donal said, "Good night, sir," and Gibbie gave him a serious and respectful nod. He left the room, and the boys turned and looked at each other. Donal's countenance expressed an indignant sense of wrong, but Gibbie's revealed a more profound concern. He stood motionless, intent on the receding steps of the minister. The moment the sound of them ceased, he darted soundlessly after him. Donal, who from Mr. Sclater's reply had understood what Gibbie had written, was astonished, and starting to his feet followed him. By the time he reached the door, Gibbie was past the second lamp, his shadow describing a huge half-circle around him, as he stole from lamp to lamp after the minister, keeping always a lamp-post still between them. When the minister turned a corner, Gibbie made a soundless dart to it, and peeped around, lingered a moment looking, then followed again. On and on went Mr. Sclater, and on went Gibbie, careful constantly not to be seen by him, and on went Donal, careful to be seen of neither. They went a long way, as he thought, for to the country boy distance between houses seemed much greater than between dykes or hedges. At last the minister went up the steps of a handsome house, took a key from his pocket, and opened the door. From some impulse or other, as he stepped in, he turned sharp round, and saw Gibbie. "Come in," he said in a loud, authoritative tone, probably taking the boy's appearance for the effect of repentance, and a desire to return to his own bed. Gibbie lifted his cap, and walked quietly on towards the other end of Daur Street. Donal dared not follow, for Mr. Sclater stood between, looking out. Presently, however, the door shut with a great bang, and Donal was after Gibbie like a hound. But Gibbie had turned a corner, and was gone from his sight. Donal turned a corner too, but it was a wrong corner. Concluding that Gibbie had turned another corner ahead of him, he ran on and on, in the vanishing hope of catching sight of him again. But he was soon satisfied he had lost him, nor him only, but himself as well, for he had not the smallest idea how to return, even as far as the minister's house. It rendered the matter considerably worse that, having never heard the name of the street where he lodged but once, when the minister gave direction to the porter, he had utterly forgotten it. So there he was, out in the night, astray in the streets of a city of many tens of thousands, in which he had never till that day set foot, never before having been in any larger abode of men than a scattered village of thatched roofs. But he was not tired, and so long as a man is not tired he can do well, even in pain. But a city is a dreary place at night, even to one who knows his way in it, much drearier to one lost, in some respects drearier than a heath, except there be old mine shafts in it. It's as gien all the birds o' a country had creepit intil their bit eggs again, and the day was left bare o' sang, said the poet to himself as he walked. Night amongst houses was a new thing to him. Night on the hillsides and in the fields he knew well, but this was like a place of tombs. What else, when all were dead for the night? The night is the world's graveyard, and the cities are its catacombs. He repeated to himself all his own few ballads, then repeated them aloud as he walked, indulging the fancy that he had a long audience on each side of him, but he dropped into silence the moment any night wanderer appeared. Presently he found himself on the shore of the river, and tried to get to the edge of the water, but it was low tide, the lamps did not throw much light so far, the moon was clouded. He got among logs and mud, and regained the street bemired, and beginning to feel weary. He was saying to himself, whatever was he to do all the night long, when round a corner a little way off came a woman. It was no use asking counsel of her, however, or of anyone, he thought, so long as he did not know even the name of the street he wanted, a street which, as he walked along it, had seemed interminable. The woman drew near. She was rather tall, erect in the back, but bowed in the shoulders, with fierce black eyes, which were all that he could see of her face, for she had a little tartan shawl over her head, which she held together with one hand, while in the other she carried a basket. But those eyes were enough to make him fancy he must have seen her before. They were just passing each other under a lamp, when she looked hard at him, and stopped. "Man," she said, "I set eyen upo' your face afore." "Gien that be the case," answered Donal, "ye set eyen upo' 't again." "Whaur come ye frae?" she asked. "That's what I wad fain speir mysel'," he replied. "But, woman," he went on, "I fancy I hae set eyen upo' your eyen afore. I canna weel say for your face. Whaur come ye frae?" "Ken ye a place they ca' Daurside?" she rejoined. "Daurside's a gey lang place," answered Donal, "an' this maun be aboot the tae en' o' 't, I'm thinking." "Ye're no far wrang there," she returned, "an' ye hae a gey gleg tongue i' your heid for a lad frae Daurside." "I never heard 'at tongues were cuttit shorter there nor ither gaits," said Donal, "but I didna mean ye ony offence." "There's nane ta'en, nor like to be," answered the woman. "Ken ye a place they ca' Mains o' Glashruach?" As she spoke, she let go her shawl, and it opened from her face like two curtains. "Lord, it's the witch-wife!" answered Donal, retreating a pace in his astonishment. The woman burst into a great laugh, a hard, unmusical, but not unmirthful laugh. "Ay," she said, "was that who the folk would hae to me?" "It wasna muckle won'er, efter ye came wadin' through water yeds deep, and syne gaed doon the spate on a brenner." "Weel, it was the maddest thing," she returned, with another laugh, which stopped abruptly. "I wouldna dee the like again to save my life. But the michty carried me through. And who's we, Sir Gibbie? Come in, I dinna ken your name, but we're jist at the door o' my bit garret. Come quiet up the stair, and tell me aboot it." "Weel, I wadna be sorry to rest a bit, for I hae tint mysel' a'thegither, an' I'm some tiret," answered Donal. "I but left the Mains this treen." "Come in and welcome, an' whan ye rested, as I'm rid o' my basket, I'll soon pit ye i' the gate to hame." Donal was too tired and too glad to be once more in the company of a human being to pursue further explanation at present. He followed her, as quietly as he could, up the dark stair. When she struck a light, he saw a little garret room, better than decently furnished, it seemed to the youth from the hills, though his mother would have thought it far from tidy. The moment the woman got a candle lighted, she went to a cupboard, and brought thence a bottle and a glass. When Donal declined the whisky she poured out, she seemed disappointed, and setting down the glass, let it stand. But when she had seated herself and begun to relate her adventures in quest of Gibbie, she drew it towards her, and sipped as she talked. Some day she would tell him, she said, the whole story of her voyage on the brander, which would make him laugh. It made her laugh, even now, when it came back to her in her bed at night, though she was far enough from laughing at the time. Then she told him a great deal about Gibbie and his father. "Ah, no," remarked Donal, "he'll be thinking 't a' ower again, as he rins aboot the toon this very minute, luikin' for me." "Dinna ye trouble yersel aboot him," said the woman. "He kens the toon as weel's any rotten kens the drains o't." "But whaur div ye pit up?" she asked, "for it's time dacent folk was goin' to their beds." Donal explained that he knew neither the name of the street nor of the people where he was lodging. "Tell me this or that, something, onything about the hoose or the folk, or what they're like, and it may be 'at I'll ken them," she said. But scarcely had he begun his description of the house when she cried, "Hoot, man! It's at Lucky Murkison's ye are, in the Widdy Hill. Come awa, and I'se take ye hame in a jiffy." So saying, she rose, took the candle, showed him down the stair, and followed. It was past midnight, and the moon was down, but the street lamps were not yet extinguished, and they walked along without anything to interrupt their conversation, chiefly about Sir Gibbie and Sir George. But perhaps if Donal had known the cause of Gibbie's escape from the city, and that the dread thing had taken place in this woman's house, he would not have walked quite so close to her. Poor Mistress Croale, however, had been nowise to blame for that, and the shock it gave her had even done something to check the rate of her downhill progress. It let her see, with a lightning flash from the pit, how wide the rent now yawned between her and her former respectability. She continued, as we know, to drink whisky, and was not unfrequently overcome by it. But in her following life as a pedlar, she measured her madness more, and much in the open air, and walking a great deal, with a basket sometimes heavy, her indulgence did her less physical harm. Her temper recovered a little, she regained a portion of her self-command, and at the close of those years of wandering she was less of a ruin, both mentally and spiritually, than at their commencement. When she received her £100 for the finding of Sir Gibbie, she rented a little shop in the gallery of the market, where she sold such things as she had carried about the country, adding to her stock upon the likelihood of demand, without respect to unity either conventional or real in the character of the wares she associated. The interest and respectability of this new start in life made a little fresh opposition to the inroads of her besetting sin, so that now she did not consume as much whisky in 3 days as she did in 1 when she had her houff on the shore. Some people seem to have been drinking all their lives, of necessity getting more and more into the power of the enemy, but without succumbing at a rapid rate, having even their times of uplifting and betterment. Mistress Croale's complexion was a little clearer, her eyes were less fierce, her expression was more composed. Some of the women who, like her, had shops in the market, had grown a little friendly with her, and, which was of more valuable significance, she had come to be not a little regarded by the poor women of the lower parts behind the market, who were in the way of dealing with her. For the moment a customer of this class, and she had but few of any other, appeared at her shop, or covered stall rather, she seemed in spirit to go outside the counter and buy with her, giving her the best counsel she had, now advising the cheaper, now the dearer of 2 articles, while now and then one could tell of having been sent by her to another shop, where in the particular case she could do better. A love of affairs, no doubt, bore a part in this peculiarity, but there is all the difference between the two ways of embodying activity, to one's own advantage only, and to the advantage of one's neighbour as well. For my part, if I knew a woman behaved to her neighbours as Mistress Croale did to hers, were she the worst of drunkards in between, I could not help both respecting and loving her. Alas, that such virtue is so portentously scarce! There are so many that are sober for one that is honest. Deep are the depths of social degradation to which the clean, purifying light yet reaches, and lofty are the heights of social honour, where yet the light is nothing but darkness. Any thoughtful person who knew Mistress Croale's history would have feared much for her, and hoped a little. Her so-called fate was still undecided. In the meantime she made a living, did not get into debt, spent an inordinate portion of her profits in drink, but had regained and was keeping up a kind and measure of respectability. Before they reached the Widdiehill, Donal, with the open heart of a poet, was full of friendliness to her, and rejoiced in the mischance that had led him to make her acquaintance. "Ye ken, of course," he happened to say, "'at Gibbie's wi' Master Sclater." "Weel eneuch," she answered. "I hae seen him tee, but he's a grand gentleman grown, and I wadna have liked to be affronted layin' claim to his acquaintance, welcome as he ance was to my hoose." She had more reason for the doubt and hesitation she thus expressed than Donal knew, but his answer was none the less true, as one regarded his friend. "Ye little ken Gibbie," he said, "gien ye think that gey to him, gang ye go to the minister's door and speir for him. He'll be doon the stair like a shot. But 'deed maybe he's come back, and's in my chamber the noo. Ye'll come up the stair and see." "Na, I wunna dee that," said Mistress Croale, who did not wish to face Mistress Murkison, well known to her in the days of her comparative prosperity. She pointed out the door to him, but herself stood on the other side of the way, till she saw it opened by her old friend in her nightcap, and heard her make jubilee over his return. Gibbie had come home and gone out again to look for him, she said. "Weel," remarked Donal, "there wad be sma good in me gaein' to look for him. It wad be but the sheep gaein' to look for the shepherd." "Ye're richt there," said his landlady. "A tint bairns sud aye sit doon and sit still." "Weel, ye gang till your bed, mem," returned Donal. "Lat me see hoo your door works, and I'll let him in when he comes." Gibbie came within an hour, and all was well. They made their communication, of which Donal's was far the more interesting, had their laugh over the affair, and went to bed. Chapter 43 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 43. The Minister's Defeat. The minister's wrath, when he found he had been followed home by Gibbie, who yet would not enter the house, instantly rose in redoubled strength. He was ashamed to report the affair to Mrs. Sclater, just as it had passed. He was but a married old bachelor, and fancied he must keep up his dignity in the eyes of his wife, not having yet learned that, if a man be true, his friends and lovers will see to his dignity. So his anger went on smouldering all night long, and all through his sleep, without a touch of cool assuagement, and in the morning he rose with his temper very feverish. During breakfast he was gloomy, but would confess to no inward annoyance. What added to his unrest was that, though he felt insulted, he did not know what precisely the nature of the insult was. Even in his wrath he could scarcely set down Gibbie's following of him to a glorying mockery of his defeat. Doubtless, for a man accustomed to deal with affairs, to rule over a parish, for one who generally has his way in the kirk session, and to whom his wife showed becoming respect, it was scarcely fitting that the rude behaviour of an ignorant country dummy should affect him so much. He ought to have been above such injury. But the lad whom he so regarded had first with his mere looks lowered him in his own eyes, then showed himself beyond the reach of his reproof by calmly refusing to obey him, and then become unintelligible by following him like a creature over whom surveillance was needful. The more he thought of this last, the more inexplicable it seemed to become, except on the notion of deliberate insult. And the worst was, that henceforth he could expect to have no power at all over the boy. If it was like this already, how would it be in the time to come? If, on the other hand, he were to re-establish his authority at the cost of making the boy hate him, then, the moment he was of age, his behaviour would be that of a liberated enemy. He would go straight to the dogs, and his money with him. The man of influence and scheme did well to be annoyed. Gibbie made his appearance at 10 o'clock, and went straight to the study, where at that hour the minister was always waiting him. He entered with his own smile, bending his head in morning salutation. The minister said, "Good morning," but gruffly, and without raising his eyes from the last publication of the Spalding Club. Gibbie seated himself in his usual place, arranged his book and slate, and was ready to commence, when the minister, having now summoned resolution, lifted his head, fixed his eyes on him, and said sternly, "Sir Gilbert, what was your meaning in following me after refusing to accompany me?" Gibbie's face flushed. Mr. Sclater believed he saw him for the first time ashamed of himself. His hope rose, his courage grew. He augured victory and a re-established throne. He gathered himself up in dignity, prepared to overwhelm him. But Gibbie showed no hesitation. He took his slate instantly, found his pencil, wrote, and handed the slate to the minister. There stood these words: "I thought you was drunk." Mr. Sclater started to his feet, the hand which held the offending document uplifted, his eyes flaming, his cheeks white with passion, and with the flat of the slate came down a great blow on the top of Gibbie's head. Happily the latter was the harder of the two, and the former broke, flying mostly out of the frame. It took Gibbie terribly by surprise. Half stunned, he started to his feet, and for one moment the wild beast which was in him, as it is in everybody, rushed to the front of its cage. It would have gone ill then with the minister, had not as sudden a change followed. The very same instant, it was as if an invisible veil, woven of gracious air and odour and dew, had descended upon him. The flame of his wrath went out, quenched utterly. A smile of benignest compassion overspread his countenance. In his offender he saw only a brother. But Mr. Sclater saw no brother before him, for when Gibbie rose he drew back to better his position, and so doing made it an awkward one indeed. For it happened occasionally that, the study being a warm room, Mrs. Sclater on a winter evening sat there with her husband, whence it came that on the floor squatted a low footstool, subject to not unfrequent clerical imprecation. When he stepped back, he trod on the edge of it, stumbled, and fell. Gibbie darted forward. A part of the minister's body rested upon the stool, and its elevation made the first movement necessary to rising rather difficult, so that he could not at once get off his back. What followed was the strangest act for a Scotch boy, but it must be kept in mind how limited were his means of expression. He jumped over the prostrate minister, who the next moment, seeing his face, bent over him from behind, and seized, like the gamekeeper, with suspicion born of his violence, raised his hands to defend himself, and made a blow at him. Gibbie avoided it, laid hold of his arms inside each elbow, clamped them to the floor, kissed him on forehead and cheek, and began to help him up like a child. Having regained his legs, the minister stood for a moment, confused and half blinded. The first thing he saw was a drop of blood stealing down Gibbie's forehead. He was shocked at what he had done. In truth, he had been frightfully provoked, but it was not for a clergyman so to avenge an insult, and as mere chastisement it was brutal. What would Mrs. Sclater say to it? The rascal was sure to make his complaint to her, and there too was his friend, the herd lad, in the drawing-room with her. "Go and wash your face," he said, "and come back again directly." Gibbie put his hand to his face, and feeling something wet, looked, and burst into a merry laugh. "I am sorry I have hurt you," said the minister, not a little relieved at the sound. "But how dared you write such an insolence? A clergyman never gets drunk." Gibbie picked up the frame which the minister had dropped in his fall. A piece of the slate was still sticking in one side, and he wrote upon it, "I will know better the next time. I thought it was always whiskey that made people like that. I beg your pardon, sir." He handed him the fragment, ran to his own room, returned presently, looking all right, and when Mr. Sclater would have attended to his wound, would not let him even look at it, laughing at the idea. Still further relieved to find there was nothing to attract observation to the injury, and yet more ashamed of himself, the minister made haste to the refuge of their work. But it did not require the gleam of the paper substituted for the slate to keep him that morning in remembrance of what he had done. Indeed, it hovered about him long after the grey of the new slate had passed into a dark blue. From that time, after luncheon, which followed immediately upon lessons, Gibbie went and came as he pleased. Mrs. Sclater begged he would never be out after 10 o'clock, without having let them know that he meant to stay all night with his friend. Not once did he neglect this request, and they soon came to have perfect confidence, not only in any individual promise he might make, but in his general punctuality. Mrs. Sclater never came to know anything of his wounded head, and it gave the minister a sharp sting of compunction, as well as increased his sense of moral inferiority, when he saw that for a fortnight or so he never took his favourite place at her feet, evidently that she should not look down on his head. The same evening they had friends to dinner. Already Gibbie was so far civilized, as they called it, that he might have sat at any dining table without attracting the least attention. But that evening he attracted a great deal, for he could scarcely eat his own dinner for watching the needs of those at the table with him, ready to spring from his chair and supply the least lack. This behaviour naturally harassed the hostess, and at last, upon one of those occasions, the servants happening to be out of the room, she called him to her side and said, "You were quite right to do that now, Gilbert, but please never do such a thing when the servants are in the room. It confuses them, and makes us all uncomfortable." Gibbie heard her with obedient ear, but took the words as containing express permission to wait upon the company in the absence of other ministration. When therefore the servants finally disappeared, as was the custom there in small households, immediately after placing the dessert, Gibbie got up, and much to the amusement of the guests, waited on them as quite a matter of course. But they would have wondered could they have looked into the heart of the boy, and beheld the spirit in which the thing was done, the soil in which was hid the root of the service, for to him the whole thing was sacred, as an altar rite to the priest who ministers. Round and round the table, deft and noiseless, he went, altogether aware of the pleasure of the thing, not at all of its oddity, which, however, had he understood it perfectly, he would not in the least have minded. All this may, both in Gibbie and the narrative, seem trifling, but I more than doubt whether, until our small services are sweet with divine affection, our great ones, if such we are capable of, will ever have the true Christian flavour about them. And then such eagerness to pounce upon every smallest opportunity of doing the will of the Master could not fail to further proficiency in the service throughout. Presently the ladies rose, and when they had left the room, the host asked Gibbie to ring the bell. He obeyed with alacrity, and a servant appeared. She placed the utensils for making and drinking toddy, after Scotch custom, upon the table. A shadow fell upon the soul of Gibbie. For the first time since he ran from the city, he saw the well-known appointments of midnight orgy, associated in his mind with all the horrors from which he had fled. The memory of old nights in the street, as he watched for his father and then helped him home, of his father's last prayer, drinking and imploring, of his white, motionless face the next morning, of the row at Lucky Crowell's, and poor Black Samble's gaping throat, all these horrible things came back upon him as he stood staring at the tumblers and the wine glasses and the steaming kettle. "What is the girl thinking of?" exclaimed the minister, who had been talking to his next neighbour, when he heard the door close behind the servant. "She has actually forgotten the whiskey. Sir Gilbert," he went on, with a glance at the boy, "as you are so good, will you oblige me by bringing the bottle from the sideboard?" Gibbie started at the sound of his name, but did not move from the place. After a moment, the minister, who had resumed the conversation, thinking he had not heard him, looked up. There, between the foot of the table and the sideboard, stood Gibbie, as if fixed to the floor, gazing out of his blue eyes at the minister, those eyes filmy with gathering tears, the smile utterly faded from his countenance. Would the Master have drunk out of that bottle? He was thinking with himself. Imagining some chance remark had hurt the boy's pride, and not altogether sorry, it gave hope of the gentleman he wanted to make of him, Mr. Sclater spoke again. "It's just behind you, Sir Gilbert, the whiskey bottle, that purple one with a silver top." Gibbie never moved, but his eyes began to run over. A fearful remembrance of the blow he had given him on the head rushed back on Mr. Sclater. Could it be the consequence of that? Was the boy paralyzed? He was on the point of hurrying to him, but restrained himself, and rising with deliberation, approached the sideboard. A nearer sight of the boy's face reassured him. "I beg your pardon, Sir Gilbert," he said. "I thought you would not mind waiting on us as well as on the ladies. It is your own fault, you know. There," he added, pointing to the table, "take your place, and have a little toddy. It won't hurt you." The eyes of all the guests were by this time fixed on Gibbie. What could be the matter with the curious creature, they wondered. His gentle merriment and quiet delight in waiting upon them had given a pleasant concussion to the spirits of the party, which had at first threatened to be a rather stiff and dull one. And there now was the boy all at once looking as if he had received a blow, or some cutting insult which he did not know how to resent. Between the agony of refusing to serve, and the impossibility of putting his hand to unclean ministration, Gibbie had stood as if spellbound. He would have thought little of such horrors in Lucky Crowell's house, but the sight of the things here terrified him. He felt as a Corinthian Christian must, catching a sight of one of the elders of the church feasting in a temple. But the last words of the minister broke the painful charm. He burst into tears, and darting from the room, not a little to his guardian's relief, hurried to his own. The guests stared, bewildered. "He'll be gone to the ladies," said their host. He's an odd creature. Mrs. Sclater understands him better than I do. He's more at home with her." Therewith he proceeded to tell them his history, and whence the interest he had in him, not bringing down his narrative beyond the afternoon of the preceding day. The next morning Mrs. Sclater had a talk with him concerning his whim of waiting at table, telling him he must not do so again. It was not the custom for gentlemen to do the things that servants were paid to do. It was not fair to the servants, and so on, happening to end with an utterance of mild wonder at his fancy for such a peculiarity. This exclamation Gibbie took for a question, or at least the expression of a desire to understand the reason of the thing. He went to a side table, and having stood there a moment or two, returned with a New Testament, in which he pointed out the words, "But I am among you as he that serveth." Giving her just time to read them, he took the book again, and in addition presented the words, "The disciple is not above his master, but every one that is perfect shall be as his master." Mrs. Sclater was as much put out as if he had been guilty of another and worse indiscretion. The idea of anybody ordering his common doings, not to say his oddities, by principles drawn from a source far too sacred to be practically regarded, was too preposterous to have ever become even a notion to her. Henceforth, however, it was a mote to trouble her mind's eye, a mote she did not get rid of until it began to turn to a glimmer of light. I need hardly add that Gibbie was
Chapter 44 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 44. The Sinner. No man can order his life, for it comes flowing over him from behind. But if it lay before us, and we could watch its current approaching from a long distance, what could we do with it before it had reached the now? In likewise a man thinks foolishly who imagines he could have done this and that with his own character and development, if he had but known this and that in time. Were he as good as he thinks himself wise, he could but at best have produced a fine cameo in very low relief. With a work in the round, which he is meant to be, he could have done nothing. The one secret of life and development is not to devise and plan, but to fall in with the forces at work, to do every moment's duty aright, that being the part in the process allotted to us, and let come, not what will, for there is no such thing, but what the eternal thought wills for each of us, has intended in each of us from the first. If men would but believe that they are in process of creation and consent to be made, let the Maker handle them as the potter his clay, yielding themselves in respondent motion and submissive hopeful action with the turning of his wheel, they would ere long find themselves able to welcome every pressure of that hand upon them, even when it was felt in pain, and sometimes not only to believe but to recognize the divine end in view, the bringing of a son into glory. Whereas, behaving like children who struggle and scream while their mother washes and dresses them, they find they have to be washed and dressed notwithstanding, and with the more discomfort. They may even have to find themselves set half naked and but half dried in a corner to come to their right minds and ask to be finished. At this time neither Gibbie nor Donal strove against his creation, what the wise of this world call their fate. In truth, Gibbie never did, and for Donal the process was at present in a stage much too agreeable to rouse any inclination to resist. He enjoyed his new phase of life immensely. If he did not distinguish himself as a scholar, it was not because he neglected his work, but because he was at the same time doing that by which alone the water could ever rise in the well he was digging. He was himself growing. Far too eager after knowledge to indulge in emulation, he gained no prizes, What had he to do with how much or how little those around him could eat as compared with himself? No work noble or lastingly good can come of emulation any more than of greed. I think the motives are spiritually the same. To excite it is worthy only of the commonplace vulgar schoolmaster, whose ambition is to show what fine scholars he can turn out, that he may get the more pupils. Emulation is the devil-shadow of aspiration. The set of the current in the schools is at present towards a boundless swamp, but the wise among the scholars see it, and wisdom is the tortoise which shall win the race. In the meantime, how many with the legs and the brain of the hare will think they are gaining it, while they are losing things whose loss will make any prize unprized? The result of Donal's work appeared but very partially in his examinations, which were honest and honourable to him. It was hidden in his thoughts, his aspirations, his growth, and his verse, all which may be seen should I one day tell Donal's story. For Gibbie, the minister had not long been teaching him, before he began to desire to make a scholar of him. Partly from being compelled to spend some labour upon it, the boy was gradually developing an unusual facility in expression. His teacher, compact of conventionalities, would have modelled the result upon some writer imagined by him a master of style. But the hurtful folly never got any hold of Gibbie. All he ever cared about was to say what he meant, and avoid saying something else; to know when he had not said what he meant, and to set the words right. It resulted that, when people did not understand what he meant, the cause generally lay with them, not with him, and that if they sometimes smiled over his mode, it was because it lay closer to nature than theirs. They would have found it a hard task to improve it. What the fault with his organs of speech was, I cannot tell. His guardian lost no time in having them examined by a surgeon in high repute, a professor of the university. But Dr. Skinner's opinion put an end to question and hope together. Gibbie was not in the least disappointed. He had got on very well as yet without speech. It was not like sight or hearing. The only voice he could not hear was his own, and that was just the one he had neither occasion nor desire to hear. As to his friends, those who had known him the longest minded his dumbness the least. But the moment the defect was understood to be irreparable, Mrs. Sclater very wisely proceeded to learn the finger speech, and as she learned it, she taught it to Gibbie. As to his manners, which had been and continued to be her chief care, a certain disappointment followed her first rapid success. She never could get them to take on the case-hardening needful for what she counted the final polish. They always retained a certain simplicity which she called childishness. It came, in fact, of childlikeness, but the lady was not child enough to distinguish the difference, as great as that between the back and the front of a head. As then the minister found him incapable of forming a style, though time soon proved him capable of producing one, so the minister's wife found him as incapable of putting on company manners of any sort, as most people are incapable of putting them off, without being rude. It was disappointing to Mrs. Sclater, but Gibbie was just as content to appear what he was, as he was unwilling to remain what he was. Being dumb, she would say to herself he would pass in any society, but if he had had his speech, she never could have succeeded in making him a thorough gentleman. He would have always been saying the right thing in the wrong place. By the wrong place, she meant the place where alone the thing could have any pertinence. In after years, however, Gibbie's manners were, whether pronounced such or not, almost universally felt to be charming. But Gibbie knew nothing of his manners, any more than of the style in which he wrote. One night, on their way home from an evening party, the minister and his wife had a small difference, probably about something of as little real consequence to them as the knowledge of it is to us, but by the time they reached home, they had got to the very summit of politeness with each other. Gibbie was in the drawing-room, as it happened, waiting their return. At the first sound of their voices, he knew, before a syllable reached him, that something was wrong. When they entered, they were too much engrossed in difference to heed his presence, and went on disputing, with the utmost external propriety of words and demeanour, but with both injury and a sense of injury in every tone. Had they looked at Gibbie, I cannot think they would have been silenced, but, while neither of them dared turn eyes the way of him, neither had moral strength sufficient to check the words that rose to the lips. A discreet, socially wise boy would have left the room, but how could Gibbie abandon his friends to the fiery darts of the wicked one? He ran to the side table before mentioned. With a vague presentiment of what was coming, Mrs. Sclater, feeling rather than seeing him move across the room like a shadow, sat in dread expectation, and presently her fear arrived in the shape of a large New Testament, and a face of loving sadness and keen discomfort, such as she had never before seen Gibbie wear. He held out the book to her, pointing with a finger to the words. She could not refuse to let her eyes fall upon them. "Have salt in yourselves, and have peace one with another." What Gibbie made of the salt I do not know, and whether he understood it or not was of little consequence, seeing he had it. But the rest of the sentence he understood so well that he would fain have the writhing yoke-fellows think of it. The lady's cheeks had been red before, but now they were redder. She rose, cast an angry look at the dumb prophet, a look which seemed to say, "How dare you suggest such a thing?" and left the room. "What have you got there?" asked the minister, turning sharply upon him. Gibbie showed him the passage. "What have you got to do with it?" he retorted, throwing the book on the table. "Go to bed." A detestable prig, you say, reader? That is just what Mr. and Mrs. Sclater thought him that night, but they never quarrelled again before him. In truth, they were not given to quarrelling. Many couples who love each other more, quarrel more, and with less politeness. For Gibbie, he went to bed, puzzled, and afraid there must be a beam in his eye. The very first time Donal and he could manage it, they set out together to find Mistress Croale. Donal thought he had nothing to do but walk straight from Mistress Murkison's door to hers, but to his own annoyance, and the disappointment of both, he soon found he had not a notion left as to how the place lay, except that it was by the river. So, as it was already rather late, they put off their visit to another time, and took a walk instead. But Mistress Croale, haunted by old memories, most of them far from pleasant, grew more and more desirous of looking upon the object of perhaps the least disagreeable amongst them. She summoned resolution at last, went to the market a little better dressed than usual, and when business there was over, and she had shut up her little box of a shop, walked to Daur Street, to the minister's house. "He's often enough crossed my door," she said to herself, speaking of Mr. Sclater, "and though, well I wot, the sight o' him never boded me anything but ill, I never loot him ken he was less nor welcome. And gien being a minister gies the freedom o' poor folks' houses, it ought in the niffer to gie them the freedom o' his." Therewith encouraging herself, she walked up the steps and rang the bell. It was a cold, frosty, winter evening, and as she stood waiting for the door to be opened, much the poor woman longed for her own fireside and a dram. Her period of expectation was drawn out not a little through the fact that the servant whose duty it was to answer the bell was just then waiting at table. Because of a public engagement, the minister had to dine earlier than usual. They were in the middle of their soup, cocky-leaky, nice and hot, when the maid informed her master that a woman was at the door, wanting to see Sir Gilbert. Gibbie looked up, put down his spoon, and was rising to go, when the minister, laying his hand on his arm, pressed him gently back to his chair, and Gibbie yielded, waiting. "What sort of a woman?" he asked the girl. "A decent-looking, working-like body," she answered. "I couldna see her very well. It's sae foggy the night about the door." "Tell her we're at dinner. She may call again in an hour. Or if she likes to leave a message. Stay, tell her to come again to-morrow morning. I wonder who she is," he added, turning, he thought, to Gibbie. But Gibbie was gone. He had passed behind his chair, and all he saw of him was his back as he followed the girl from the room. In his eagerness he left the door open, and they saw him dart to the visitor, shake hands with her in evident delight, and begin pulling her towards the room. Now Mistress Croale, though nowise inclined to quail before the minister, would not willingly have intruded herself upon him, especially while he sat at dinner with his rather formidable lady. But she fancied, for she stood where she could not see into the dining-room, that Gibbie was taking her where they might have a quiet news together, and, occupied with her bonnet or some other source of feminine disquiet, remained thus mistaken until she stood on the threshold, when, looking up, she started, stopped, made an obedience to the minister, and another to the minister's lady, and stood doubtful, if not a little abashed. "Not here, my good woman," said Mr. Sclater, rising. "Oh, it's you, Mistress Croale. I will speak to you in the hall." Mistress Croale's face flushed, and she drew back a step. But Gibbie still held her, and with a look to Mr. Sclater that should have sent straight to his heart the fact that she was dear to his soul, kept drawing her into the room. He wanted her to take his chair at the table. It passed swiftly through her mind that one who had been so intimate both with Sir George and Sir Gibbie in the old time, and had given the latter his tea every Sunday night for so long, might surely, even in such changed circumstances, be allowed to enter the same room with him, however grand it might be, and involuntarily almost she yielded half a doubtful step, while Mr. Sclater, afraid of offending Sir Gilbert, hesitated on the advance to prevent her. How friendly the warm air felt! How consoling the crimson walls with the soft flicker of the great fire upon them! How delicious the odour of the cocky leekie! She could give up whiskey a good deal more easily, she thought, if she had the comforts of a minister to fall back upon. And this was the same minister who had once told her that her soul was as precious to him as that of any other in his parish, and then driven her from respectable Jink Lane to the disreputable Dowerfoot. It all passed through her mind in a flash, while yet Gibbie pulled, and she resisted. "Gilbert, come here," called Mrs. Sclater. He went to her side, obedient and trusting as a child. "Really, Gilbert, you must not," she said, rather loud for a whisper. "It won't do to turn things upside down this way. If you are to be a gentleman and an inmate of my house, you must behave like other people. I cannot have a woman like that sitting at my table. Do you know what sort of a person she is?" Gibbie's face shone up. He raised his hands. He was already able to talk a little. "Is she a sinner?" he asked on his fingers. Mrs. Sclater nodded. Gibbie wheeled round and sprang back to the hall, whither the minister had, coming down upon her bows on like a sea-shouldering whale, in a manner ejected Mistress Croale, and where he was now talking to her with an air of confidential condescension, willing to wipe out any feeling of injury she might perhaps be inclined to cherish at not being made more welcome. To his consternation, Gibbie threw his arms round her neck and gave her a great hug. "Sir Gilbert," he exclaimed, very angry, and the more angry that he knew he was in the right, "leave Mistress Croale alone, and go back to your dinner immediately. Jane, open the door." Jane opened the door, Gibbie let her go, and Mrs. Croale went. But on the threshold she turned. "Weel, sir," she said, with more severity than pique, and a certain sad injury not unmingled with dignity, "ye hae steppit over my door-sill mony's the time, and that was sairer words in your mouth nor I ever minded at paying ye back, and I never said to ye gang. Sae first ye turnt me out o' my ain house, and noo ye turnt me out o' yours, and what's left to turn me out of but the hoose o' the Lord? Indeed, sir, ye need never wonder gien the likes o' me disna care about gangin' to hear preached gospel. We would fain see a practised one. Gien ye had said to me noo the night, 'Come awa ben, Mistress Croale, and take a plate o' cocky leekie wi' us. It's a cold night,' it's mysel' would ha' been sae uplifted wi' your kindness, 'at I would ha' gone hame and ta'en, I dinna ken, aiblins a read at my Bible, and been to be seen at the kirk upon Sunday I would. O that ye may be sure, for it's a heap easier to gang to the kirk nor to read the book ye're learnin', whaur ye canna help thinkin' upon what it says to ye. But no, as 'tis, I'm awa home to the whisky bottle, and the sin o' it, gien there be ony, in sic a night o' cold and fog, 'll just lie at your door." "You shall have a plate of soup, and welcome, Mistress Croale," said the minister, in a rather stagey tone of hospitality. "Jane, take Mistress Croale to the kitchen with you, and—" "The deil's tail in your soup! 'At I should say it!" cried Mistress Croale, drawing herself up suddenly with a snort of anger. "When turnt I beggar? I would fain be informed. Was it your soup or your grace I sought till, sir? The Lord be atween you and me. There's first that'll be last, and last that'll be first, but the tane's no me, and the tither's no you, sir." With that she turned, and walked down the steps, holding her head high. "Really, Sir Gilbert," said the minister, going back into the dining-room. But no Gibbie was there. Nobody but his wife, sitting in solitary discomposure at the head of her dinner-table. The same instant, he heard a clatter of feet down the steps, and turned quickly into the hall again, where Jane was in the act of shutting the door. "Sir Gilbert's run out after the woman, sir," she said. "Hoot!" grunted the minister, greatly displeased, and went back to his wife. "Take Sir Gilbert's plate away," said Mrs. Sclater to the servant. "That's his New Testament again," she went on, when the girl had left the room. My dear, take care," said her husband. He had not much notion of obedience to God, but he had some idea of respect to religion. He was just an idolater, of a Christian shade. "Really, Mr. Sclater," his wife continued, "I had no idea what I was undertaking. But you gave me no choice. The creature is incorrigible. But of course he must prefer the society of women like that. They are the sort he was accustomed to when he received his first impressions, and how could it be otherwise? You knew how he had been brought up, and what you had to expect." "Brought up!" cried the minister, and caused his spoonful of cocky-leeky to rush into his mouth with the noise of the German schlürfen, then burst into a loud laugh. "You should have seen him about the streets, with his trousers." "Mr. Sclater, then you ought to have known better," said his wife, and laying down her spoon, sat back into the embrace of her chair. But in reality she was not the least sorry he had undertaken the charge. She could not help loving the boy, and her words were merely the foam of vexation, mingled with not a little jealousy that he had left her, and his nice hot dinner, to go with the woman. Had she been a fine lady like herself, I doubt if she would have liked it much better, but she specially recoiled from coming into rivalry with one in whose house a horrible murder had been committed, and who had been before the magistrates in consequence. Nothing further was said until the second course was on the table. Then the lady spoke again. "You really must, Mr. Sclater, teach him the absurdity of attempting to fit every point of his behaviour to words which were of course quite suitable to the time when they were spoken, but which it is impossible to take literally nowadays, as impossible as to go about the streets with a great horn on your head and a veil hanging across it. Why—" Here she laughed, a laugh the less ladylike that, although it was both low and musical, it was scornful, and a little shaken by doubt. "You saw him throw his arms round the horrid creature's neck. Well, he had just asked me if she was a sinner. I made no doubt she was. Off with the word goes my gentleman to embrace her." Here they laughed together. Dinner over, they went to a missionary meeting, where the one stood and made a speech, and the other sat and listened, while Gibbie was having tea with Mistress Croale. From that day Gibbie's mind was much exercised as to what he could do for Mistress Croale, and now first he began to wish he had his money. As fast as he learned the finger alphabet, he had taught it to Donal, and as already they had a good many symbols in use between them, so many indeed that Donal would often, instead of speaking, make use of signs, they had now the means of intercourse almost as free as if they had had between them 2 tongues instead of 1. It was easy, therefore, for Gibbie to impart to Donal his anxiety concerning her, and his strong desire to help her, and doing so, he lamented in a gentle way his present inability. This communication Donal judged it wise to impart in his turn to Mistress Croale. "Ye see, mem," he said in conclusion, "he's some way or anither gotten it into his head 'at ye're just a wheen o'er free with the bottle. I kenna. Ye'll be the best judge o' that yoursel." Mistress Croale was silent for a whole minute by the clock. From the moment when Gibbie forsook his dinner and his grand new friends to go with her, the woman's heart had begun to grow to the boy, and her old memories fed the new crop of affection. "Weel," she replied at length, with no little honesty, "I mayna be so ill as he thinks me, for he aye had his poor father afore his ain. But the bairn's right in the main, an' we maun look till it, an' see what can be done. For I wad be loath to disappoint the bonny lad. Maister Grant, gien ever there was a Christian soul upon the face o' this wicked warl', that Christian soul's wee Sir Gibbie. An' who could hae thought it? But it's the Lord's doin', an' marvellous in our eyes. Ow, ye needna look like that. I ken my Bible not that ill," she added, catching a glimmer of surprise on Donal's countenance. "But for that Maister Sclater, Dod, I wadna be sair upon him, but gien he be fit to caw a nail here an' a nail there, an' fix a sklet or 2 creepin' upon the riggin' o' the kirk, I'm weel sure he's no wise maister builder fit to lay any foundation. Ay, I tell ye I ken my book not that ill," she added with some triumph, then resumed. What the war would he or she or Sir Gibbie ha' been, though they had invited me, as I was there, to sit me down and take a plate of their cocky leekie with them? There was one 'at thought them that was far waur nor me, good enough company for him. And maybe I may sit down with him after all, with the help o' my bonnie wee Sir Gibbie. I canna help callin' him wee Sir Gibbie. All the town called him that, though haith, he'll be a big man or he behold. And as for his title, I was aye one to gie honour where honour was due, and never once, weel as I kenned him, did I call his honest father, for gien ever there was an honest man, yon was him. Never did I call him anything but Sir George, neither more nor less, and that though he wrought at the hardest o' the cobblin' o' the wick, and upon Saturdays was pleased to have a good wash in my ain bedroom, and put on a clean sark o' my dead man's, rest his soul. Not 'at I'm a papist, Mr. Grant, and I kent better nor think it was any use praying for them 'at's gone, for who is there to pay any heed to sic heathenish prayers as that would be? No, we maun pray for the living 'at it may do some good till, and not for them 'at is all ower with. The Lord hae mercy upon them. My readers may suspect, one for one reason, another for another, that she had already, before Donal came that evening, been holding communion with the idol in the three-cornered temple of her cupboard, and I confess that it was so. But it is equally true that before the next year was gone, she was a shade better, and that not without considerable struggle, and more failures than successes. Upon one occasion, let those who analyze the workings of the human mind as they would the entrails of an 8-day clock explain the phenomenon I am about to relate, or decline to believe it, as they choose, she became suddenly aware that she was getting perilously near the brink of actual drunkenness. "I'll take but this one mouthful more," she said to herself. "It's but a mouthful, and it's the last in the bottle, and it wad be a pity naebody to get the good of it." She poured it out. It was nearly half a glass. She took it in one large mouthful, but while she held it in her mouth, to make the most of it, even while it was between her teeth, something smote her with a sudden sense that this very moment was the crisis of her fate, that now the axe was laid to the root of her tree. She dropped on her knees, not to pray like poor Sir George, but to spout the mouthful of whiskey into the fire. In roaring flame it rushed up the chimney. She started back. "Eh!" she cried. "Good God! Sic a devil's I maun be, to carry the like o' that in my inside. Lord, I'm a perfect bike o' devils. My name it maun be Legion. What is to become o' my poor soul?" It was a week before she drank another drop. And then she took her devils with circumspection, and the firm resolve to let no more of them enter into her than she could manage to keep in order. Mr. and Mrs. Sclater got over their
Chapter 45 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 45. Shoals Ahead. It had come to be the custom that Gibbie should go to Donal every Friday afternoon about 4 o'clock, and remain with him till the same time on Saturday, which was a holiday with both. One Friday, just after he was gone, the temptation seized Mrs. Sclater to follow him, and, paying the lads an unexpected visit, see what they were about. It was a bright, cold afternoon, and in fur tippet and muff, amidst the snow that lay everywhere on roofs and window-sills and pavements, and the wind that blew cold as it blows in few places besides, she looked, with her bright colour and shining eyes, like life itself laughing at death. But not many of those she met carried the like victory in their countenances, for the cold was bitter. As she approached the Widdiehill, she reflected that she had followed Gibbie so quickly, and walked so fast, that the boys could hardly have had time to settle to anything, and resolved therefore to make a little round, and spend a few more minutes upon the way. But, as through a neighbouring street she was again approaching the Widdiehill, she caught sight of something which, as she was passing a certain shop, that of a baker known to her as one of her husband's parishioners, made her stop and look in through the glass which formed the upper half of the door. There she saw Gibbie, seated on the counter, dangling his legs, eating a penny loaf, and looking as comfortable as possible. "So soon after luncheon, too!" said Mrs. Sclater to herself with indignation, reading through the spectacles of her anger a reflection on her housekeeping. But a second look revealed, as she had dreaded, far weightier cause for displeasure. A very pretty girl stood behind the counter, with whose company Gibbie was evidently much pleased. She was fair of hue, with eyes of grey and green, and red lips whose smile showed teeth whiter than the whitest of flour. At the moment she was laughing merrily and talking gaily to Gibbie. Clearly they were on the best of terms, and the boy's bright countenance, laughter, and eager motions were making full response to the girl's words. Gibbie had been in the shop 2 or 3 times before, but this was the first time he had seen his old friend, Mysie, of the amethyst ear-ring. And now one of them had reminded the other of that episode in which their histories had run together. From that Mysie had gone on to other reminiscences of her childhood, in which wee Gibbie bore a part, and he had, as well as he could, replied with others of his, in which she was concerned. Mysie was a simple, well-behaved girl, and the entrance of neither father nor mother would have made the least difference in her behaviour to Sir Gilbert, though doubtless she was more pleased to have a chat with him than with her father's apprentice, who could speak indeed, but looked dull as the dough he worked in, whereas Gibbie, although dumb, was radiant. But the faces of people talking often look more meaningful to one outside the talk circle than they really are, and Mrs. Sclater, gazing through the glass, found, she imagined, large justification of displeasure. She opened the door sharply and stepped in. Gibbie jumped from his seat on the counter, and with a smile of playful roguery offered it to her. A vivid blush overspread Mysie's fair countenance. "I thought you had gone to see Donal," said Mrs. Sclater in the tone of one deceived, and took no notice of the girl. Gibbie gave her to understand that Donal would arrive presently, and they were then going to the point of the pier, that Donal might learn what the sea was like in a nor'easter. "But why did you make your appointment here?" asked the lady. "Because Mysie and I are old friends," answered the boy on his fingers. Then first Mrs. Sclater turned to the girl. Having got over her first indignation, she spoke gently and with a frankness natural to her. "Sir Gilbert tells me you are old friends," she said. Thereupon Mysie told her the story of the earring, which had introduced their present conversation, and added several other little recollections, in one of which she was drawn into a description, half pathetic, half humorous, of the forlorn appearance of wee Gibbie, as he ran about in his truncated trousers. Mrs. Sclater was more annoyed, however, than interested, for in view of the young baronet's future she would have had all such things forgotten. But Gibbie was full of delight in the vivid recollections thus brought him of some of the less painful portions of his past, and appreciated every graphic word that fell from the girl's pretty lips. Mrs. Sclater took good care not to leave until Donal came. Then the boys, having asked her if she would not go with them, which invitation she declined with smiling thanks, took their departure and went to pay their visit to the German Ocean, leaving her with Mysie, which they certainly would not have done, could they have foreseen how the well-meaning lady, 9/10 of the mischiefs in the world are well meant, would hurt the feelings of the gentle conditioned girl. For a long time after, as often as Gibbie entered the shop, Mysie left it and her mother came, a result altogether as Mrs. Sclater would have had it, but hardly anybody was ever in less danger of falling in love than Gibbie, and the thing would not have been worth recording but for the new direction it caused in Mrs. Sclater's thoughts. Measures, she judged, must be taken. Gladly as she would have centred Gibbie's boyish affections on herself, she was too conscientious and experienced not to regard the danger of any special effort in that direction, and began therefore to cast about in her mind what could be done to protect him from at least one of the natural consequences of his early familiarity with things unseemly, exposure, namely, to the risk of forming low alliances, the more imminent that it was much too late to attempt any restriction of his liberty, so as to keep him from roaming the city at his pleasure. Recalling what her husband had told her of the odd meeting between the boy and a young lady at Miss Kimball's school, some relation, she thought he had said, also the desire to see her again, which Gibbie on more than one occasion had shown, she thought whether she could turn the acquaintance to account. She did not much like Miss Kimball, chiefly because of her affectations, which, by the way, were caricatures of her own, but she knew her very well, and there was no reason why she should not ask her to come and spend the evening, and bring 2 or 3 of the elder girls with her. A little familiarity with the looks, manners, and dress of refined girls of his own age would be the best antidote to his taste for low society, from that of bakers' daughters downwards. It was Mrs. Sclater's own doing that Gibbie had not again spoken to Ginevra. Nowise abashed at the thought of the grenadier or her array of doves, he would have gone the very next day after meeting them in the street to call upon her. It was some good, he thought, of being a rich instead of a poor boy, that having lost thereby those whom he loved best, he had come where he could at least see Miss Galbraith. But Mrs. Sclater had pretended not to understand where he wanted to go, and used other artifices besides, well meant of course, to keep him to herself until she should better understand him. After that he had seen Ginevra more than once at church, but had had no chance of speaking to her, for in the sudden dispersion of its agglomerate particles, a Scotch congregation is, or was in Gibbie's time, very much like the well-known vitreous drop called a Prince Rupert's tear, in which the mutually repellent particles are held together by a strongly contracted homogeneous layer, to separate with explosion the instant the tough skin is broken and vibration introduced. And, as Mrs. Sclater generally sat in her dignity to the last, and Gibbie sat with her, only once was he out in time to catch a glimpse of the ultimate rank of the retreating girls. He was just starting to pursue them, when Mrs. Sclater, perceiving his intention, detained him by requesting the support of his arm, a way she had, pretending to be weary, or to have given her ankle a twist, when she wanted to keep him by her side. Another time he had followed them close enough to see which turn they took out of Daur Street, but that was all he had learned, and when the severity of the winter arrived, and the snow lay deep, sometimes for weeks together the chances of meeting them were few. The first time the boys went out together, that when they failed to find Mistress Croale's garret, they made an excursion in search of the girls' school, but had been equally unsuccessful in that, and although they never after went for a walk without contriving to pass through some part of the region in which they thought it must lie, they had never yet even discovered a house upon which they could agree as presenting probabilities. Mr. Galbraith did not take Miss Kimball into his confidence with respect to his reasons for so hurriedly placing his daughter under her care. He was far too reticent, too proud, and too much hurt for that. Hence, when Mrs. Sclater's invitation arrived, the schoolmistress was aware of no reason why Miss Galbraith should not be one of the girls to go with her, especially as there was her cousin Sir Gilbert, whom she herself would like to meet again, in the hope of removing the bad impression which, in the discharge of her duty, she feared she must have made upon him. One day, then, at luncheon, Mrs. Sclater told Gibbie that some ladies were coming to tea, and they were going to have supper instead of dinner. He must put on his best clothes, she said. He did as she desired, was duly inspected, approved on the whole, and finished off by a few deft fingers at his necktie, and a gentle push or two from the loveliest of hands against his hair thatch, and was seated in the drawing-room with Mrs. Sclater when the ladies arrived. Ginevra and he shook hands, she with the sweetest of rose flushes, he with the radiance of delighted surprise. But a moment after, when Mrs. Sclater and her guests had seated themselves, Gibbie, their only gentleman, for Mr. Sclater had not yet made his appearance, had vanished from the room. Tea was not brought until some time after, when Mr. Sclater came home, and then Mrs. Sclater sent Jane to find Sir Gilbert, but she returned to say he was not in the house. The lady's heart sank, her countenance fell, and all was gloom. Her project had miscarried. He was gone, who could tell whither? Perhaps to the baker's daughter, or to the horrid woman Croll. The case was, however, very much otherwise. The moment Gibbie ended his greetings, he had darted off to tell Donal. It was not his custom to enjoy alone anything shareable. The news that Ginevra was at that moment seated in Mrs. Sclater's house, at that moment, as his eagerness had misunderstood Gibbie's, expecting his arrival, raised such a commotion in Donal's atmosphere that for a time it was but a huddle of small whirlwinds. His heart was beating like the trample of a trotting horse. He never thought of inquiring whether Gibbie had been commissioned by Mrs. Sclater to invite him, or reflected that his studies were not half over for the night. An instant before the arrival of the blessed fact, he had been absorbed in a rather abstruse metaphysical mathematical question. Now not the metaphysics of the universe would have appeared to him worth a moment's meditation. He went pacing up and down the room, and seemed lost to everything. Gibbie shook him at length, and told him by two signs that he must put on his Sunday clothes. Then first, shyness, like the shroud of northern myth that lies in wait in a man's path, leaped up and wrapped itself around him. It was very well to receive ladies in a meadow, quite another thing to walk into their company in a grand room such as, before entering Mrs. Sclater's, he had never beheld even in fairyland or the Arabian Nights. He knew the ways of the one, and not the ways of the other. Chairs ornate were doubtless poor things to daisied banks, yet the other day he had hardly brought himself to sit on one of Mrs. Sclater's. It was a moment of awful seeming. But what would he not face to see once more the lovely lady girl? He bethought himself that he was no longer a cowherd but a student, and that such feelings were unworthy of one who would walk level with his fellows. He rushed to the labours of his toilet, performed severe ablutions, endued his best shirt, coarse but sweet from the fresh breezes of Glashgar, a pair of trousers of buff-coloured fustian stamped over with a black pattern, an olive-green waistcoat, a blue tail-coat with lappets behind, and a pair of well-polished shoes, the soles of which, in honour of Sunday, were studded with small instead of large knobs of iron, set a tall beaver hat, which no brushing would make smooth, on the back of his head, stuffed a silk handkerchief, crimson and yellow, in his pocket, and declared himself ready. Now Gibbie, although he would not have looked so well in his woolly coat in Mrs. Sclater's drawing-room as on the rocks of Glashgar, would have looked better in almost any other than the evening dress, now, alas, nearly European. Mr. Sclater, on the other hand, would have looked worse in any other, because, being less commonplace, it would have been less like himself. And so long as the commonplace conventional so greatly outnumber the simply individual, it is perhaps well the present fashion should hold. But Donal could hardly have put on any clothes that would have made him look worse, either in respect of himself or of the surroundings of social life, than those he now wore. Neither of the boys, however, had begun to think about dress in relation either to custom or to fitness, and it was with complete satisfaction that Gibbie carried off Donal to present to the guests of his guardians. Donal's preparations had taken a long time, and before they reached the house, tea was over and gone. They had had some music, and Mrs. Sclater was now talking kindly to two of the schoolgirls, who, seated erect on the sofa, were looking upon her elegance with awe and envy. Ginevra was looking at the pictures of an annual. Mr. Sclater was making Miss Kimble agreeable to herself. He had a certain gift of talk, depending in a great measure on the assurance of being listened to, an assurance which is, alas, nowise the less hurtful to many a clergyman out of
Chapter 46 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 46. The Girls. The door was opened. Donal spent fully a minute rubbing his shoes on the mat, as diligently as if he had just come out of the cattle yard, and then Gibbie led him in triumph up the stair to the drawing-room. Donal entered in that loose-jointed way which comes of the brains being as yet all in the head, and stood resisting Gibbie's pull on his arm, his keen hazel eyes looking gently round upon the company, until he caught sight of the face he sought, when, with the stride of a sower of corn, he walked across the room to Ginevra. Mrs. Sclater rose. Mr. Sclater threw himself back and stared, the latter astounded at the presumption of the youths, the former uneasy at the possible results of their ignorance. To the astonishment of the company, Ginevra rose, respect and modesty in every feature, as the youth, clownish rather than awkward, approached her, and almost timidly held out her hand to him. He took it in his horny palm, shook it hither and thither sideways, like a leaf in a doubtful air, then held it like a precious thing he was at once afraid of crushing by too tight a grasp, and of dropping from too loose a hold, until Ginevra took charge of it herself again. Gibbie danced about behind him, all but standing on one leg, but, for Mrs. Sclater's sake, restraining himself. Ginevra sat down, and Donal, feeling very large and clumsy, and wanting to be not a while, looked about him for a chair, and then first espying Mrs. Sclater, went up to her with the same rolling, clamping stride, but without embarrassment, and said, holding out his hand, "How are ye the night, mem? I sawna your bonny face when I came in. A gran' house like this o' yours, an' I'm sure, mem, it couldna be ower gran' to fit yourself, but it's just some perplexin' to plain folk like me, 'at's been used to mair room, an' less intil it." Donal was thinking of the meadow on the Lorrie bank. "I was sure of it," remarked Mrs. Sclater to herself. "One of nature's gentlemen. He would soon be taught." She was right, but he was more than a gentleman, and could have taught her what she could have taught nobody in turn. "You will soon get accustomed to our town ways, Mr. Grant. But many of the things we gather about us are far more trouble than use," she replied in her sweetest tones, and with a gentle pressure of the hand which went a long way to set him at his ease. "I am glad to see you have friends here," she added. "Only one, mem. Gibbie and me— excuse me, Mr. Grant, but would you oblige me— of course with me it is of no consequence, but just for habit's sake— would you oblige me by calling Gilbert by his own name? Sir Gilbert, please. I wish him to get used to it." "Your wull be it, mem. Well, as I was sayin', Sir Gibbie— Sir Gilbert, that is, mem, and myself, we have kenned Miss Galbraith this lang time, bein' o' the laird's own folk, as I may say." "Will you take a seat beside her, then?" said Mrs. Sclater, and rising, herself placed a chair for him near Ginevra, wondering how any Scotch laird, the father of such a little lady as she, could have allowed her such an acquaintance. To most of the company he must have looked very queer. Gibbie, indeed, was the only one who saw the real Donal. Miss Kimble and her pupils stared at the distorted reflection of him in the spoon-bowl of their own elongated narrowness. Mrs. Sclater saw the possible gentleman through the loophole of a compliment he had paid her, and Mr. Sclater beheld only the minimum which the reversed telescope of his own enlarged importance, he having himself come of sufficiently humble origin, made of him, while Ginevra looked up to him more as one who marvelled at the grandly unintelligible than one who understood the relations and proportions of what she beheld. Nor was it possible she could help feeling that he was a more harmonious object to the eye both of body and mind, when dressed in his corduroys and blue bonnet, walking the green fields with cattle about him, his club under his arm and a book in his hand. So seen, his natural dignity was evident. Now he looked undeniably odd. A poet needs a fine house rather than a fine dress to set him off, and Mrs. Sclater's drawing-room was neither large nor beautiful enough to frame this one, especially with his Sunday clothes to get the better of. To the school ladies, mistress and pupils, he was simply a clodhopper, and from their report became a treasure of poverty-stricken amusement to the school. Often did Ginevra's cheek burn with indignation at the small insolences of her fellow-pupils. At first she attempted to make them understand something of what Donal really was, but finding them unworthy of the confidence, was driven to betake herself to such a silence as put a stop to their offensive remarks in her presence. "I thank ye, mem," said Donal, as he took the chair. "Ye're very condescending." Then, turning to Ginevra, and trying to cross one knee over the other, but failing from the tightness of certain garments, which, like David with Saul's not similarly faulty armour, he had not hitherto proved. "Weel, mem," he said, "ye haena forgotten Hornie, I hope." The other girls must be pardoned for tittering, offensive as is the habit so common to their class, for the only being they knew by that name was one to whom the merest reference sets pit and gallery in a roar. Miss Kimble was shocked, disgusted, she said afterwards, and until she learned that the clown was there uninvited, cherished a grudge against Mrs. Sclater. Ginevra smiled him a satisfactory negative. "I never read the ballin about the worm lingled round the tree," said Donal, making rather a long link in the chain of association. "On thought upon that day, mem, when first ye came down the brae with my sister Nicie, an' I came ower the burn till ye, an' ye garred me laugh about wettin' of my feet. Eh, mem, wi' you afore me there, I see the blue lift again, an' the gerse just low an' green, an' the knot at their busiest, the wind asleep, an' the burn sayin', 'Ye need none o' ye speak. I'm here, and it's my business.' Eh, mem, when I think upon it all, it seems to me 'at the human heart closed in the midst o' sic a coffer o' cunning workmanship maun be a terrible precious-like thing." Gibbie, behind Donal's chair, seemed pulsing light at every pore, but the rest of the company, understanding his words perfectly, yet not comprehending a single sentence he uttered, began to wonder whether he was out of his mind, and were perplexed to see Ginevra listening to him with such respect. They saw a human offence, where she knew a poet. A word is a word, but its interpretations are many, and the understanding of a man's words depends both on what the hearer is, and on what is his idea of the speaker. As to the pure, all things are pure, because only purity can enter, so to the vulgar all things are vulgar, because only the vulgar can enter. Wherein then is the commonplace man to be blamed? For as he is, so must he think. In this, that he consents to be commonplace, willing to live after his own idea of himself, and not after God's idea of him, the real idea, which every now and then stirring in him makes him uneasy with silent rebuke. Ginevra said little in reply. She had not much to say. In her world the streams were still, not vocal. But Donal meant to hold a little communication with her which none of them, except indeed Gibbie, he did not mind Gibbie, should understand. "I had sic a queer dream the other night, mem," he said, "an' I'll just tell ye it. I thought I was down in an awfu' kind of a wet bog, wi' dry gravelly like hills all about it, an' naething upon them but a wheen short hunger like gurse. An' oot o' the midst o' the bog there grew just one tree, a soch I think it was, but unco auld, maist past kennin' with age. An' round the rough knurlet trunk o' it was twisted 3 folds o' the ugliest, ill-fauredest creature of a serpent that ever was seen. It was just loathly to look upon. I could describe it till ye, mem, but it would only gar ye runkle your bonny brow, an' look as I would not hae ye look, mem, 'cause ye wouldna look freely so bonny as ye do now, when ye look just yoursel'. But a queer thing was, 'at atween hit and the tree, it grippit a book, an' I kent it for the Book o' Ballads. An' I gaed nearer, lookin' an' lookin', an' some frightit. But I wouldna stand for that would be to be caitiff vile, an' no true man. I gaed nearer an' nearer, till I had gotten within a yard o' the tree, when all at once, with a swing and a swirl, I was threefold about the tree, and the laidly worm was me myself, and I was the laidly worm. The verra heart gaed from me for horrible dread, and scunner at myself. So there I was. But I wasna long there in my misery afore I saw, out my ain serpent ain, most blint it with greeting, o'er the top of the brae afore me, atween me and the lift, as gin it reached up to the verra stars, for it wasna day but night by this time about me, as weel it might be. I saw the bonny sight come up, of a knight in armour, helmet and shield and iron sheen and all. But somehow I kent by the gang and the stand and the sway of the bonny body of the knight, 'at it wasna a man, but a woman. You see, mem, sin' I came from Daurside, I had been able to get a grip of books that I couldna get up there, and I had been reading Spenser's Faerie Queen the night afore, a yarn about the lady 'at put on the armour of a man, and fought like a good one for the right and the truth. And that had putten it in my head, maybe. Only when I saw her, I kent her, and her name wasna Britomart. She had a twisted branch of blue berries about her helmet, and they called her Juniper. Wasna that queer now? And she came down the hill wi' bonny big strides, not o'er big for a stately woman, but so different frae the nipperty mincing stippety stap of the ladies you see upon the streets here. And so she came down the brae, and I sought sair to cry out, first o' all to tell her, gin she didna look till her feet, she wad be lairt in the bog, and sen to beg of her for mercy's sake to draw her sword, and caw the ugly head off o' me, and let me dae. Now I maun confess, at the ballant o' Kemp Owen was running in the worm head o' me, and I couldna help thinking what, notwithstanding the change o' hands in the story, lay still to the part o' the night. But who was any man, not to say a mere ugsome serpent, to mind at such a thing till a lady, whether she was in steel beats and spurs, or in long train and silver slippers? And haith, I soon found that I couldna ha spoken the word, gin I had dared ever so stout. For when I opened my mouth to cry till her, I could do nothing but shoot out a forked tongue, and cry sss. Mem, it was dreadful. So I had just to take in my tongue again and say nothing, for fear of legging away my bonny lady in the steel clothes. And she came and came, down and on to the bog, and for all the weight of her armour, she sank not a foot into it. And she came and she stood, and she looked at me, and I had seen her afore, and I kenned her weel. And she looked at me, and I looked, and I winna say what was in the poor worm's heart. But at the last she gave a great sigh, and a sob like, and stood just as gin she was trying sair, but could not make up her bonny mind to yon it was in the ballant. And how I grippit the book atween me and the tree, for there it was, all as I saw it afore. And so at last she gave a kind of a cry, and turned and goed away, with her head hanging down, and her sword trailing, and never turned to look ahind her, but up the brae, and o'er the top of the hill, and down and away, and the branch with the blue berries was the last I saw of her, going down like the moon ahint the hill. And just with the fail grating I came to myself, and my heart was going like a pump it would fain put out o' fire. Now wasna that a queer-like dream? I'll not say, mem, but I had curried and comped it up a wee to gar it tell better. Ginevra had from the first been absorbed in listening, and her brown eyes seemed to keep growing larger and larger as he went on. Even the girls listened, and were silent, looking as if they saw a peacock's feather in a turkey's tail. When he ended, the tears rushed from Ginevra's eyes, for bare sympathy. She had no perception of personal intent in the parable. It was long before she saw into the name of the lady knight, for she had never been told the English of Ginevra. She was the simplest, sweetest of girls, and too young to suspect anything in the heart of a man. "Oh, Donal," she said, "I am very sorry for the poor worm, but it was naughty of you to dream such a dream." "How's that, ma'am?" returned Donal, a little frightened. "It was not fair of you," she replied, "to dream a night of a lady, and then dream her doing such an unknightly thing. I am sure if ladies went out in that way they would do quite as well on the whole as gentlemen." "I make no doubt of it, ma'am. Heaven forbid!" cried Donal. "But ye see dreams is such senseless things that they winna be helpit, and that was how I dreamt it." "Well, well, Donal," broke in the harsh pompous voice of Mr. Sclater, who, unknown to the poet, had been standing behind him almost the whole time, You have given the ladies quite enough of your romancing. That sort of thing, you know, my man, may do very well round the fire in the farm kitchen, but it's not the sort of thing for a drawing-room. Besides, the ladies don't understand your word of mouth. They don't understand such broad Scotch. Come with me, and I'll show you something you would like to see." He thought Donal was boring his guests, and at the same time preventing Gibbie from having the pleasure in their society for the sake of which they had been invited. Donal rose, replying, "Think you so, sir? I thought I was in old Scotland still, here as well as upon Glashgar, but maybe my geography book's some old-fashioned. Dinna ye understand me, mem?" he added, turning to Ginevra. "Every word, Donal," she answered. Donal followed his host, contented. Gibbie took his place, and began to teach Ginevra the finger alphabet. The other girls found him far more amusing than Donal, first of all because he could not speak, which was much less objectionable than speaking like Donal, and funny too, though not so funny as Donal's clothes. And then he had such a romantic history, and was a baronet. In a few minutes Ginevra knew the letters, and presently she and Gibbie were having a little continuous talk together, a thing they had never had before. It was so slow, however, as to be rather tiring. It was mainly about Donal. But Mrs. Sclater opened the piano and made a diversion. She played something brilliant, and then sang an Italian song in strelacious style, revealing to Donal's clownish ignorance a thorough mastery of caterwauling. Then she asked Miss Kimble to play something, who declined, without mentioning that she had neither voice nor ear nor love of music, but said Miss Galbrai should sing, for once in a way, as a treat. "That little Scotch song you sing now and then, my dear," she added. Ginevra rose timidly, but without hesitation, and going to the piano, sang, to a simple old Scotch air to which they had been written, the following verses. Before she ended, the minister, the late herd-boy, and the dumb baronet were grouped crescent-wise behind the music-stool. "I dinna ken what's come o'er me. There's a how where once was a heart. I never look out afore me, and a cry winna gar me start. There's nothing nae more to come o'er me, blow the wind from any art. For in yon kirkyard there's a hillock, a heart where once was a hoe, and a joy there's no left a me look, dead ash where once was a low. For in yon kirkyard in the hillock lies a seed 'at winna grow. It's my heart 'at holds up the wee hillie, that's how there's a hoe in my breast. It's away down there with my Willie, God with him when he was released. It's down in the green grown hillie, but I should be after it neist. Come away nights and mornings, come weeks, years, all time's clan. You're welcome ayont a scornin', take me till him as fast as ye can. Come away nights and mornings, yer wings almighty span. For I ken he's looking and waiting, looking aye down as I climb. Would I hae him see me sit greeting, instead o' going to him? I'll step out like one sure of a meeting, I'll travel and run to him." 3 of them knew that the verses were Donal's. If the poet went home feeling more like a fellow in blue coat and fustian trousers, or a winged genius of the tomb, I leave my reader to judge. Anyhow, he felt he had had enough for one evening, and was able to encounter his work again. Perhaps also, when supper was announced, he reflected that his reception had hardly been such as to justify him in partaking of their food, and that his mother's hospitality to Mr. Sclater had not been in expectation of return. As they went down the stair he came last and alone, behind the 2 whispering schoolgirls, and when they passed on into the dining-room, he spilt out of the house, and ran home to the furniture shop and his books. When the
Chapter 47 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Penfold. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 47. A Lesson of Wisdom. In obedience to the suggestion of his wife, Mr. Sclater did what he could to show Sir Gilbert how mistaken he was in imagining he could fit his actions to the words of our Lord. Shocked as even he would probably have been at such a characterization of his attempt, it amounted practically to this: do not waste your powers in the endeavor to keep the commandments of our Lord, for it cannot be done. And he knew it could not be done, and never meant it should be done. He pointed out to him, not altogether unfairly, the difficulties and the causes of mistake with regard to his words, but said nothing to reveal the spirit and the life of them. Showing more of them to be figures than at first appeared, he made out the meanings of them to be less, not more, than the figures, his pictures to be greater than their subjects, his parables larger and more lovely than the truths they represented. In the whole of his lecture, through which ran from beginning to end a tone of reproof, there was not one flash of enthusiasm for our Lord, not a sign that, to his so-called minister, he was a refuge or a delight, that he who is the joy of his Father's heart, the essential bliss of the universe, was anything to the soul of his creature, who besides had taken upon him to preach his good news more than a name to call himself by, that the story of the Son of God was to him anything better than the soap and water wherewith to blow theological bubbles with the tobacco pipe of his speculative understanding. The tendency of it was simply to the quelling of all true effort after the knowing of him through obedience, the quenching of all devotion to the central good. Doubtless Gibbie, as well as many a wiser man, might now and then make a mistake in the embodiment of his obedience, but even where the action misses the command, it may yet be obedience to him who gave the command, and by obeying one learns how to obey. I hardly know, however, where Gibbie blundered, except it was in failing to recognize the animals before whom he ought not to cast his pearls, in taking it for granted that, because his guardian was a minister, and his wife a minister's wife, they must therefore be the disciples of the Jewish carpenter, the eternal Son of the Father of us all. Had he had more of the wisdom of the serpent, he would not have carried them the New Testament as an ending of strife, the words of the Lord as an enlightening law. He would perhaps have known that to try too hard to make people good is one way to make them worse, that the only way to make them good is to be good, remembering well the beam and the mote, that the time for speaking comes rarely, the time for being never departs. But in talking thus to Gibbie, the minister but rippled the air. Gibbie was all the time pondering with himself where he had met the same kind of thing, the same sort of person before. Nothing he said had the slightest effect upon him. He was too familiar with truth to take the yeasty bunghole of a working barrel for a fountain of its waters. The unseen Lord and his reported words were to Gibbie realities, compared with which the very visible Mr. Sclater and his assured utterance were as the merest seemings of a phantom mood. He had never resolved to keep the words of the Lord, he just kept them, but he knew amongst the rest the Lord's words about the keeping of his words, and about being ashamed of him before men, and it was with a pitiful indignation he heard the minister's wisdom drivel past his ears. What he would have said, and withheld himself from saying, had he been able to speak, I cannot tell. I only know that in such circumstances the less said the better, for what can be more unprofitable than a discussion where but one of the disputants understands the question and the other has all the knowledge? It would have been the eloquence of the wise and the prudent against the perfected praise of the suckling. The effect of it all upon Gibbie was to send him to his room to his prayers, more eager than ever to keep the commandments of him who had said, "If ye love me." Comforted then and strengthened, he came down to go to Donal, not to tell him, for to none but Janet could he have made such a communication. But in the middle of his descent he remembered suddenly of what and whom Mr. Sclater had all along been reminding him, and turned aside to Mrs. Sclater to ask her to lend him the Pilgrim's Progress. This, as a matter almost of course, was one of the few books in the cottage on Glashgar, a book beloved of Janet's soul, and he had read it again and again. Mrs. Sclater told him where in her room to find a copy, and presently he had satisfied himself that it was indeed Mr. Worldly Wiseman whom his imagination had, in cloudy fashion, been placing side by side with the talking minister. Finding his return delayed, Mrs. Sclater went after him, fearing he might be indulging his curiosity amongst her personal possessions. Peeping in, she saw him seated on the floor beside her little bookcase, lost in reading. She stole behind, and found that what so absorbed him was the conversation between Christian and Worldly. I beg his pardon, he is nothing without his Mr. Between Christian and Mr. Worldly Wiseman. In the evening, when her husband was telling her what he had said to the young Pharisee in the morning, the picture of Gibbie on the floor, with the Pilgrim's Progress and Mr. Worldly Wiseman, flashed back on her mind, and she told him the thing. It stung him, not that Gibbie should perhaps have so paralleled him, but that his wife should so interpret Gibbie. To her, however, he said nothing. Had he been a better man, he would have been convinced by the lesson. As it was, he was only convicted, and instead of repenting was offended grievously. For several days he kept expecting the religious gadfly to come buzzing about him with his sting, that is, his forefinger stuck in the Pilgrim's Progress, and had a squashing blow ready for him. But Gibbie was beginning to learn a lesson or two, and if he was not yet so wise as some serpents, he had always been more harmless than some doves. That he had gained nothing for the world was pretty evident to the minister the following Sunday, from the lofty watchtower of the pulpit where he sat throned while the first psalm was being sung. His own pew was near one of the side doors, and at that door some who were late kept coming in. Amongst them were a stranger or two, who were at once shown to seats. Before the psalm ended, an old man came in and stood by the door, a poor man in mean garments, with the air of a beggar who had contrived to give himself a Sunday look. Perhaps he had come hoping to find it warmer in church than at home. There he stood, motionless as the leech-gatherer, leaning on his stick, disregarded of men. It may have been only by innocent accident, I do not know. But just ere the minister must rise for the first prayer, he saw Gibbie, who had heard a feeble cough, cast a glance round, rise as swiftly as noiselessly, open the door of the pew, get out into the passage, take the old man by the hand, and lead him to his place beside the satin-robed and sable-muffed ministerial consort. Obedient to Gibbie's will, the old man took the seat, with an air both of humility and respect, while happily for Mrs. Sclater's remnant of ruffled composure, there was plenty of room in the pew so that she could move higher up. The old man, it is true, followed to make a place for Gibbie, but there was still an interval between them sufficient to afford space to the hope that none of the evils she dreaded would fall upon her to devour her. Flushed, angry, uncomfortable notwithstanding, her face glowed like a balefire to the eyes of her husband, and, I fear, spoiled the prayer, but that did not matter much. While the two thus involuntarily signalled each other, the boy who had brought discomposure into both pulpit and pew sat peaceful as a summer morning, while the old man beside him, quiet in the reverence of being himself revered. And the minister, while he preached from the words, "Let him that thinketh he standeth take heed lest he fall," for the first time in his life, began to feel doubtful whether he might not himself be a humbug. There was not much fear of his falling, however, for he had not yet stood on his feet. Not a word was said to Gibbie concerning the liberty he had taken. The minister and his wife were in too much dread, not of St. James and the poor man in vile raiment, for they were harmless enough in themselves, but of Gibbie's pointing finger to back them. 3 distinct precautions, however, they took. The pew-opener on that side was spoken to. Mrs. Sclater made Gibbie henceforth go into the pew before her, and she removed the New Testament.
Chapter 48 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 48. Needful Odds and Ends. It will be plain from what I have told that Donal's imagination was full of Ginevra, and his was not an economy whose imagination could enjoy itself without calling the heart to share. At the same time, his being in love, if already I may use concerning him that most general and most indefinite of phrases, so far from obstructing his study, was in reality an aid to his thinking and a spur to excellence. Not excellence over others, but over himself. There were moments, doubtless, long moments too, in which he forgot Homer and Cicero, and differential calculus and chemistry, for the bonny lady lassie. That was what he called her to himself. But it was only on emerging from the reverie to attack his work with fresh vigour. She was so young, so plainly girlish, that as yet there was no room for dread or jealousy. The feeling in his heart was a kind of gentle angel-worship. And he would have turned from the idea of marrying her, if indeed it had ever presented itself, as an irreverent thought, which he dared not for a moment be guilty of entertaining. It was besides an idea too absurd to be indulged in by one who, in his wildest imaginations, always, through every Protean embodiment, sought and loved and clung to the real. His chief thought was simply to find favour in the eyes of the girl. His ideas hovered about her image, but it was continually to burn themselves in incense to her sweet ladyhood. As often as a song came fluttering its wings at his casement, the next thought was Ginevra, and there would be something to give her. I wonder how many loves of the poets have received their offerings in correspondent fervour. I doubt if Ginevra, though she read them with marvel, was capable of appreciating the worth of Donal's. She was hardly yet woman enough to do them justice, for the heart of a girl, in its very sweetness and vagueness, is ready to admire alike the good and the indifferent, if their outer qualities be similar. It would cause a collapse in many a swelling of poet's heart if, while he heard lovely lips commending his verses, a voice were to whisper in his ear what certain other verses the lady commended also. On Saturday evenings, after Gibbie left him, Donal kept his own private holiday, which consisted in making verses, or rather in setting himself in the position for doing so, when sometimes verses would be the result, sometimes not. When the moon was shining in at the windows of the large room adjoining, he would put out his lamp, open his door, and look from the little chamber, glowing with firelight, into the strange, eerie, silent waste, crowded with the chaos of discreated homes. There, scores on scores of things, many of them that is, uncouth, the first meaning of which is unknown, to his eyes, stood huddled together in the dim light. The light looked weary and faint, as if with having forced its way through the dust of years on the windows, and Donal felt as if gazing from a clear conscious present out into a faded dream. Sometimes he would leave his nest, and walk up and down among spider-legged tables, tall cabinets, secret-looking bureaus, worked chairs, yielding himself to his fancies. He was one who needed no opium or such like demon help to set him dreaming. He could dream at his will, only his dreams were brief and of rapid change, probably not more so after the clock than those other artificial ones in which, to speculate on the testimony, the feeling of their length appears to be produced by an infinite and continuous subdivision of the subjective time. Now he was a ghost come back to flit, hovering and gliding about sad old scenes that had gathered a new and a worse sadness from the drying up of the sorrow which was the heart of them. His doom to live thus over again the life he had made so little of in the body. His punishment to haunt the world and pace its streets, unable to influence by the turn of a hair the goings-on of its life, so to learn what a useless being he had been, and repent of his self-embraced insignificance. Now he was a prisoner, pining and longing for life and air and human companionship. That was the sun outside, whose rays shone thus feebly into his dungeon by repeated reflections. Now he was a prince in disguise, meditating how to appear again and defeat the machinations of his foes, especially of the enchanter, who made him seem to the eyes of his subjects that which he was not. But ever his thoughts would turn again to Ginevra, and ever the poems he devised were devised as in her presence and for her hearing. Sometimes a dread would seize him, as if the strange things were all looking at him, and something was about to happen. Then he would stride hastily back to his own room, close the door hurriedly, and sit down by the fire. Once or twice he was startled by the soft entrance of his landlady's granddaughter, come to search for something in one of the cabinets they had made a repository for small odds and ends of things. Once he told Gibbie that something had looked at him, but he could not tell what or whence or how, and laughed at himself, but persisted in his statement. He had not yet begun to read his New Testament in the way Gibbie did, but he thought in the direction of light and freedom, and looked towards some goal dimly seen in vague grandeur of betterness. His condition was rather that of eyeless hunger after growth, than of any conscious aspiration toward less undefined good. He had a large and increasing delight in all forms of the generous, and shrunk instinctively from the base, but had not yet concentrated his efforts towards becoming that which he acknowledged the best, so that he was hardly yet on the straight path to the goal of such oneness with good as alone is a man's peace. I mention these things not with the intent of here developing the character of Donal, but with the desire that my readers should know him such as he then was. Gibbie and he seldom talked about Ginevra. She was generally understood between them, only referred to upon needful occasion. They had no right to talk about her, any more than to intrude on her presence unseasonably. Donal went to Mr. Sclater's church because Mr. Sclater required it, in virtue of the position he assumed as his benefactor. Mr. Sclater in the pulpit was a trial to Donal, but it consoled him to be near Gibbie, also that he had found a seat in the opposite gallery, whence he could see Ginevra when her place happened to be not far from the door of one of the school pews. He did not get much benefit from Mr. Sclater's sermons. I confess he did not attend very closely to his preaching, often directed against doctrinal errors of which, except from himself, not one of his congregation had ever heard, or was likely ever to hear. But I cannot say he would have been better employed in listening, for there was generally something going on in his mind that had to go on, and make way for more. I have said generally, for I must except the times when his thoughts turned upon the preacher himself, and took forms such as the following. But it might be a lesson to some preachers to know that a decent lad like Donal may be making some such verses about one of them while he is preaching. I have known not a few humble men in the pulpit, of whom rather than write such a thing, Donal would have lost the writing hand. "'Twas a sair, sair day, 'twas my hap till, come under your sown, Mr. Sclater. But things mun be put in a tap till, and so mun ye, sooner or later. For to hear your outin' and scornin' is not to hark to the river, and to sit here till breck troth mornin' would be to be lost for ever." I confess I have taken a liberty, and changed one word for another in the last line. He did not show these verses to Gibbie, or indeed ever find much fault with the preacher in his hearing, for he knew that while he was himself more open-minded to the nonsense of the professional gentleman, Gibbie was more open-hearted towards the merits of the man, with whom he was far too closely associated on week-days not to feel affection for him; while, on the other hand, Gibbie made neither head nor tail of his sermons, not having been instructed in the theological mess that goes with so many for a theriac of the very essentials of religion, and therefore, for anything he knew, they might be very wise and good. At first he took refuge from the sermon in his New Testament, but when for the third time the beautiful hand of the ministerial spouse appeared between him and the book, and gently withdrew it, he saw that his reading was an offence in her eyes, and contented himself thereafter with thinking. Listening to the absolutely unintelligible he found impossible. What a delight it would have been to the boy to hear Christ preached such as he showed himself, such as in no small measure he had learned him, instead of such as Mr. Sclater saw him reflected from the 10th or 20th distorting mirror. They who speak against the Son of Man oppose mere distortions and mistakes of him, having never beheld, neither being now capable of beholding him. But those who have transmitted to them these false impressions, those namely who preach him without being themselves devoted to him, and those who preach him having derived their notions of him from other sources than himself, have to bear the blame that they have such excuses for not seeking to know him. He submits to be mispreached, as he submitted to be lied against while visibly walking the world, but his truth will appear at length to all. Until then, until he is known as he is, our salvation tarrieth. Mrs. Sclater showed herself sincere after her kind to Donal as well as to Gibbie. She had by no means ceased to grow, and already was slowly bettering under the influences of the New Testament in Gibbie, notwithstanding she had removed the letter of it from her public table. She told Gibbie that he must talk to Donal about his dress and his speech. That he was a lad of no common gifts was plain, she said, but were he ever so talented, he could do little in the world, certainly would never raise himself, so long as he dressed and spoke ridiculously. The wisest and best of men would be utterly disregarded, she said, if he did not look and speak like other people. Gibbie thought with himself this could hardly hold, for there was John the Baptist. He answered her, however, that Donal could speak very good English if he chose, but that the affected tone and would-be fine pronunciation of Fergus Duff had given him the notion that to speak anything but his mother tongue would be unmanly and false. As to his dress, Donal was poor, Gibbie said, and could not give up wearing any clothes so long as there was any wear in them. "If you had seen me once," he added, with a merry laugh to finish for his fingers. Mrs. Sclater spoke to her husband, who said to Gibbie that if he chose to provide Donal with suitable garments, he would advance him the money. That was the way he took credit for every little sum he handed his ward, but in his accounts was correct to a farthing. Gibbie would thereupon have dragged Donal at once to the tailor, but Donal was obstinate. "Na, he said, "the clothes is good enough for him that wears them. You do enough for me, Sir Gilbert, already; and though I would be obliged to you as I would to my mother herself, to cleed me gien I werena decent, I winna take your siller, nor nobody ither's, to gang fine. Na, I'll wear the clothes oot, and we s' do better wi' the next. And for that bonny woman, Mistress Sclater, you can tell her 'at by the time I have onything to say to the warl', it winna be my clothes 'at'll haud folk on hearkent. And gien she considers them 'at I hae noo, or sair a disgrace till her gran' rooms, she maun just no invite me, and I'll no come, for I canna presently help them. But the next session, when I hae better, for I'm sure to get work enough in between, I'll come and show mysel', and syne she can do as she likes." This high tone of liberty, so free from offence either given or taken, was thoroughly appreciated by both Mr. and Mrs. Sclater, and they did not cease to invite him. A little talk with the latter soon convinced him that there was neither assumption nor lack of patriotism in speaking the language of the people among whom he found himself; and as he made her his model in the pursuit of the accomplishment, he very soon spoke a good deal better English than Mr. Sclater. But with Gibbie, and even with the dainty Ginevra, he could not yet bring himself to talk anything but his mother tongue. "I cannot make my moo," he would say, "to speak anything but the neutral tongue o' poetry till sic a bonny cratur as Miss Galbraith. And for yersel, Gibbie, Man, I would be ill willin' to big a stone wall atween me and the bonny days when Angus MacPholp was the deil we did fear, and Hornie the deil we did not. Losh, man, what would come o' me gien I had to say my prayers in English? I doubt gien would come out prayin' at all."
I am well aware that most Scotch people of that date tried to say their prayers in English, but not so Janet or Robert, and not so had they taught their children. I fancy not a little unreality was thus in their case avoided. "What will you do when you are a minister?" asked Gibbie on his fingers.
"Me a minister!" echoed Donal. "Me a minister!" he repeated. "Losh, man, gien I can save my ain soul, it'll be all 'at I'm fit for, unloadin' it wi' a hale congregation o' ither folks. Na, gien I can be a schoolmaister, an' help the bairnies to be good as my mither taught myself, an' hae time to read, an' a few shillins to buy books about Egypt and the Holy Land, an' a full and complete edition o' Plato, an' a Greek lexicon, a good ane, an' a Jamieson's dictionary, haith, I'll be a happy man. An' gien I dinna like the schoolmasterin', I can just take to the work again, whilk I couldna do so well gien I had tried the preachin'. Folk would call me a stickit minister. Or maybe they'll gie me the sheep to look after upon Glashgar, when they're ower muckle for my father, an' that would weel content me. Only I would hae to big a bit mair to the housie, to haud my books. I maun hae books. I would get the newspapers whiles, but no often, for they're a sair loss o' precious time. You see, they tell you things afore they're sure, an' you hae to spend your time the day readin' what you'll have to spend your time the morn readin' out again, an' you may as well bide till the thing's settled a wee. I will just let them fait things out at the thought they saw how they ought to gang, an' I would gie them good mutton to hold them up to their dreary work, an' maybe a sangie now an' then 'at would help them to drap it althegither."
"But wouldn't you like to have a wife, Donal, and children like your father and mother?" spelt Gibbie.
Na wife for me, Gibbie," answered the philosopher. "Who would have either a pure schoolmaster or a shepherd? 'Cep it was maybe some lass like my sister Nicie, 'at wouldna ken Euclid fra her hose, or Burns fra a mill dam, or conic sections fra the hole in the Great Pyramid."
"I don't like to hear you talk like that, Donal," said Gibbie. "What do you say to mother?"
"The mither's not to be said about," answered Donal. "She's on by hersel, no unlike ither folk. You wouldna think waur o' the angel Gabriel, 'at he hadna just read Homer clean through, wad ye?"
"If I did," answered Gibbie, "he would only tell me there was time enough for that." When they met on a Friday evening, and it was fine, they would rove the streets, Gibbie taking Donal to the places he knew so well in his childhood, and enjoying it the more that he could now tell him so much better what he remembered. The only place he did not take him to was Jink Lane, with the house that had been Mistress Croale's. He did take him to the court in the Widdiehill, and showed him the old house o' Galbrai, and the place under the stair where his father had worked. The shed was now gone. The neighbours had by degrees carried it away for firewood. The house was occupied still as then by a number of poor people, and the door was never locked, day or night, any more than when Gibbie used to bring his father home. He took Donal to the garret where they had slept, one could hardly say lived, and where his father died. The door stood open, and the place was just as they had left it. A year or two after, Gibbie learned how it came to be thus untenanted. It was said to be haunted. Every Sunday Sir George was heard at work, making boots for his wee Gibbie from morning to night, after which, when it was dark, came dreadful sounds of supplication, as of a soul praying in hell-fire. For a while the house was almost deserted in consequence.
"Gien I was you, Sir Gilbert," said Donal, who now and then remembered Mrs. Sclater's request. They had come down, and looking at the outside of the house, had espied a half-obliterated stone carving of the Galbraith arms.
"Gien I was you, Sir Gilbert, I would gar Maister Sclater keep a sharp look-out for the first chance o' buyin' back this hoose. It wad be a great pity it should gang to waur afore ye get it. Sic tales as this house could tell!"
"How am I to do that, Donal? Mr. Sclater would not mind me. The money's not mine yet, you know," said Gibbie.
"The siller is yours, Gibbie," answered Donal. "It's yours as the kingdom o' heaven's yours. It's only 'at ye canna just lay your hands upon it yet. The sooner ye let that Mr. Sclater ken 'at ye ken what ye're about, the better. And believe me, when he comes to understand 'at ye want that house coft, he'll no be a day on gang to somebody or another about it."
Donal was right, for within a month the house was bought, and certain necessary repairs commenced. Sometimes on those evenings they took tea with Mistress Croale, and it was a proud time with her when they went. That night at least the whisky bottle did not make its appearance. Mrs. Sclater continued to invite young ladies to the house for Gibbie's sake, and when she gave a party, she took care there should be a proportion of young people in it. But Gibbie, although of course kind and polite to all, did not much enjoy these gatherings. It began to trouble him a little that he seemed to care less for his kind than before, but it was only a seeming, and the cause of it was this: he was now capable of perceiving facts in nature and character which prevented real contact, and must make advances towards it appear as offensive as they were useless. But he did not love the less that he had to content himself, until the kingdom should come nearer, with loving at a more conscious distance. By loving kindness and truth he continued doing all he could to bring the kingdom whose end is unity. Hence he had come to restrain his manner. Nothing could have constrained his manners, which now, from the conventional point of view, were irreproachable. But if he did not so often execute a wild dance or stand upon one leg, the glow in his eyes had deepened, and his response to any advance was as ready and thorough, as frank and sweet as ever. His eagerness was replaced by a stillness from which his eyes took all coldness, and his smile was as the sun breaking out in a grey day of summer, and turning all from doves to peacocks. In this matter there was one thing worthy of note, common to Donal and him, who had had the same divine teaching from Janet. Their manners to all classes were the same. They showed the same respect to the poor, the same ease with the rich. I must confess, however, that before the session was over, Donal found it required all his strength of mind to continue to go to Mrs. Sclater's little parties. From kindness she never asked him to her larger ones, and the more to his praise it was that he did not refuse one of her invitations. The cause was this: one bright Sunday morning in February, coming out of his room to go to church, and walking down the path through the furniture in a dreamy mood, he suddenly saw a person meeting him straight in the face. "Sic a queer-like child," he remarked inwardly, stepped on one side to let him pass, and perceived it was himself, reflected from head to foot in a large mirror, which had been placed while he was out the night before. The courage with which he persisted, after such a painful enlightenment, in going into company in those same garments, was right admirable and enviable. But no one knew of it until its exercise was long over. The little pocket money Mr. Sclater allowed Gibbie was chiefly spent at the shop of a certain second-hand bookseller, nearly opposite Mistress Murchison's. The books they bought were carried to Donal's room, there to be considered by Gibbie Donal's, and by Donal Gibbie's. Among the rest was a reprint of Marlowe's Faust, the daring in the one grand passage of which both awed and delighted them. There were also some of the Ettrick Shepherd's eerie stories, alone in their kind, and above all there was a miniature copy of Shelley, whose verse did much for the music of Donal's, while yet he could not quite appreciate the truth for the iridescence of it. He said it seemed to him to have been all composed in a balloon. I have mentioned only works of imagination, but it must not be supposed they had not a relish for stronger food. The books more severe came afterwards, when they had liberty to choose their own labours. Now they had plenty of the harder work provided for them. Somewhere about this time Fergus Duff received his licence to preach, and set himself to acquire what his soul thirsted after, a reputation, namely, for eloquence. This was all the flood-mark that remained of the waters of verse with which he had at one time so plentifully inundated his soul. He was the same as man he had been as youth, handsome, plausible, occupied with himself, determined to succeed, not determined to labour. Praise was the very necessity of his existence, but he had the instinct not to display his beggarly hunger, which reached even to the approbation of such to whom he held himself vastly superior. He seemed generous and was niggardly by turns, cultivated suavity, indulged in floridity both of manners and speech, and signed his name so as nobody could read it, though his handwriting was plain enough. In the spring, summer, and autumn, Donal laboured all day with his body, and in the evening as much as he could with his mind. Lover of nature as he was, however, more alive indeed than before to the delights of the country, and the genial companionship of terrene sights and sounds, scents and motions, he could not help longing for the winter and the city, that his soul might be freer to follow its paths. And yet what a season some of the labours of the field afforded him for thought! To the student who cannot think without books, the easiest of such labours are a dull burden or a distress. But for the man in whom the wells have been unsealed, in whom the waters are flowing, the labour mingles gently and genially with the thought, and the plough he holds with his hands lays open to the sun and the air more soils than one. Mr. Sclater without his books would speedily have sunk into the mere shrewd farmer. Donal, never opening a book, would have followed theories and made verses to the end of his days. Every Saturday, as before, he went to see his father and mother. Janet kept fresh and lively, although age told on her, she said, more rapidly since Gibbie went away. "But gin the Lord let old age wither me up," she said, "he'll look after the cracks himsel'." 6 weeks of every summer between Donal's sessions, while the minister and his wife took their holiday, Gibbie spent with Robert and Janet. It was a blessed time for them all. He led then just the life of the former days, with Robert and Oscar and the sheep, and Janet and her cow in the New Testament, only he had a good many more things to think about now, and more ways of thinking about them. With his own hands he built a neat little porch to the cottage door, with close sides and a second door to keep the wind off. Donal and he carried up the timber and the mortar. But although he tried hard to make Janet say what he could do for her more, he could not bring her to reveal any desire that belonged to this world, except indeed for 2 or 3 trifles for her husband's warmth and convenience. "The sight o' my lord's face," she said once, when he was pressing her, "is all that I want, Sir Gibbie. For this life it just blecks me to think o' anything I would have or would lose. This body o' mine's growing some heavy like, I maun confess, but I wouldna have it taken off me afore the time. It would be an ill thing for the seed to be shalt ower soon." They almost always called him Sir Gibbie, and he never objected, or seemed either annoyed or amused at it. He took it just as the name that was his.
Chapter 49 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Twinkle. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 49. The Houseless. The minister kept Gibbie hard at work, and by the time Donal's last winter came, Gibbie was ready for college also. To please Mr. Sclater, he competed for a bursary, and gained a tolerably good one, but declined accepting it. His guardian was annoyed. He could not see why he should refuse what he had earned. Gibbie asked him whether it was the design of the founder of those bursaries that rich boys should have them. Were they not for the like of Donal? Whereupon Mr. Sclater could not help remembering what a difference it would have made to him in his early struggles if some rich bursar above him had yielded a place and held his peace. Daur Street being too far from Elphinstone College for a student to live there, Mr. Sclater consented to Gibbie's lodging with Donal, but would have insisted on their taking rooms in some part of town more suitable to the young baronet's position, he said. But as there was another room to be had at Mistress Murchison's, Gibbie insisted that one who had shown them so much kindness must not be forsaken, and by this time he seldom found difficulty in having his way with his guardian. Both he and his wife had come to understand him better, and nobody could understand Gibbie better without also understanding all that was good and true and right. Although they hardly knew the facts themselves, the standard of both of them had been heightened by not a few degrees since Gibbie came to them, and although he soon ceased to take direct notice of what in their conduct distressed him, I cannot help thinking it was not amiss that he uttered himself as he did at the first. Knowing a little his ways of thinking, they came to feel his judgment unexpressed. For Mrs. Sclater, when she bethought herself that she had said or done something he must count worldly, the very silence of the dumb boy was a reproof to her. One night the youths had been out for a long walk, and came back to the city late, after the shops were shut. Only here and there a light glimmered in some low-browed little place, probably used in part by the family. Not a soul was visible in the dingy region through which they now approached their lodging, when round a corner, moving like a shadow, came, soft pacing, a ghostly woman in rags, with a white, worn face, and the largest black eyes, it seemed to the youths, that they had ever seen, an apparition of awe and grief and wonder. To compare a great thing to a small, she was to their eyes as a ruined, desecrated shrine to the eyes of a saint's own peculiar worshipper. I may compare her to what I please, great or small, to a sapphire set in tin, to an angel with draggled feathers, for far beyond all comparison is that temple of the Holy Ghost in the desert, a woman in wretchedness and rags. She carried her puny baby rolled hard in the corner of her scrap of black shawl. To the youths a sea of trouble looked out of those wild eyes. As she drew near them, she hesitated, half stopped, and put out a hand from under the shawl, stretched out no arm, held out only a hand from the wrist, white against the night. Donal had no money. Gibbie had a shilling. The hand closed upon it, a gleam crossed the sad face, and a murmur of thanks fluttered from the thin lips as she walked on her way. The youths breathed deep, and felt a little relieved, but only a little. The thought of the woman wandering in the dark and the fog and the night was a sickness at their hearts. Was it impossible to gather such under the wings of any night-brooding hen? That Gibbie had gone through so much of the same kind of thing himself, and had found it endurable enough, did not make her case a whit the less pitiful in his eyes, and indeed it was widely, sadly different from his. Along the deserted street, which looked to Donal like a waterless canal banked by mounds of death, and lighted by phosphorescent grave damps, they followed her with their eyes, the only one living thing, fading away from lamp to lamp, and when they could see her no farther, followed her with their feet. They could not bear to lose sight of her, but they kept just on the verge of vision, for they did not want her to know the espial of their love. Suddenly she disappeared, and keeping their eyes on the spot as well as they could, they found when they reached it a little shop with a red curtain, half torn down, across the glass door of it. A dim oil lamp was burning within. It looked like a rag shop, dirty and dreadful. There she stood, while a woman with a bloated face, looking to Donal like the feeder of hell swine, took from some secret hole underneath a bottle which seemed to Gibbie the very one his father used to drink from. He would have rushed in and dashed it from her hand, but Donal withheld him. "Hoots," he said, "we canna follow her all night," and gien we did, What better would she be in the morning? Let her be, puir thing." She received the whiskey in a broken teacup, swallowed some of it eagerly, then, to the horror of the youths, put some of it into the mouth of her child from her own. Draining the last drops from the cup, she set it quietly down, turned, and without a word spoken, for she had paid beforehand, came out, her face looking just as white and thin as before, but having another expression in the eyes of it. At the sight, Donal's wisdom forsook him. Woman," he cried, "yon wasna what ye had the shillin' for." "Ye said naething," answered the poor creature humbly, and walked on, hanging her head, and pressing her baby to her bosom. The boys looked at each other. "That wasna the gait your shillin' sud hae gane, Gibbie," said Donal. "It's clear it winna dee to gie shillins to sic like as her. What kens but the hunger and the caul, and the want o' whiskey, may be the woman's evil things here, that she may scape the hell-fire o' the rich man hereafter." He stopped, for Gibbie was weeping. The woman and her child he would have taken to his very heart, and could do nothing for them. Love seemed helpless, for money was useless. It set him thinking much, and the result appeared. From that hour the case of the homeless haunted his heart and brain and imagination, and as his natural affections found themselves repelled and chilled in what is called society, they took refuge more and more with the houseless and hungry and shivering. Through them also he now, for the first time, began to find grave and troublous questions mingling with his faith and hope, so that already he began to be rewarded for his love. To the true heart every doubt is a door. I will not follow and describe the opening of these doors to Gibbie, but, as what he discovered found always its first utterance and action, wait until I can show the result. For the time the youths were again a little relieved about the woman. Following her still, to a yet more wretched part of the city, they saw her knock at a door, pay something, and be admitted. It looked a dreadful refuge, but she was at least under cover and shelter in such a climate as ours in winter must be the first rudimentary notion of salvation. No longer haunted with the idea of her wandering all night about the comfortless streets, like a ghost awake in Memphis, Donal said, they went home. But it was long before they got to sleep, and in the morning their first words were about the woman. "Gin only we had my mither here," said Donal. "Mightn't you try Mr. Sclater?" suggested Gibbie. Donal answered with a great roar of laughter. "He would tell her she ought to tak shame till herself," he said, "and I'm thinking she's lang brunt our stock o' that firin'. He would tell her she sud work for her living, and maybe there isna a turn the puir thing can dee 'at anybody would gie her a bawbee for, Dale. But what say ye to taking advice on Miss Galbraith?" It was strange how, with the marked distinctions between them, Donal and Gibbie would every now and then, like the daughters of the vicar of Wakefield, seem to change places and parts. "God can make praise pipes of babes and sucklings," answered Gibbie, "but it does not follow that they can give advice. Don't you remember your mother saying that the stripling David was enough to kill a braggart giant, but a sore-tried man was wanted to rule the people? It ended in their going to Mistress Croall. They did not lay bare to her their perplexities, but they asked her to find out who the woman was, and see if anything could be done for her. They said to themselves she would know the condition of such a woman, and what would be moving in her mind after the experience she had herself had, better at least than the minister or his lady wife. Nor were they disappointed. To be thus taken into counsel revived poor Miss Crowell the time of her dignity, while yet she shepherded her little flock of drunkards. She undertook the task with hearty good will, and carried it out with some success. Its reaction on herself to her own good was remarkable. There can be no better auxiliary against our own sins than to help our neighbor in the encounter with his. Merely to contemplate our neighbor will recoil upon us in quite another way. We shall see his faults so black that we will not consent to believe ours so bad, and will immediately begin to excuse, which is the same as to cherish them, instead of casting them from us with abhorrence. One day early in the session, as the youths were approaching the gate of Miss Kimball's school, a thin, careworn man, in shabby clothes, came out and walked along meeting them. Every now and then he bowed his shoulders, as if something invisible had leapt upon them from behind, and as often seemed to throw it off, and with effort walk erect. It was the Laird. They lifted their caps, but in return he only stared, or rather tried to stare, for his eyes seemed able to fix themselves on nothing. He was now at length a thoroughly ruined man, and had come to the city to end his days in a cottage belonging to his daughter. Already Mr. Sclater, who was unweariedly on the watch over the material interests of his ward, had, through his lawyer, and without permitting his name to appear, purchased the whole of the Glashruach property.
Chapter 50 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 50. A Walk. The cottage to which Mr. Galbraith had taken Ginevra stood in a suburban street, one of those small, well-built, stone houses common, I fancy, throughout Scotland, with 3 rooms and a kitchen on its one floor, and a large attic with dormer windows. It was low and wide-roofed, and had a tiny garden between it and the quiet street. This garden was full of flowers in summer and autumn, but the tops of a few gaunt stems of hollyhocks, and the wiry straggling creepers of the honeysuckle about the eaves, was all that now showed from the pavement. It had a dwarf wall of granite, with an iron railing on the top, through which in the season its glorious colours used to attract many eyes, but Mr. Galbraith had had the railing and the gate lined to the very spikes with boards. The first day of his abode he had discovered that the passers-by, not to say those who stood to stare admiringly at the flowers, came much too near his faded but none the less conscious dignity. He had also put a lock on the gate, and so made of the garden a sort of propylon to the house. For he had of late developed a tendency towards taking to earth, like the creatures that seem to have been created ashamed of themselves, and are always burrowing. But it was not that the late Laird was ashamed of himself in any proper sense. Of the dishonesty of his doings he was as yet scarcely half conscious, for the proud man shrinks from repentance, regarding it as disgrace. To wash is to acknowledge the need of washing. He avoided the eyes of men for the mean reason that he could no longer appear in dignity as Laird of Glashruach and chairman of a grand company, while he felt as if something must have gone wrong with the laws of nature, that it had become possible for Thomas Galbraith of Glashruach, Esquire, to live in a dumpy cottage. He had thought seriously of resuming his patronymic of Durrant, but reflected that he was too well known to don that cloak of transparent darkness without giving currency to the idea that he had soiled the other past longer wearing. It would be imagined, he said, picking out one dishonesty of which he had not been guilty, that he had settled money on his wife, and retired to enjoy it. His condition was far more pitiful than his situation. Having no faculty for mental occupation except with affairs, finding nothing to do but cleave like a spent sailor with hands and feet to the slippery rock of what was once his rectitude, such as it was, trying to hold it still his own, he would sit for hours without moving, a perfect creature, temple, god, and worshipper all in one, only that the worshipper was hardly content with his god, and that a worm was gnawing on at the foundation of the temple. Nearly as motionless, her hands excepted, would Ginevra sit opposite to him, not quieter, but more peaceful than when a girl, partly because now she was less afraid of him. He called her, in his thoughts as he sat there, heartless and cold, but not only was she not so, but it was his fault that she appeared to him such. In his moral stupidity he would rather have seen her manifest concern at the poverty to which he had reduced her, than show the stillness of a contented mind. She was not much given to books, but what she read was worth reading, and such as turned into thought while she sat. They are not the best students who are most dependent on books. What can be got out of them is at best only material. A man must build his house for himself. She would have read more, but with her father beside her doing nothing, she felt that to take a book would be like going into a warm house and leaving him out in the cold. It was very sad to her to see him thus shrunk and withered, and lost in thought that plainly was not thinking. Nothing interested him. He never looked at the papers, never cared to hear a word of news. His eyes more unsteady, his lips looser, his neck thinner and longer, he looked more than ever like a puppet, whose strings hung slack. How often would Ginevra have cast herself on his bosom if she could have even hoped he would not repel her! Now and then his eyes did wander to her in a dazed sort of animal-like appeal, but the moment she attempted response, he turned into a corpse. Still, when it came, that look was a comfort, for it seemed to witness some bond between them after all. And another comfort was, that now, in his misery, she was able, if not to forget those painful thoughts about him which had all these years haunted her, at least to dismiss them when they came, in the hope that, as already such a change had passed upon him, further and better change might follow. She was still the same brown bird as of old, a bird of the twilight, or rather a twilight itself, with a whole night of stars behind it, of whose existence she scarcely knew, having but just started on the voyage of discovery which life is. She had the sweetest, rarest smile, not frequent and flashing like Gibbie's, but stealing up from below, like the shadowy reflection of a greater light, gently deepening, permeating her countenance until it reached her eyes, thence issuing in soft flame. Always, however, as soon as her eyes began to glow duskily, down went their lids, and down dropped her head like the frond of a sensitive plant. Her atmosphere was an embodied stillness. She made a quiet wherever she entered. She was not beautiful, but she was lovely, and her presence at once made a place such as one would desire to be in. The most pleasant of her thoughts were of necessity those with which the two youths were associated. How dreary but for them and theirs would the retrospect of her life have been! Several times every winter they had met at the minister's, and every summer she had again and again seen Gibbie with Mrs. Sclater, and once or twice had had a walk with them, and every time Gibbie had something of Donal's to give her. Twice Gibbie had gone to see her at the school, but the second time she asked him not to come again, as Miss Kimball did not like it. He gave a big stare of wonder, and thought of Angus and the Laird, but followed the stare with a swift smile, for he saw she was troubled, and asked no question, but waited for the understanding of all things that must come. But now, when or where was she ever to see them more? Gibbie was no longer at the minister's, and perhaps she would never be invited to meet them there again. She dared not ask Donal to call. Her father would be indignant. and for her father's sake she would not ask Gibbie. It might give him pain, while the thought that he would of a certainty behave so differently to him now that he was well dressed and mannered like a gentleman, was almost more unendurable to her than the memory of his past treatment of him. Mr. and Mrs. Sclater had called upon them the moment they were settled in the cottage, but Mr. Galbraith would see nobody. When the gate bell rang, he always looked out, and if a visitor appeared, withdrew to his bedroom. One brilliant Saturday morning, the second in the session, the ground hard with an early frost, the filmy ice making fairy caverns and grottos in the cart ruts, and the air so condensed with cold that every breath, to those who ate and slept well, had the life of two, Mrs. Sclater rang the said bell. Mr. Galbraith, peeping from the window, saw a lady's bonnet, and went. She walked in, followed by Gibbie, and would have Ginevra go with them for a long walk. Pleased enough with the proposal, for the outsides of life had been dull as well as painful of late, she went and asked her father. If she did not tell him that Sir Gilbert was with Mrs. Sclater, perhaps she ought to have told him, but I am not sure, and therefore am not going to blame her. When parents are not fathers and mothers, but something that has no name in the kingdom of heaven, they place the purest and most honest of daughters in the midst of perplexities. "Why do you ask me?" returned her father. "My wishes are nothing to anyone now. To you they never were anything." "I will stay at home if you wish it, papa, with pleasure," she replied, as cheerfully as she could after such a reproach. "By no means. If you do, I shall go and dine at the Red Hart," he answered, not having money enough in his possession to pay for a dinner there. I fancy he meant to be kind, but, like not a few, alas, took no pains to look as kind as he was. There are many, however, who seem to delight in planting a sting where conscience or heart will not let them deny. It made her miserable for a while, of course, but she had got so used to his way of breaking a gift as he handed it, that she answered only with a sigh. When she was a child, his ungraciousness had power to darken the sunlight, but by repetition it had lost force. In haste she put on her little brown ribboned bonnet, took the moth-eaten muff that had been her mother's, and rejoined Mrs. Sclater and Gibbie, beaming with troubled pleasure. Life in her was strong, and their society soon enabled her to forget, not her father's sadness, but his treatment of her. At the end of the street they found Donal waiting them, without greatcoat or muffler, the picture of such health as suffices to its own warmth, not a mark of the midnight student about him, and looking very different in town-made clothes from the Donal of the mirror. He approached and saluted her with such an air of homely grace as one might imagine that of the Red Cross knight, when, having just put on the armour of a Christian man, from a clownish fellow he straightway appeared the goodliest knight in the company. Away they walked together westward, then turned southward. Mrs. Sclater and Gibbie led, and Ginevra followed with Donal. And they had not walked far before something of the delight of old times on Glashruach began to revive in the bosom of the too sober girl. In vain she reminded herself that her father sat miserable at home, thinking of her probably as the most heartless of girls. The sun and the bright air, like wine in her veins, were too much for her. Donal had soon made her cheerful, and now and then she answered his talk with even a little flash of merriment. They crossed the bridge high hung over the Daur, by which on that black morning Gibbie fled, and here, for the first time, with his 3 friends about him, he told on his fingers the dire deed of the night, and heard from Mrs. Sclater that the murderers had been hanged. Ginevra grew white and faint as she read his fingers and gestures, but it was more at the thought of what the child had come through than from the horror of his narrative. They then turned eastward to the sea, and came to the top of the rock border of the coast, with its cliffs rent into gullies, eerie places to look down into, ending in caverns into which the waves rushed with bellow and boom. Although so nigh the city, this was always a solitary place, yet rounding a rock they came upon a young man, who hurried a book into his pocket, and would have gone by the other side, but, perceiving himself recognized, came to meet them, and saluted Mrs. Sclater, who presented him to Ginevra as the Reverend Mr. Duff. "I have not had the pleasure of seeing you since you were quite a little girl, Miss Galbraith," said Fergus. Ginevra said coldly she did not remember him. The youths greeted him in careless student fashion. They had met now and then for a moment about the college, and a little meaningless talk followed. He was to preach the next day, and for several Sundays following, at a certain large church in the city, at the time without a minister, and when they came upon him he was studying his sermon. I do not mean the truths he intended to press upon his audience, those he had mastered long ago, but his manuscript, studying it in the sense in which actors use the word, learning it, that is, by heart laboriously, that the words might come from his lips as much like an extemporaneous utterance as possible, consistently with not being mistaken for one, which, were it true as the Bible, would have no merit in the ears of those who counted themselves judges of the craft. The kind of thing suited Fergus, whose highest idea of life was seeming. Naturally capable, he had already made of himself rather a dull fellow. For when a man spends his energy on appearing to have, he is all the time destroying what he has, and therein the very means of becoming what he desires to seem. If he gains his end, his success is his punishment. Fergus never forgot that he was a clergyman, always carrying himself according to his idea of the calling. Therefore, when the interchange of commonplaces flagged, he began to look about him for some remark sufficiently tinged with his profession to be suitable for him to make, and for the ladies to hear as his. The wind was a thoroughly wintry one from the north-east, and had been blowing all night, so that the waves were shouldering the rocks with huge assault. Now Fergus's sermon, which he meant to use as a spade for the casting of the first turf of the first parallel in the siege of the pulpit of the North Parish, was upon the vanity of human ambition, his text being the grand verse, "And so I saw the wicked buried who had come and gone from the place of the holy." There was no small amount of fine writing in the manuscript he had thrust into his pocket, and his sermon was in his head when he remarked, with the wafture of a neatly gloved hand seawards, "I was watching these waves when you found me. They seemed to me such a picture of the vanity of human endeavour. But just as little as those waves would mind me if I told them they were wasting their labour on these rocks, will men mind me when I tell them tomorrow of the emptiness of their ambitions." "A present instance of the vanity of human endeavour," said Donal. "What for should ye in that case gang on preachin', so setting them an ill example?" Duff gave him a high-lidded glance, vouchsafing no reply. "Just as those waves," he continued, "waste themselves in effort, as often foiled as renewed, to tear down these rocks, so do the men of this world go on and on, spending their strength for naught." "Hoots, Fergus!" said Donal again, in broadest speech, as if with its bray he would rebuke not the madness but the silliness of the prophet. "Ye dinna mean to tell me yon jaws disna ken their business better nor imagine they had to caw down the rocks?" Duff cast a second glance of scorn at what he took for the prosaic stupidity or poverty-stricken logomachy of Donal, while Ginevra opened on him big brown eyes, as much as to say, "Donal, who was it set me down for saying a man couldn't be a burn?" But Gibbie's face was expectant. He knew Donal. Mrs. Sclater also looked interested. She did not much like Duff, and by this time she suspected Donal of genius. Donal turned to Ginevra with a smile, and said, in the best English he could command, "Bear with me a moment, Miss Galbraith. If Mr. Duff will oblige me by answering my question, I trust I shall satisfy you I am no turncoat." Fergus stared. What did his father's herd boy mean by talking such English to the ladies, and such vulgar Scotch to him? Although now a magistrand, that is, one about to take his degree of Master of Arts, Donal was still to Fergus the cleaner out of his father's buyers, an upstart, whose former position was his real one, towards him at least, who knew him. And did the fellow challenge him to a discussion? Or did he presume on the familiarity of their boyhood, and wish to sport his acquaintance with the popular preacher? On either supposition, he was impertinent. "I spoke poetically," he said, with cold dignity. "Ye'll excuse me, Fergus," replied Donal, "for the sake o' auld lang syne, when I was, as I ever will be, sair obligated till ye. But i' that ye say noo, ye're sair wrong. Ye wasna speaking poetically, though I ken weel ye think it, or ye wudna say it. And that's what garred me take ye up. For the very essence o' poetry is truth, and as soon as a word's no true, it's no poetry, though it may have on the cast clothes of it. It's none but them 'at kens not what poetry is, 'at blethers about poetic licence and that kind o' hen-scratch, as gien a poet was sic a gowk 'at nobody eated how he lied, or whether he gaed with his coat hindside afore or no.
I am at a loss to understand you. Donal? Yes, Donal Grant. I remember you very well, and from the trouble I used to take with you to make you distinguish between the work of the poet and that of the rhymester, I should have thought by this time you would have known a little more about the nature of poetry. Personification is a figure of speech in constant use by all poets.
Oh, aye, but there's true and there's false personification, and is no ilka poet 'at kens the differ. Oh, I ken, ye'll be down upon me with your Byron.
Fergus shook his head, as at a false impeachment, but Donal went on.
But even a poet canna make lays poetry. And a man 'at in one of his grandest verses could haver about the birth of a young earthquake. Losh, to think of it growing an old earthquake! Haith, to me it's no up till a duck quack. Sic a poet might well, I grant ye, be he ever sic a good poet when he took heed to what he said, he might well, I say, blether nonsense about the sea warring against the rocks, and sic stuff.
But don't you see them? Said Fergus, pointing to a great billow that fell back at the moment, and lay churning in the gulf beneath them. Are they not in fact wasting the rocks away by slow degrees?
What comes o' your simile, then, anent the vanity o' their endeavour? But that's not what I'm caring about. What I maintain is, though they do wear away the rocks, that's nae mair their design, nor it's the design of a Yuki else to kill the tree when he rubs its skin and his ain off together.
Tut, nobody ever means when he personifies the powers of nature that they know what they are about.
The mair necessary to attribute till them nothing but their real design.
If they don't know what they are about, how can you be so foolish as talk of their design?
Ilka thing has a design, and gien it dinna ken it itself, that's just where your true and lawful personification comes in. There's no reason 'at a poet shouldna attribute till a thing as a conscious design, that which lies at the very heart of its being, the design for which it's there. That and no other should determine the personification ye give a thing, for that's the truth of the thing. Man, Fergus, the jaws is fightin' with nae rocks. They're just at their part in a grand cleansing harmony. They're at their housemaid's work, day and night, to hold the world clean, and grand and bonny they sing at it. Gien I was you, I wouldna tell folk any sic nonsense as yon. I would tell 'em that ilka 'at doesna do his work in the world, and do it the right gait, is not the worth of a minnin, not to say a whale, for ilk ane o' the wee craturs does the wull o' him 'at made him, wi' ilka whisk of his bit tailie, fa'in' in with all the jabble o' the jaws again' the rocks, for it's all one thing, and all to hold the muckle sea clean. And sae, when I lie in my bed, and all at once there comes a wee soughie o' wind in my face, and I look up and see it was nothing but the wings of a flittin' flee, I think wi' myself how all the curses are but blessings that ye dinna see intil, and how ilka midge and flea and muckle dronin' thing that goes about singin' bass, not to mention the doves and the martins, and the craws and the kites and the owlets and the muckle eagles and the butterflies, is all just holdin' the air, goin' at ilka defilin' thing may be weel turnt o'er and burnt clean. That's the best I got out o' my chemistry last session. And fain would I hold air and water in motion about me, and so serve my end, whether by wagging with my wings or whiskin' with my tail. It's just wonderful. It's all one grand consorted confusion o' harmony and order, and what makes the confusion is only just that all things workin' and nothing sits idle. But away with the nonsense o' one thing worryin' and fightin' at another, not till ye come to beasts and folk, and syne ye have enough of it.
All the time Fergus had been poking the point of his stick into the ground, a smile of superiority curling his lip. "I hope, ladies, our wits are not quite swept away in this flood of Doric," he said. "You have a poor opinion of the stability of our brains, Mr. Duff," said Mrs. Sclater. "I was only judging by myself," he replied, a little put out. "I can't say I understood our friend here. Did you?" "Perfectly," answered Mrs. Sclater. At that moment came a thunderous wave with a great bowff into the hollow at the end of the gully on whose edge they stood. "There's your housemaid's broom, Donal," said Ginevra. They all laughed. "Everything depends on how you look at a thing," said Fergus, and said no more, inwardly resolving, however, to omit from his sermon a certain sentence about the idle waves dashing themselves to ruin on the rocks they would destroy, and to work in something instead about the winds of the winter tossing the snow.
A pause followed. "Well, this is Saturday, and to-morrow is my work-day, you know, ladies," he said. "If you would oblige me with your address, Miss Galbraith, I should do myself the honour of calling on Mr. Galbraith." Ginevra told him where they lived, but added she was afraid he must not expect to see her father, for he had been out of health lately, and would see nobody. "At all events, I shall give myself the chance," he rejoined, and bidding the ladies good-bye, and nodding to the youths, turned and walked away. For some time there was silence. At length Donal spoke. "Poor Fergus," he said with a little sigh. "He's a good-natured creature, and was a great help to me, but when I think of him a preacher, I seem to see an Egyptian priest standing on the threshold of the great door at Ipsambul, blowing with all his might to keep out the Libyan desert, and the 4 great stone gods sitting behind the altar, far back in the gloom, laughing at him." Then Ginevra asked him something which led to a good deal of talk about the true and false in poetry, and made Mrs. Sclater feel it was not for nothing she had befriended the lad from the hills in the strange garments. And she began to think whether her husband might not be brought to take a higher view of his calling. On Monday Fergus went to pay his visit to Mr. Galbraith. As Ginevra had said, her father did not appear, but Fergus was far from disappointed. He had taken it into his head that Miss Galbraith sided with him when that ill-bred fellow made his rude, not to say ungrateful, attack upon him, and was much pleased to have a talk with her. Ginevra thought it would not be right to cherish against him the memory of the one sin of his youth in her eyes, but she could not like him. She did not know why, but the truth was, she felt, without being able to identify, his unreality. She thought it was because, both in manners and in dress, so far as the custom of his calling would permit, he was that unpleasant phenomenon, a fine gentleman. She had never heard him preach, or she would have liked him still less, for he was an orator wilful and prepense, choice of long words, fond of climaxes, and always aware of the points at which he must wave his arm, throw forward his hands, wipe his eyes with the finest of large cambric handkerchiefs. As it was, she was heartily tired of him before he went, and when he was gone, found, as she sat with her father, that she could not recall a word he had said. As to what had made the fellow stay so long, she was therefore positively unable to give her father an answer, the consequence of which was, that the next time he called, Mr. Galbraith, much to her relief, stood the brunt of his approach, and received him. The ice thus broken, his ingratiating manners, and the full-blown respect he showed Mr. Galbraith, enabling the weak man to feel himself, as of old, every inch a laird, so won upon him that, when he took his leave, he gave him a cordial invitation to repeat his visit. He did so, in the evening this time, and remembering a predilection of the laird's, begged for a game of backgammon. The result of his policy was, that, of many weeks that followed, every Monday evening at least he spent with the laird. Ginevra was so grateful to him for his attention to her father, and his efforts to draw him out of his gloom, that she came gradually to let a little light of favour shine upon him. And if the heart of Fergus Duff was drawn to her, that is not to be counted to him a fault, neither that, his heart thus drawn, he should wish to marry her. Had she been still heiress of Glashruach, he dared not have dreamed of such a thing, but, noting the humble condition to which they were reduced, the growing familiarity of the father, and the friendliness of the daughter, he grew very hopeful, and more anxious than ever to secure the presentation to the North Church, which was in the gift of the city. He could easily have got a rich wife, but he was more greedy of distinction than of money, and to marry the daughter of the man to whom he had been accustomed in childhood to look up as the greatest in the known world, was in his Chapter 51 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 51 The North Church. It was a cold night in March, cloudy and blowing. Every human body was turned into a fortress for bare defence of life. There was no snow on the ground, but it seemed as if there must be snow everywhere else. There was snow in the clouds overhead, and there was snow in the mind of man beneath. The very air felt like the quarry out of which the snow had been dug, which was being ground above. The wind felt black, the sky was black, and the lamps were blowing about as if they wanted to escape, for the darkness was after them. It was the Sunday following the induction of Fergus, and this was the meteoric condition through which Donal and Gibbie passed on their way to the North Church, to hear him preach in the pulpit that was now his own. The people had been gathering since long before the hour, and the youths could find only standing room near the door. Cold as was the weather, and keen as blew the wind into the church every time a door was opened, the instant it was shut again it was warm, for the place was crowded from the very height of the great steep-sloping galleries, at the back of which the people were standing on the window-sills, down to the double swing doors, which were constantly cracking open, as if the house was literally too full to hold the congregation. The aisles also were crowded with people standing, all eager yet solemn, with granite faces and live eyes. One who did not know better might well have imagined them gathered in hunger after good tidings from the kingdom of truth and hope, whereby they might hasten the coming of that kingdom in their souls and the souls they loved. But it was hardly that. It was indeed a long way from it, and no such thing. The eagerness was, in the mass, doubtless with exceptions, to hear the new preacher, the pyrotechnist of human logic and eloquence, who was about to burn his halfpenny blue lights over the abyss of truth, and throw his yelping crackers into it. The eyes of the young men went wandering over the crowd, looking for any of their few acquaintances, but below they mostly fell, of course, on the backs of heads. There was, however, no mistaking either Ginevra's bonnet, or the occiput perched like a capital on the long neck of her father. They sat a good way in front, about the middle of the great church. At the sight of them Gibbie's face brightened, Donal's turned pale as death. For only the last week but one, he had heard of the frequent visits of the young preacher to the cottage, and of the favour in which he was held by both father and daughter, and his state of mind since had not, with all his philosophy to rectify and support it, been an enviable one. That he could not for a moment regard himself as a fit husband for the lady lass, or dream of exposing himself or her to the insult which the offer of himself as a son-in-law would bring on them both from the laird, was not a reflection to render the thought of such a bag of wind as Fergus Duff marrying her one whit the less horribly unendurable. Had the laird been in the same social position as before, Donal would have had no fear of his accepting Fergus, but misfortune alters many relations. Fergus's father was a man of considerable property, Fergus himself almost a man of influence, and already in possession of a comfortable income. It was possible to imagine that the impoverished Thomas Galbrai, late of Glashruach, Esquire, might contrive to swallow what annoyance there could not but in any case be in wedding his daughter to the son of John Duff, late his own tenant of the Mains. Altogether Donal's thoughts were not of the kind to put him in fit mood, I do not say to gather benefit from the prophesying of Fergus, but to give fair play to the pedlar who now rose to display his loaded calico and beggarly shoddy over the book-board of the pulpit. But the congregation listened rapt. I dare not say there was no divine reality concerned in his utterance, for Gibbie saw many a glimmer through the rents in his logic, and the thin worn patches of his philosophy. But it was not such glimmers that fettered the regards of the audience, but the noisy flow and false eloquence of the preacher. In proportion to the falsehood in us are we exposed to the falsehood in others. The false plays upon the false without discord, comes to the false and is welcomed as the true. There is no jar, for the false to the false look the true. Darkness takes darkness for light, and great is the darkness. I will not attempt an account of the sermon. Even admirably rendered, it would be worthless as the best of copies of a bad wall-paper. There was in it, to be sure, such a glowing description of the city of God as might have served to attract thither all the diamond merchants of Amsterdam. But why a Christian should care to go to such a place, let him tell who knows; while, on the other hand, the audience appeared equally interested in his equiponderating description of the place of misery. Not once did he even attempt to give, or indeed could have given, the feeblest idea to a single soul present of the one terror of the universe, the peril of being cast from the arms of essential love and life into the bosom of living death. For this teacher of men knew nothing whatever but by hearsay, had not in himself experienced one of the joys or one of the horrors he endeavoured to embody. Gibbie was not at home listening to such a sermon. He was distressed, and said afterwards to Donal he would far rather be subjected to Mr. Sclater's isms than Fergus's ations. It caused him pain, too, to see Donal look so scornful, so contemptuous even, while it added to Donal's unrest and swelled his evil mood to see Mr. Galbrai absorbed. For Ginevra's bonnet, it did not once move, but then it was not set at an angle to indicate either eyes upturned in listening or cast down in emotion. Donal would have sacrificed not a few songs, the only wealth he possessed, for one peep round the corner of that bonnet. He had become painfully aware that, much as he had seen of Ginevra, he knew scarcely anything of her thoughts. He had always talked so much more to her than she to him, that now, when he longed to know, he could not even guess what she might be thinking, or what effect such an arrangement of red and yellow would have upon her imagination and judgment. She could not think or receive what was not true, he felt sure, but she might easily enough attribute truth where it did not exist. At length the rockets, Roman candles, and squibs were all burnt out, the would-be eternal blazon was over, and the preacher sunk back exhausted in his seat. The people sang, a prayer fit pendant to such a sermon followed, and the congregation was dismissed. It could not be with much additional strength to meet the sorrows, temptations, sophisms, commonplaces, disappointments, dullnesses, stupidities, and general devilries of the week, although not a few paid the preacher welcome compliments on his grand discourse. The young men were out among the first, and going round to another door in the churchyard by which they judged Ginevra and her father must issue, there stood waiting. The night was utterly changed. The wind had gone about, and the vapours were high in heaven, broken all into cloud masses of sombre grandeur. Now from behind, now upon their sides, they were made glorious by the full moon, while through their rents appeared the sky and the ever-marvellous stars. Gibbie's eyes went climbing up the spire that shot skyward over their heads. Around its point the clouds and the moon seemed to gather, grouping themselves in grand carelessness, and he thought of the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven, to us mere heaps of watery vapour, ever ready to fall, drowning the earth in rain or burying it in snow. To angel feet they might be solid masses whereon to tread attendant upon him who, although with his word he ruled winds and seas, loved to be waited on by the multitude of his own. He was yet gazing, forgetful of the human tide about him, watching the glory dominant over storm, when his companion pinched his arm. He looked, and was aware that Fergus, muffled to the eyes, was standing beside them. He seemed not to see them, and they were nowise inclined to attract his attention, but gazed motionless on the church door, an unsealed fountain of souls. What a curious thing it is to watch an issuing crowd of faces for one loved one, all so unattractive, provoking, blamable, as they come rolling round corners, dividing and flowing away, not one of them the right one. But at last out she did come, Ginevra, like a daisy among mown grass. It was really she, but with her father. She saw Donal, glanced from him to Gibbie, cast down her sweet eyes, and made no sign. Fergus had already advanced and addressed the laird. "Ah, Mr. Duff," said Mr. Galbraith, "excuse me, but would you oblige me by giving your arm to my daughter? I see a friend waiting to speak to me. I shall overtake you in a moment." Fergus murmured his pleasure, and Ginevra and he moved away together. The youths for a moment watched the father. He dawdled, evidently wanted to speak to no one. They then followed the two, walking some yards behind them. Every other moment Fergus would bend his head towards Ginevra. Once or twice they saw the little bonnet turn upwards in response or question. Poor Donal was burning with lawless and foolish indignation. Why should the minister muffle himself up like an old woman in the crowd, and take off the great handkerchief when talking with the lady? When the youths reached the street where the cottage stood, They turned the corner after them, and walked quickly up to them where they stood at the gate, waiting for it to be opened. "Sic a gran' night!" said Donal, after the usual greetings. "Sir Gibbie and me's haein' a dauner wi' the moon. Ye would think she had light enough to haud the clouds off o' her, wad ye no, mem? But na, they'll be upon her. An' I'm feart there's one unco black one yon'er. Dinna ye see it, wi' a straik o' white about the thrapple of it? There, dinna ye see it?" he went on, pointing to the clouds about the moon. "That one I'm doubtin' 'll have the better of her or long, tak her intil 's arms, an' bray all the light out o' her. Good night, mem. Good night, Fergus. You ministers shouldna make yourselves so like clouds. Ye should be clad in white and gold, and all colours o' stones, like the New Jerusalem ye tell sic tales about, an' syne nobody wad mistake the news ye bring." Therewith Donal walked on, doubtless for the moment a little relieved. But before they had walked far, he broke down altogether. "Gibbie," he said, "yon rascal's gaun to marry the lady lass, an' it drives me mad to think it. Gien I could but once see and speak till her, once, jist once, Lord, what'll come o' the gowans upon the Mains, and the heather upon Glashgar?" He burst out crying, but instantly dashed away his tears with indignation at his weakness. "I maun dray my weird," he said, and said no more. Gibbie's face had grown white in the moon gleams, and his lips trembled. He put his arm through Donal's and clung to him, and in silence they went home. When they reached Donal's room, Donal entering shut the door behind him, and shut out Gibbie. He stood for a moment like one dazed, then suddenly coming to himself, turned away, left the house, and ran straight to Daur Street. When the minister's door was opened to him, he went to that of the dining room, knowing Mr. and Mrs. Sclater would then be at supper. Happily for his intent, the minister was at the moment having his tumbler of toddy after the labours of the day, an indulgence which, so long as Gibbie was in the house, he had ever since that first dinner party taken in private, out of regard, as he pretended to himself, for the boy's painful associations with it, but in reality, to his credit be it told if it may, from a little shame of the thing itself. And his wife therefore, when she saw Gibbie, rose, and meeting him, took him with her to her own little sitting room, where they had a long talk, of which the result appeared the next. Chapter 52 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 52. The Quarry. Donal threw everything aside, careless of possible disgrace in the class the next morning, and trembling with hope accompanied Gibbie. She would be there, surely. It was one of those clear nights in which a gleam of straw colour in the west, with light thinned grey-green deepening into blue above it, is like the very edge of the axe of the cold, the edge that reaches the soul. But the youths were warm enough. They had health and hope. The hospitable crimson room, with its round table set out for a Scotch tea, and its fire blazing hugely, received them. And there sat Ginevra by the fire, with her pretty feet on a footstool before it. In those days ladies wore open shoes, and showed dainty stockings. Her face looked rosy, but it was from the firelight, for when she turned it towards them, it showed pale as usual. She received them, as always, with the same simple sincerity that had been hers on the bank of the Lorrie burn. But Gibbie read some trouble in her eyes, for his soul was all touch, and like a delicate spiritual seismograph responded at once to the least tremble of a neighbouring soul. The minister was not present, and Mrs. Sclater had both to be the blazing coal and keep blowing herself, else, however hot it might be at the smouldering hearth, the little company would have sent up no flame of talk. When tea was over, Gibbie went to the window, got within the red curtains, and peeped out. Returning presently, he spelled with fingers and signed with hands to Ginevra that it was a glorious night, Would she not come for a walk? Ginevra looked to Mrs. Sclater. "Gibbie wants me to go for a walk," she said. "Certainly, my dear, if you are well enough to go with him," replied her friend. "I am always well," answered Ginevra. "I can't go with you," said Mrs. Sclater, "for I expect my husband every moment. But what occasion is there, with 2 such knights to protect you?" She was straining hard on the bit of propriety, but she knew them all so well, she said to herself. Then first perceiving Gibbie's design, Donal cast him a grateful glance, while Ginevra rose hastily and ran to put on her outer garments. Plainly to Donal she was pleased to go. When they stood on the pavement, there was the moon, the very cream of light, ladying it in a blue heaven. It was not all her own, but the clouds about her were white and attendant, and ever when they came near her took on her livery, the poor paled rainbow colours, which are all her reflected light can divide into. That strange brown we see so often on her cloudy people must, I suppose, be what the red or the orange fades to. There was a majesty and peace about her airy domination, which Donal himself would have found difficult, had he known her state, to bring into harmony with her aeonian death. Strange that the light of lovers should be the coldest of all cold things within human ken, dead with cold, millions of years before our first father and mother appeared each to the other on the earth. The air was keen but dry. Nothing could fall but snow, and of anything like it there was nothing but those few frozen vapours that came softly out of the deeps to wait on the moon. Between them and behind them lay depth absolute, expressed in the perfection of nocturnal blues, deep as gentle, the very home of the dwelling stars. The steps of the youths rang on the pavements, and Donal's voice seemed to him so loud and clear that he muffled it all in gentler meaning. He spoke low, and Ginevra answered him softly. They walked close together, and Gibbie flitted to and fro, now on this side, now on that, now in front of them, now behind. "Hoo likit ye the sermon, mem?" asked Donal. "Papa thought it a grand sermon," answered Ginevra. "And yourself?" persisted Donal. "Papa tells me I am no judge," she replied. "That's as muckle as to say ye didna like it so well as he did," returned Donal, in a tone expressing some relief. "Mr. Duff is very good to my father, Donal," she rejoined, "and I don't like to say anything against his sermon, but all the time I could not help thinking whether your mother would like this and that, for you know, Donal, any good there is in me I have got from her, and from Gibbie, and from you, Donal." The youth's heart beat with a pleasure that rose to physical pain. Had he been a winged creature he would have flown straight up, but being a sober wingless animal, he stumped on with his 2 happy legs. Gladly would he have shown her the unreality of Fergus, that he was a poor shallow creature, with only substance enough to carry show and seeming, but he felt, just because he had reason to fear him, that it would be unmanly to speak the truth of him behind his back, except in the absolute necessity of rectitude. He felt also that, if Ginevra owed her father's friend such delicacy, he owed him at least a little silence. For was he not under more obligation to this same shallow-pated orator than to all eternity he could wipe out, even if eternity carried in it the possibility of wiping out an obligation? Few men understand, but Donal did, that he who would cancel an obligation is a dishonest man. I cannot help it that many a good man, good, that is, because he is growing better, must then be reckoned in the list of the dishonest. He is in their number until he leaves it. Donal remaining silent, Ginevra presently returned him his own question. "How did you like the sermon, Donal?" "Div you want me to say, mem?" he asked. "I do, Donal," she answered. "Well, I would jist say, in a general way, 'at I cannot think muckle o' any sermon that might gar a body think mair o' the preacher nor o' him 'at he comes to preach aboot. I mean 'at I dinna see hoo onybody was to love God or his neighbour one jot the mair for hearin' yon sermon last night." "But might not some be frightened by it, and brought to repentance, Donal?" suggested the girl. "Oh, ay, I daresay. I dinna ken. But I canna help thinkin' 'at what disna gie God onything like fair play, canna do muckle good to men, an' may, I doubt, do a heap o' ill. It's a pagan kind of a thing, yon."
"That's just what I was feeling. I don't say thinking, you know, for you say we must not say think when we have taken no trouble about it. I am sorry for Mr. Duff if he has taken to teaching where he does not understand." They had left the city behind them, and were walking a wide open road, with a great sky above it. On its borders were small fenced fields, and a house here and there with a garden. It was a plain-featured, slightly undulating country, with hardly any trees, not at all beautiful, except as every place under the heaven which man has not defiled is beautiful to him who can see what is there. But this night the earth was nothing. What was in them and over them was all. Donal felt, as so many will feel, before the earth, like a hen set to hatch the eggs of a soaring bird, shall have done rearing broods for heaven, that, with this essential love and wonder by his side, to be doomed to go on walking to all eternity would be a blissful fate, were the landscape turned to a brick-field, and the sky to persistent grey. "Wad you no take my arm, mem?" he said at length, summoning courage. "I just find myself like a horse with a rein broken, going by myself through the air this gait." Before he had finished the sentence, Ginevra had accepted the offer. It was the first time. His arm trembled. He thought it was her hand. "Ye're no cold, are ye, mem?" he said. "Not the least," she answered. Mem, gien folk was but all made out o' the same clay like, 'at one might say till anither, 'Ye hae me as ye have yourself.'" "Yes, Donal," rejoined Ginevra, "I wish we were all made of the poet clay, like you. What it would be to have a well inside out of which to draw songs and ballads as I pleased! That's what you have, Donal, or rather, you're just a draw well of music yourself." Donal laughed merrily. A moment more, and he broke out singing: "My thoughts are like fireflies pulsing in moonlight. My heart is a silver cup full of red wine. My soul a pale gleaming horizon, whence soon light will flood the gold earth with a torrent divine." "What's that, Donal?" cried Ginevra. "Oh, nothing," answered Donal. "It was only my heart laughing." "Say the words," said Ginevra. "I canna. I dinna ken them now," replied Donal. "Oh, Donal! Are those lovely words gone altogether, for ever? Shall I not hear them again?" "I'll try to mind upon them when I gang home," he said. "I cannot, the know. I can think o' nothing but one thing." "And what is that, Donal?" "Yoursel'," answered Donal. Ginevra's hand lifted just a half of its weight from Donal's arm, like a bird that had thought of flying, then settled again. "It is very pleasant to be together once more as in the old time, Donal, though there are no daisies in green fields. But what place is that, Donal?" Instinctively, almost unconsciously, she wanted to turn the conversation. The place she pointed to was an opening immediately on the roadside, through a high bank, narrow and dark, with one side half lighted by the moon. She had often passed it, walking with her schoolfellows, but had never thought of asking what it was. In the shining dusk it looked strange and a little dreadful. "It's the Muckle Quarry, mem," answered Donal. "Div you no ken that? That's where most the whole town came out of. It's a some eerie kind of a place to look at in this light. I wonder 'at you never saw it." "I have seen the opening there, but never took much notice of it before," said Ginevra. "Come, and I'll let you see it," rejoined Donal. "It's well worth looking intil. Ye had no notion such a place as 'tis. It might be among the granite mountains of Egypt, though they takena freely such fine blocks out o' this ane as they took out o' that at high end. Ye wouldna be fleyt to come and see what the moon makes of it, would ye, mem?" "No, Donal, I would not be frightened to go anywhere with you. But, mem, it makes me right proud to hear ye say that. Come away then." So saying, he turned aside, and led her into the narrow passage, cut through a friable sort of granite. Gibbie, thinking they had gone to have but a peep and return, stood in the road, looking at the clouds and the moon, and crooning to himself. By and by, when he found they did not return, he followed them. When they reached the end of the cutting, Ginevra started at sight of the vast gulf, the moon showing the one wall a ghastly grey, and from the other throwing a shadow half across the bottom. But a winding road went down into it, and Donal led her on. She shrunk at first, drawing back from the profound, mysterious-looking abyss, so awfully still. But when Donal looked at her, she was ashamed to refuse to go farther, and indeed almost afraid to take her hand from his arm. So he led her down the terrace road. The site of the quarry was on one hand, and on the other she could see only into the gulf. "Oh, Donal," she said at length, almost in a whisper, "this is like a dream I once had, of going down and down a long roundabout road inside the earth, down and down to the heart of a place full of the dead, the ground black with death and between horrible walls." Donal looked at her. His face was in the light reflected from the opposite grey precipice. She thought it looked white and strange, and grew more frightened, but dared not speak. Presently Donal again began to sing, and this is something like what he sang. "Death, where do ye bide, old Death? I bide in ilka breath, quo Death. No in the pyramids, and no the worms amids, neath coffin lids. I bide na where life has been, and where's no mair to be done. Death, where do ye bide, old Death? Wi' the livin' to die it's laith, quo Death. Wi' the man and the wife at love like life, but strife. Wi' the bairns that hing to their mither, and a' 'at love one another. Death, where do ye bide, old Death? Abune and aboot and aneath, quo Death. But o' a' the arts, and o' a' the parts, in hearts, when the tun to the tither says na, and the north wind begins to blaw." "What a terrible song, Donal," said Ginevra. He made no reply, but went on, leading her down into the pit. He had been afraid she was going to draw back, and saying the first words her words suggested, knowing she would not interrupt him. The aspect of the place grew frightful to her. "Are you sure there are no holes, full of water down there?" she faltered. "Ay, there's one or two," replied Donal, "but we'll hold out o' them." Ginevra shuddered, but was determined to show no fear. Donal should not reproach her with lack of faith. They stepped at last on the level below, covered with granite chips and stones and great blocks. In the middle rose a confused heap of all sorts. To this, and round to the other side of it, Donal led her. There shone the moon on the corner of a pool, the rest of which crept away in blackness under an overhanging mass. She caught his arm with both hands. He told her to look up. Steep granite rock was above them all round, on one side dark, on the other mottled with the moon and the thousand shadows of its own roughness. Over the gulf hung vaulted the blue, cloud-blotted sky, whence the moon seemed to look straight down upon her, asking what they were about, away from their kind, in such a place of terror. Suddenly Donal caught her hand. She looked in his face. It was not the moon that could make it so white. "Ginevra," he said, with trembling voice. "Yes, Donal," she answered. "You're no angry at me for calling you by your name? I never did it afore." "I always call you Donal," she answered. "That's nat'ral. You're a grand lady, and I'm nothing abune a herd laddie." "You're a great poet, Donal, and that's much more than being a lady or a gentleman." "Ay, maybe," answered Donal listlessly, as if he were thinking of something far away. "But it winna make up for the tither. They're not upon the same side o' the watter, like. A poor lad like me daurna lift an eye till a grand lady like you, mem. All the warl wad but scorn him, an' laugh at the very notion. My time's near ower at the college, an' I see nothing for it but to gang hame an' fee. I'll be better working with my hands nor with my head, when I have no hope left of ever seeing your face again. I winna lose a day about it. Gien I lose time, I may lose my reason. Ha' patience with me 1 minute, mem. I'm just driven to tell you the truth. It's many a long since I had kent myself, wantin' you. You're the body, and I'm the shadow. I dinna mean no hyperbolics. That's the way the thing looks to me in my own thoughts. Mem, but you're bonny. Ye dinna ken yourself how bonny ye are, nor what a subversion ye make in my heart and my head. I could just cut my head off and lay it 'neath your feet to hold them off of the cold floor." Still she looked him in the eyes like one bewildered, unable to withdraw her eyes from his. Her face too had grown white. "Tell me to hold my tongue, mem, and I'll hold it," he said. Her lips moved, but no sound came. "I ken weel," he went on, "ye can never look upon me as anything more nor a kind o' human bird, 'at you would hing in a cage,
and give seeds and bits of sugar till, and hearken till when he sang. I'll never trouble you no more, and whether you grant me my prayer or no, you'll never see me again. The only differ'll be 'at I'll either hang my head or hold it up for the rest of my days. I would fain ken 'at I was not despised, and it maybe gien things had been different. But na, I dinna mean that. I mean nothing 'at would fright ye from what I would have. It shouldna mean a hair more nor lies in itself."
"What is it, Donal?"
said Ginevra, half inaudibly and with effort. She could scarcely speak for a fluttering in her throat. "I could beseech ye upon my knees," he went on, as if she had not spoken, "to let me kiss your bonny foot. But that ye might grant for bare pity, and that would do me little good. So for once and for a', till maybe after we're ayont the muckle sea, I beseech o' the favour o' your sweet soul, to lay upon me, as upon the lips o' the soul that sang ye the songs ye like it so well to hear when ye was but a lady lass, one solitary kiss. It shall be holy to me as the light, and I swear by the truth I'll think of it but as you think, and man nor woman nor bairn, nor even Gibbie himself shall ken." The last word broke the spell upon Ginevra.
"But, Donal," she said, as quietly as when years ago they talked by the Lorrie side, "would it be right? A secret with you I could not tell to anyone, not even if afterwards—" Donal's face grew so ghastly with utter despair that absolute terror seized her. She turned from him and fled, calling, "Gibbie! Gibbie!" He was not many yards off, approaching the mound as she came from behind it. He ran to meet her. She darted to him like a dove pursued by a hawk, threw herself into his arms, laid her head on his shoulder, and wept. Gibbie held her fast, and with all the ways in his poor power sought to comfort her. She raised her face at length. It was all wet with tears which glistened in the moonlight. Hurriedly Gibbie asked on his fingers, "Was Donal not good to you?" "He's beautiful," she sobbed, "but I couldn't, you know, Gibbie, I couldn't. I don't care a straw about position and all that. Who would with a poet? But I couldn't, you know, Gibbie. I couldn't let him think I might have married him, in any case. Could I now, Gibbie?" She laid her head again on his shoulder and sobbed. Gibbie did not well understand her. Donal, where he had thrown himself on a heap of granite chips, heard and understood, felt and knew and resolved all in one. The moon shone, and the clouds went flitting like ice flow about the sky, now grey in distance, now near the moon and white, now in her very presence and adorned with her favour on their bosoms, now drifting again into the grey. And still the two, Ginevra and Gibbie, stood motionless, Gibbie with the tears in his eyes, and Ginevra weeping as if her heart would break, and behind the granite blocks lay Donal. Again Ginevra raised her head. "Gibbie, you must go and look after poor Donal," she said. Gibbie went, but Donal was nowhere to be seen. To escape the two he loved so well, and be alone as he felt, he had crept away softly into one of the many recesses of the place. Again and again Gibbie made the noise with which he was accustomed to call him, but he gave back no answer, and they understood that wherever he was he wanted to be left to himself. They climbed again the winding way out of the gulf, and left him the heart of its desolation. "Take me home, Gibbie," said Ginevra, when they reached the high road. As they went, not a word more passed between them. Ginevra was as dumb as Gibbie, and Gibbie was sadder than he had ever been in his life, not only for Donal's sake, but because, in his inexperienced heart, he feared that Ginevra would not listen to Donal because she could not, because she had already promised herself to Fergus Duff, and with all his love to his kind, he could not think it well that Fergus should be made happy at such a price. He left her at her own door, and went home, hoping to find Donal there before him. He was not there. Hour after hour passed, and he did not appear. At 11 o'clock Gibbie set out to look for him, but with little hope of finding him. He went all the way back to the quarry, thinking it possible he might be waiting there, expecting him to return without Ginevra. The moon was now low, and her light reached but a little way into it, so that the look of the place was quite altered, and the bottom of it almost dark. But Gibbie had no fear. He went down to the spot, almost feeling his way, where they had stood, got upon the heap, and called and whistled many times, but no answer came. Donal was away,
he did not himself know where, wandering wherever the feet in his spirit led him. Gibbie went home again, and sat up all night, keeping the kettle boiling, ready to make tea for him the moment he should come in. But even in the morning Donal did not appear. Gibbie was anxious, for Donal was unhappy. He might hear of him at the college, he thought, and went at the usual hour. Sure enough, as he entered the quadrangle, there was Donal going in at the door leading to the moral philosophy class-room. For hours, neglecting his own class, he watched about the court, but Donal never showed himself. Gibbie concluded he had watched to avoid him, and had gone home by Crown Street, and himself returned the usual and shorter way, sure almost of now finding him in his room, although probably with the door locked. The room was empty, and Mistress Murkison had not seen him. Donal's final examination, upon which alone his degree now depended, came on the next day. Gibbie watched at a certain corner, and unseen saw him pass, with a face pale but strong, eyes that seemed not to have slept, and lips that looked the inexorable warders of many sighs. After that he did not see him once, till the last day of the session arrived. Then in the public room he saw him go up to receive his degree. Never before had he seen him look grand, and Gibbie knew that there was not any evil in the world except wrong. But it had been the dreariest week he had ever passed. As they came from the public room, he lay in wait for him once more, but again in vain. He must have gone through the sacristan's garden behind. When he reached his lodging, he found a note from Donal waiting him, in which he bade him good-bye, said he was gone to his mother, and Chapter 53 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 53. A Night Watch. A sense of loneliness, such as in all his forsaken times he had never felt, overshadowed Gibbie when he read this letter. He was altogether perplexed by Donal's persistent avoidance of him. He had done nothing to hurt him, and knew himself his friend in his sorrow as well as in his joy. He sat down in the room that had been his, and wrote to him. As often as he raised his eyes, for he had not shut the door, he saw the dusty sunshine on the old furniture. It was a bright day, one of the pursuivants of the yet distant summer, but how dreary everything looked, how miserable and heartless now Donal was gone, and would never regard those things any more. When he had ended his letter, almost for the first time in his life, he sat thinking what he should do next. It was as if he were suddenly becalmed on the high seas. One wind had ceased to blow, and another had not begun. It troubled him a little that he must now return to Mr. Sclater, and once more feel the pressure of a nature not homogeneous with his own. But it would not be for long. Mr. Sclater had thought of making a movement towards gaining an extension of his tutelage beyond the ordinary legal period, on the ground of unfitness in his ward for the management of his property. But Gibbie's character and scholarship, and the opinion of the world which would follow failure, had deterred him from the attempt. In the month of May, therefore, when, according to the registry of his birth in the parish book, he would be of age, he would also be, as he expected, his own master, so far as other mortals were concerned. As to what he would then do, he had thought much, and had plans, but no one knew anything of them except Donal, who had forsaken him. He was in no haste to return to Daur Street. He packed Donal's things, with all the books they had bought together, and committed the chest to Mistress Murkison. He then told her he would rather not give up his room just yet, but would like to keep it on for a while, and come and go as he pleased, to which the old woman replied, "As ye will, Sir Gibbie. Come and gang as free as the wind. Mak o' my hoose as gin it war your ain." He told her he would sleep there that night, and she got him his dinner as usual, after which, putting a Greek book in his pocket, he went out, thinking to go to the end of the pier and sit there a while. He would gladly have gone to Ginevra, but she had prevented him when she was at school, and had never asked him since she left it. But Gibbie was not ennuyé. The pleasure of his life came from the very roots of his being, and would therefore run into any channel of his consciousness. Neither was he greatly troubled. Nothing could put rancours in the vessel of his peace. He was only very hungry after the real presence of the human. And scarcely had he set his foot on the pavement, when he resolved to go and see Mistress Croale. The sun, still bright, was sinking towards the west, and a cold wind was blowing. He walked to the market, up to the gallery of it, and on to the farther end, greeting one and another of the keepers of the little shops, until he reached that of Mistress Croale. She was overjoyed at sight of him, and proud the neighbours saw the terms they were on. She understood his signs and finger-speech tolerably, and held her part of the conversation in audible utterance. She told him that for the week past Donal had occupied her garret. She did not know why, she said, and hoped nothing had gone wrong between them. Gibbie signed that he could not tell her about it there, but would go and take tea with her in the evening. "I'm sorry I canna be home sae ear," she replied. "I promised to take my dish o' tay with old Mistress Green, the kail wife, ye ken, Sir Gibbie." Gibbie nodded, and she resumed. "But gien ye would take a lug o' a finnan haddie with me at 9 o'clock, I would be proud." Gibbie nodded again, and left her. All this time he had not happened to discover that the lady who stood at the next counter, not more than a couple of yards from him, was Miss Kimble, which was the less surprising in that the lady took some trouble to hide the fact. She extended her purchasing when she saw who was shaking hands with the next stall-keeper, but kept her face turned from him, heard all Mrs. Croale said to him, and went away asking herself what possible relations except objectionable ones could exist between such a pair. She knew little or nothing of Gibbie's early history, for she had not been a dweller in the city when Gibbie was known as well as the town cross to almost every man, woman, and child in it, else perhaps she might, but I doubt it, have modified her conclusion. Her instinct was in the right, she said, with self-gratulation. He was a lad of low character and tastes, just what she had taken him for the first moment she saw him. His friends could not know what he was. She was bound to acquaint them with his conduct, and first of all, in duty to her old pupil, she must let Mr. Galbraith know what sort of friendships this Sir Gilbert, his nephew, cultivated. She went therefore straight to the cottage. Fergus was there when she rang the bell. Mr. Galbraith looked out, and seeing who it was, retreated, the more hurriedly that he owed her money, and imagined she had come to dun him. But when she found to her disappointment that she could not see him, Miss Kimble did not therefore attempt to restrain a little longer the pent-up waters of her secret. Mr. Duff was a minister, and the intimate friend of the family. She would say what she had seen and heard. Having then first abjured all love of gossip, she told her tale, appealing to the minister whether she had not been right in desiring to let Sir Gilbert's uncle know how he was going on. "I was not aware that Sir Gilbert was a cousin of yours, Miss Galbraith," said Fergus. Ginevra's face was rosy red, but it was now dusk, and the firelight had friendly retainer shadows about it. "He is not my cousin," she answered. "Why, Ginevra, you told me he was your cousin," said Miss Kimble, with keen moral reproach. "I beg your pardon, I never did," said Ginevra. "I must see your father instantly," cried Miss Kimble, rising in anger. "He must be informed at once how much he is mistaken in the young gentleman he permits to be on such friendly terms with his daughter." "My father does not know him," rejoined Ginevra, "and I should prefer they were not brought together just at present." Her words sounded strange, even in her own ears, but she knew no way but the straight one. "You quite shock me, Ginevra," said the schoolmistress, resuming her seat. "You cannot mean to say you cherish acquaintance with a young man of whom your father knows nothing, and whom you dare not introduce to him?" To explain would have been to expose her father to blame. "I have known Sir Gilbert from my childhood," she said. "Is it possible your duplicity reaches so far?" cried Miss Kimble, assured in her own mind that Ginevra had said he was her cousin. Fergus thought it was time to interfere. "I know something of the circumstances that led to the acquaintance of Miss Galbraith with Sir Gilbert," he said, "and I am sure it would only annoy her father to have any allusion made to it by one, excuse me, Miss Kimble, who is comparatively a stranger. I beg you will leave the matter to me. Fergus regarded Gibbie as a half-witted fellow, and had no fear of him. He knew nothing of the commencement of his acquaintance with Ginevra, but imagined it had come about through Donal, for studiously as Mr. Galbraith had avoided mention of his quarrel with Ginevra because of the lads, something of it had crept out, and reached the Mains, and in now venturing allusion to that old story, Fergus was feeling after a nerve whose vibration, he thought, might afford him some influence over Ginevra. He spoke authoritatively, and Miss Kimble, though convinced it was a mere pretence of her graceless pupil that her father would not see her, had to yield, and rose. Mr. Duff rose also, saying he would walk with her. He returned to the cottage, dined with them, and left about 8 o'clock. Already well enough acquainted in the city to learn without difficulty where Mistress Croale lived, and having nothing very particular to do, he strolled in the direction of her lodging, and saw Gibbie go into the house. Having seen him in, he was next seized with the desire to see him out again. Having lain in wait for him as a beneficent brownie, he must now watch him as a profligate baronet forsooth. To haunt the low street until he should issue was a dreary prospect. In the east wind of a March night, which some giant up above seemed sowing with great handfuls of rain-seed. But having made up his mind, he stood his ground. For 2 hours he walked, vaguely cherishing an idea that he was fulfilling a duty of his calling as a moral policeman. When at length Gibbie appeared, he had some difficulty in keeping him in sight, for the sky was dark, the moon was not yet up, and Gibbie walked like a swift shadow before him. Suddenly, as if some old association had waked the old habit, he started off at a quick trot. Fergus did his best to follow. As he ran, Gibbie caught sight of a woman seated on a doorstep, almost under a lamp, a few paces up a narrow passage, stopped, stepped within the passage, and stood in a shadow watching her. She had turned the pocket of her dress inside out, and seemed unable to satisfy herself that there was nothing there but the hole, which she examined again and again as if for the last news of her last coin. Too thoroughly satisfied at length, she put back the pocket, and laid her head on her hands. Gibbie had not a farthing. Oh, how cold it was! And there sat his own flesh and blood shivering in it. He went up to her. The same moment Fergus passed the end of the court. Gibbie took her by the hand. She started in terror, but his smile reassured her. He drew her, and she rose. He laid her hand on his arm, and she went with him. He had not yet begun to think about prudence, and perhaps if some of us thought more about right, we should have less occasion to cultivate the inferior virtue. Perhaps also we should have more belief that there is one to care that things do not go wrong. Fergus had given up the chase, and having met a policeman was talking to him, when Gibbie came up with the woman on his arm, and passed them. Fergus again followed, sure of him now. Had not fear of being recognized prevented him from passing them and looking, he would have seen only a poor old thing, somewhere about 60. But if she had been beautiful as the morning, of course Gibbie would have taken her all the same. He was the Gibbie that used to see the drunk people home. Gibbies like him do not change, they grow. After following them through several streets, Fergus saw them stop at a door. Gibbie opened it with a key which his spy imagined the woman gave him. They entered, and shut it almost in Fergus's face as he hurried up, determined to speak. Gibbie led the poor shivering creature up the stair, across the chaos of furniture, and into his room, in the other corner next to Donal's. To his joy he found the fire was not out. He set her in the easiest chair he had, put the kettle on, blew the fire to a blaze, made coffee, cut bread and butter, got out a pot of marmalade, and ate and drank with his guest. She seemed quite bewildered and altogether unsure. I believe she took him at last, finding he never spoke, for half crazy, as not a few had done, and as many would yet do. She smelt of drink, but was sober, and ready enough to eat. When she had taken as much as she would, Gibbie turned down the bedclothes, made a sign to her she was to sleep there, took the key from the outside of the door, and put it in the lock on the inside, nodded a good night, and left her, closing the door softly, which he heard her lock behind him, and going to Donal's room, where he slept. In the morning he knocked at her door, but there was no answer, and opening it, he found she was gone. When he told Mistress Murkison what he had done, he was considerably astonished at the wrath and indignation which instantly developed themselves in the good creature's atmosphere. That her respectable house should be made a hiding-place from the wind and a covert from the tempest was infuriating. Without a moment's delay she began a sweeping and scrubbing and general cleansing of the room, as if all the devils had spent the night in it. And then for the first time Gibbie reflected that when he ran about the streets he had never been taken home, except once, to be put under the rod and staff of the old woman. If Janet had been like the rest of them, he would have died upon Glashgar, or be now wandering about the country, doing odd jobs for halfpence. He must not do like other people, would not, could not, dared not be like them. He had had such a thorough schooling in humanity as nobody else had had. He had been to school in the streets, in dark places of revelry and crime, and in the very house of light. When Mistress Murkison told him that if ever he did the like again she would give him notice to quit, he looked in her face. She stared a moment in return, then threw her arms round his neck and kissed him. "You're the bonniest cratur of a muckle idiot 'at ever man saw," she cried, "and gin ye dinna take the better care, you'll be soopit off to heaven afore ye ken whaur ye are or what you're about." Her feelings, if not her sentiments, experienced a relapse when she discovered that one of her few silver teaspoons was gone, which beyond a doubt the woman had taken. She abused her and again scolded Gibbie with much vigour. But Gibbie said to himself, "The woman is not bad, for there were 2 more silver spoons on the table." Even in the matter of stealing, we must think of our own beam before our neighbour's mote. It is not easy to be honest. There is many a thief who is less of a thief than many a respectable member of society. The thief must be punished, and assuredly the other shall not come out until he has paid the uttermost farthing. Gibbie, who would have died rather than cast a shadow of injustice, was not shocked at the woman's depravity like Mistress Murkison. I am afraid he smiled. He took no notice either of her scoldings or her lamentations, but the first week after he came of age, he carried her a present of 12 spoons. Fergus could not tell Ginevra what he had seen, and if he told her father, she would learn that he had been playing the spy. To go to Mr. Sclater would have compromised him similarly. And what great occasion was there? He was not the fellow's keeper. That same day Gibbie went back to his guardians. At his request, Mrs. Sclater asked Ginevra to spend the following evening with them. He wanted to tell her about Donal. She accepted the invitation. But in a village near the foot of Glashgar, Donal had that morning done what was destined to prevent her from keeping her engagement. He had posted a letter to her. In an interval of comparative quiet, he had recalled the verses he sang to her as they walked that evening, and now sent them, completed in a very different tone. Not a word accompanied them. My thoughts are like fireflies pulsing in moonlight, my heart like a silver cup full of red wine. My soul a pale gleaming horizon, whence soon light will flood the gold earth with a torrent divine. My thoughts are like worms in a starless gloamin', my heart like a sponge that's filled with gall, my soul like a bodiless ghost sent a roamin', to bide in the murk till the great trumpet call. But peace be upon ye as deep as you're lovesome, break not an hour o' your fair dreamy sleep, to think o' the lad with a weight in his bosom, at once and to cry till ye out o' the deep. Some sharp rocky height to catch a far mornin', ayont all the nights o' this world he'll climb, for none shall say, look, he sank down at her scornin', who rose by the hand she held frank out to him. The letter was handed with 1 or 2 more to Mr. Galbrai at the breakfast table. He did not receive many letters now, and could afford time to one that was for his daughter. He laid it with the rest by his side, and after breakfast took it to his room and read it. He could no more understand it than Fergus could the Epistle to the Romans, and therefore the little he did understand of it was too much. But he had begun to be afraid of his daughter. Her still dignity had begun to tell upon him in his humiliation. He laid the letter aside, said nothing, and waited, inwardly angry and contemptuous. After a while he began to flatter himself with the hope that perhaps it was but a sort of impertinent valentine, the writer of which was unknown to Ginevra. From the moment of its arrival, however, he kept a stricter watch upon her, and that night prevented her from going to Mrs. Sclater's. Gibbie, aware that Fergus continued his visits,
Chapter 54 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 54 of Age. There were no rejoicings upon Gibbie's attainment of his 21st year. His guardian, believing he alone had acquainted himself with the date, and desiring in his wisdom to avoid giving him a feeling of importance, made no allusion to the fact, as would have been most natural when they met at breakfast on the morning of the day. But, urged thereto by Donal, Gibbie had learned the date for himself, and finding nothing was said, fingered to Mrs. Sclater, "This is my birthday." "I wish you many happy returns," she answered, with kind empressement. "How old are you to-day?" 21, he answered, by holding up all his fingers twice, and then a forefinger. She looked struck, and glanced at her husband, who thereupon in his turn gave utterance to the usual formula of goodwill, and said no more. Seeing he was about to leave the table, Gibbie, claiming his attention, spelled on his fingers, very slowly, for Mr. Sclater was slow at following this mode of communication, "If you please, sir, I want to be put in possession of my property as soon as possible." "All in good time, Sir Gilbert," answered the minister, with a superior smile, for he clung with hard reluctance to the last vestige of his power. "But what is good time?" spelled Gibbie with a smile, which, none the less that it was of genuine friendliness, indicated there might be difference of opinion on the point. "Oh, we shall see," returned the minister coolly. "These are not things to be done in a hurry," he added, as if he had been guardian to 20 wards in Chancery before. "We'll see in a few days what Mr. Torry proposes." "But I want my money at once," insisted Gibbie. "I have been waiting for it, and now it is time, and why should I wait still?" "To learn patience, if for no other reason, Sir Gilbert," answered the minister, with a hard laugh, meant to be jocular. "But indeed such affairs cannot be managed in a moment. You will have plenty of time to make a good use of your money if you should have to wait another year or two." So saying, he pushed back his plate and cup, a trick he had, and rose from the table. "When will you see Mr. Torry?" asked Gibbie, rising too, and working his telegraph with greater rapidity than before. "By and by," answered Mr. Sclater, and walked towards the door. But Gibbie got between him and it. "Will you go with me to Mr. Torry to-day?" he asked. The minister shook his head. Gibbie withdrew, seeming a little disappointed. Mr. Sclater left the room. "You don't understand business, Gilbert," said Mrs. Sclater. Gibbie smiled, got his writing case, and sitting down at the table, wrote as follows: "Dear Mr. Sclater, as you have never failed in your part, how can you wish me to fail in mine? I am now the one accountable for this money, which surely has been idle long enough, and if I leave it still unused, I shall be doing wrong, and there are things I have to do with it which ought to be set about immediately. I am sorry to seem importunate, but if by 12 o'clock you have not gone with me to Mr. Torry, I will go to Messrs. Hope and Waver, who will tell me what I ought to do next in order to be put in possession. It makes me unhappy to write like this, but I am not a child any longer, and having a man's work to do, I cannot consent to be treated as a child. I will do as I say. I am, dear Mr. Sclater, your affectionate ward, Gilbert Galbraith." He took the letter to the study, and having given it to Mr. Sclater, withdrew. The minister might have known by this time with what sort of a youth he had to deal. He came down instantly, put the best face on it he could, said that if Sir Gilbert was so eager to take up the burden, he was ready enough to cast it off, and they would go at once to Mr. Torry. With the lawyer, Gibbie insisted on understanding everything, and that all should be legally arranged as speedily as possible.
Mr. Torrey saw that if he did not make things plain, or gave the least cause for doubt, the youth would most likely apply elsewhere for advice, and therefore took trouble to set the various points, both as to the property and the proceedings necessary, before him in the clearest manner. "Thank you," said Gibbie, through Mr. Sclater. "Please remember I am more accountable for this money than you, and am compelled to understand." Janet's repeated exhortations on the necessity of sending for the serpent to take care of the dove had not been lost upon him. The lawyer being then quite ready to make him an advance of money, they went with him to the bank, where he wrote his name and received a cheque-book. As they left the bank, he asked the minister whether he would allow him to keep his place in his house till the next session, and was almost startled at finding how his manner to him was changed. He assured Sir Gilbert, with a deference and respect both painful and amusing, that he hoped he would always regard his house as one home, however many besides he might now choose to have. So now at last Gibbie was free to set about realizing a long-cherished scheme. The repairs upon the old house of Galbrai were now nearly finished. In consequence of them, some of the tenants had had to leave, and Gibbie now gave them all notice to quit at their earliest convenience, taking care, however, to see them provided with fresh quarters, towards which he could himself do not a little, for several of the houses in the neighbourhood had been bought for him at the same time with the old mansion. As soon as it was empty, he set more men to work, and as its internal arrangements had never been altered, speedily, out of squalid neglect, caused not a little of old stateliness to reappear. He next proceeded to furnish at his leisure certain of the rooms, chiefly from the accumulations of his friend Mistress Murkison. By the time he had finished, his usual day for going home had arrived. While Janet lived, the cottage on Glashgar was home. Just as he was leaving, the minister told him that Glashruach was his. Mrs. Sclater was present, and read in his eyes what induced her instantly to make the remark. How could that man deprive his daughter of the property he had to take her mother's name to get? He had misfortunes, indicated Gibbie, and could not help it, I suppose. Yes, indeed, she returned. Misfortunes so great that they amounted to little less than swindling. I wonder how many he has brought to grief besides himself. If he had Glashruach once more, he would begin it all over again. Then I'll give it to Ginevra, said Gibbie. And let her father coax her out of it, and do another world of mischief with, she rejoined. Gibbie was silent. Mrs. Sclater was right. To give is not always to bless. He must think of some way. With plenty to occupy his powers of devising, he set out. He would gladly have seen Ginevra before he left, but had no chance. He had gone to the North Church every Sunday for a long time now, neither for love of Fergus nor dislike to Mr. Sclater, but for the sake of seeing his lost friend. Had he not lost her when she turned from Donal to Fergus? Did she not forsake him too when she forsook his Donal? His heart would rise into his throat at the thought, but only for a moment. He never pitied himself. Now and then he had from her a sweet, sad smile, but no sign that he might go and see her. Whether he was to see Donal when he reached Daurside he could not tell. He had heard nothing of him since he went. His mother never wrote letters. "Na, na, I canna," she would say. "It would take all the pith out o' me to write letters. All 'at I had to say I send the up-road. It's sure to win home, ere or late." Notwithstanding his new power, it was hardly, therefore, with his usual elation, that he took his seat on the coach. But his reception was the same as ever. At his mother's persuasion, Donal, he found, instead of betaking himself again to bodily labours as he had purposed, had accepted a situation as tutor offered him by one of the professors. He had told his mother all his trouble. "He'll be all the better for it in the end," she said, with a smile of the deepest sympathy. "Though being my own, I canna help being wae for him. But the Lord was in the earthquake and the fire, and the wind that rave the rocks, though the prophet couldna see him. Donal'll come out of this with mair room in his heart and mair light in his spirit." Gibbie took his slate from the crap of the wall, and wrote, "If money could do anything for him, I have plenty now." "I ken your heart, my bairn," replied Janet. "But na, Siller's but a dead horse for anything 'at smacks o' salvation. Na, the poor fellow maun warstle out o' the thicket o' dead roses as best he can. Sair's grat it, no doubt. It's a fearful and a wonderful thing, that drawin' o' heart to heart, an' syne a great snap, an' a start back, an' there's miles atween them. The Lord alane kens the bottom o't, but I'm thinkin' there's mair intil it, an' a heap mair to come out of it, ere all be done, than we have any guess at." Gibbie told her that Glashruach was his. Then first the extent of his wealth seemed to strike his old mother. Ye'll be the laird, will ye then? Sirs, to think o' this hoose an' a' bein' wee Gibbie's! Well, it dings a'. The ways o' the Lord are to be thought upon. He made David a king, an' Gibbie he's made the laird, blessed be his name. "They tell me the mountain is mine," Gibbie wrote. "Your husband shall be Laird of Glashgar if he likes." "Na," said Janet, with a loving look. "He's ower auld for that. He mightna dae sae easy for it. Please the Lord, I would fain gang wi' him. An' what better wad Robert be to be laird? We pay nae rent as 'tis, an' he has as many sheep to love as he can weel ken one from the ither, noo 'at he's growin' auld. I ken naething 'at he lacks but Gibbie to gang wi' him about the hill. A neighbour's laddie comes an' gangs to help him, but says Robert, he's no Gibbie. But gien Glashruach be your ain, my bonnie man, ye maun gang down there this very night, an' gie a look to the burn. For the last time I was there, I thought it was creepin' in aneath the bank some fearsome like for what's left o' the old house, an' the sooner it's lookit after, maybe the better. Sir Gibbie, but ye sud marry the bonnie lady, an' take her back till her ain hoose." Gibbie gave a great sigh to think of the girl that loved the hill and the heather and the burns, shut up in the city, and every Sunday going to the great church, with which in Gibbie's mind was associated no sound of glad tidings. To him Glashgar was full of God. The North Church or Mr. Sclater's church, well, he had tried hard, but had not succeeded in discovering temple signs about either. The next day he sent to the city for an architect, and within a week masons and quarrymen were at work, some on the hill blasting blue boulders and red granite, others roughly shaping the stones, and others laying the foundation of a huge facing and buttressing wall, which was to slope up from the bed of the Glashburn 50 feet to the foot of the castle, there to culminate in a narrow terrace with a parapet. Others again were clearing away what of the ruins stuck to the old house, in order to leave it as much as might be in its original form. There was no space left for rebuilding, neither was there any between the two burns for adding afresh. The channel of the second remained dry, the landslip continuing to choke it, and the stream to fall into the Glashburn. But Gibbie would not consent that the burn Ginevra had loved should sing no more as she had heard it sing. Her chamber was gone, and could not be restored, but another chamber should be built for her, beneath whose window it should again run. When she was married to Fergus, and her father could not touch it, the place should be hers. More masons were gathered, and foundations blasted in the steep rock that formed the other bank of the burn. The main point in the building was to be a room for Ginevra. He planned it himself, with a windowed turret projecting from the wall, making a recess in the room, and overhanging the stream. The turret he carried a story higher than the wall, and in the wall placed a stair leading to its top, whence over the roof of the ancient part of the house might be seen the great Glashgar, and its streams coming down from heaven and singing as they came. Then from the middle of the first stair in the old house, the wall 1.5 yards thick having been cut through, a solid stone bridge with a pointed arch was to lead across the burn to a like landing in the new house, a close passage with an oriel window on each side, looking up and down the stream, and a steep roof. And while these works were going on below, 2 masons, high on the mountain, were adding to the cottage a warm bedroom for Janet and Robert. The architect was an honest man, and kept Gibbie's secret, so that, although he was constantly about the place, nothing disturbed the general belief that Glashruach
Chapter 55 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Ann Weathers. MaryAnnWeathers.net. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 55. Ten Auld Hoose a Galbrai. One cold afternoon in the end of October, when Mistress Croale was shutting up her shop in the market, and a tumbler of something hot was haunting her imagination, Gibbie came walking up the long gallery with the light hill step which he had never lost, and startled her with a hand on her shoulder, making signs that she must come with him. She made haste to lock her door, and they walked side by side to the Whitty Hill. As they crossed the end of it, she cast a look down Jink Lane, and thought of her altered condition with a sigh. Then the memory of the awful time amongst the sailors, in which poor Sambo's frightful death was ever prominent, came back like a fog from hell. But so far gone were those times now, that, seeing their events more as they really were, she looked upon them with incredulous horror, as things in which she could hardly have had any part or lot. Then returned her wanderings and homeless misery, when often a haystack or a heap of straw in a shed was her only joy, whiskey always excepted. Last of all came the dread perils, the hairbreadth escapes of her too adventurous voyage on the Brander. And after all these things, here she was, walking in peace by the side of wee Sir Gibbie, a friend as strong now as he had always been true. She asked herself, or some power within asked her, whence came the troubles that haunted her life? Why had she been marked out for such misfortunes? Her conscience answered, from her persistence in living by the sale of drink after she had begun to feel it was wrong. Thence it was that she had learned to drink, and that she was even now liable, if not to be found drunk in the streets, yet to go to bed drunk as any of her former customers. The cold crept into her bones. The air seemed full of blue points and clear edges of cold that stung and cut her. She was a wretched, a low creature. What would her late aunt think of her now? What if this cold in her bones were the cold of coming death? To lie for ages in her coffin with her mouth full of earth, longing for whiskey. A verse from the end of the New Testament with "nor drunkards" in it came to her mind. She had always had faith, she said to herself, but let them preach what they liked about salvation by faith, she knew there was nothing but hell for her if she were to die that night. There was Mistress Murkison looking out of her shop door. She was respected as much as ever. Would Mistress Murkison be saved if she died that night? At least nobody would want her damned, whereas not a few, and Mr. Sclater in particular, would think it no fair play if Mistress Croale were not damned. They turned into the close at the Auld Hoose o' Galbrai. "Wee Gibbie's plotting to lead me to repentance," she said to herself. "He's gien to show me where his father deed, and why they live it in such misery, a' through the drink I gie him, and the respectable hoose I keep it to tice him till it. He would hae me persuaded to lea off the drink. Weel, I'm a heap better than once I was, and gie it up a while a'together afore it comes to the last wi' me." By this time Gibbie was leading her up the dark stair. At the top, on a wide hall-like landing, he opened a door. She drew back with shy amaze. Her first thought was, "That prude madam, the minister's wife, will be there." Was affront lying in wait for her again? She looked round angrily at her conductor, but his smile reassured her, and she stepped in. It was almost a grand room, rich and sombre in colour, old-fashioned in its somewhat stately furniture. A glorious fire was blazing, and candles were burning. The table was covered with a white cloth, and laid for two. Gibbie shut the door, placed a chair for Mistress Croale by the fire, seated himself, took out his tablets, wrote, "Will you be my housekeeper? I will give you £100 a year," and handed them to her. "Lord, Sir Gibbie!" she cried, jumping to her feet. "Hae ye tint your wits? Who would an old wife like me look in sic a place, and in sic duds as this? It would gar sot and loch, and that he can but seldom." Gibbie rose, and taking her by the hand, led her to the door of an adjoining room. It was a bedroom, as grand as the room they had left, and if Mistress Croale was surprised before, she was astonished now. A fire was burning here too, candles were alight on the dressing-table, a hot bath stood ready, and on the bed lay a dress of rich black satin, with linen and everything down, or up, to collars, cuffs, mittens, cap, and shoes. All these things Gibbie had bought himself, using the knowledge he had gathered in shopping with Mrs. Sclater, and the advice of her dressmaker, whom he had taken into his confidence, and who had entered heartily into his plan. He made signs to Mistress Croale that everything there was at her service, and left her. Like one in a dream, she yielded to the rush of events, not too much bewildered to dress with care, and neither too old, nor too wicked, nor too ugly to find pleasure in it. She might have been born a lady, just restored to the habits of her youth, to judge by her delight over the ivory brushes and tortoise-shell comb and great mirror. In an hour or so she made her appearance. I can hardly say reappeared, she was so altered. She entered the room neither blushing nor smiling, but wiping the tears from her eyes, like a too blessed child. What Mrs. Sclater would have felt I dare hardly think, for there was the horrid woman, arrayed as nearly after her fashion as Gibbie had been able to get her up. A very good get-up, nevertheless, it was, and satisfactory to both concerned. Mistress Croale went out a decent-looking poor body, and entered a not uncomely matron of the housekeeper class, rather agreeable to look upon, who had just stood a nerve-shaking but not unpleasant surprise, and was recovering. Gibbie was so satisfied with her appearance that, come of age as he was, and vagrant no more, he first danced round her several times with a candle in his hand, much to the danger, but nowise to the detriment of her finery, then set it down, and executed his old La Volta of delight, which, as always, he finished by standing on one leg. Then they sat down to a nice nondescript meal, also of Gibbie's own providing. When their meal was ended, he went to a bureau, and brought thence a paper, plainly written to this effect: I agree to do whatever Sir Gilbert Galbraith may require of me, so long as it shall not be against my conscience, and consent that, if I taste whiskey once, he shall send me away immediately, without further reason given. He handed it to Mistress Croale. She read, and instantly looked about for a pen and ink. She dreaded seeming for a moment to hesitate. He brought them to her, she signed, and they shook hands. He then conducted her all over the house, first to the rooms prepared for his study and bedroom, and next to the room in the garret, which he had left just as it was when his father died in it. There he gave her a look by which he meant to say, see what whiskey brings people to, but which her conscience interpreted, see what you brought my father to. Next, on the floor between, he showed her a number of bedrooms, all newly repaired and fresh painted, with double windows, and inside ones filled with frosted glass. These rooms, he gave her to understand, he wished her to furnish, getting as many things as she could from Mistress Murkison. Going back then to the sitting-room, he proceeded to explain his plans, telling her he had furnished the house that he might no longer be himself such a stranger as to have no place to take a stranger to. Then he got a Bible there was in the room, and showed her these words in the book of Exodus: Also, thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. And while she thought again of her wanderings through the country, and her nights in the open air, made her understand that whomsoever he should at any time bring home, she was to treat as his guest. She might get a servant to wait upon herself, he said, but she must also help him to wait upon his guests, in the name of the Son of Man. She expressed hearty acquiescence, but would not hear of a servant. The more work the better for her, she said. She would tomorrow arrange for giving up her shop, and disposing of her stock and the furniture in her garret. But Gibbie requested the keys to both those places. Next, he insisted that she should never utter a word as to the use he intended making of his house. If the thing came out, it would ruin his plans, and he must give them up altogether. And thereupon he took her to the ground floor, and showed her a door in communication with the poor little house behind, by which he intended to introduce and dismiss his guests, that they should not know where they had spent the night. Then he made her read to him the 107th Psalm, after which he left her, saying he would come to the house as soon as the session began, which would be in a week. Until then he should be at Mr. Sclater's. Left alone in the great house, like one with whom the most beneficent of fairies had been busy, the first thing Mistress Croale did was to go and have a good look at herself, from head to foot, in the same mirror that had enlightened Donal as to his outermost man. Very different was the re-reflection it caused in Mistress Croale. She was satisfied with everything she saw there, except her complexion, and that she resolved should improve. She was almost painfully happy. Out there was the Widdiehill, dark and dismal and cold, through which she had come, sad and shivering and haunted with miserable thoughts, into warmth and splendour and luxury and bliss. Wee Sir Gibbie had made a lady of her, if only poor Sir George were alive to see and share. There was but one thing wanted to make it paradise indeed, a good tumbler of toddy by the fire before she went to bed. Then first she thought of the vow she had made as she signed the paper, and shuddered. Not at the thought of breaking it, but the thought of having to keep it, and no help. No help! It was the easiest thing in the world to get a bottle of whiskey. She had but to run to Jink Lane at the farthest, to her own old house, which, for all Mr. Sclater, was a whiskey shop yet. She had emptied her till, and had money in her pocket. Who was there to tell? She would not have a chance when Sir Gibbie came home to her. She must make use of what time was left her. She was safe now from going too far, because she must give it up. And why not then have one farewell night of pleasure to bid a last good-bye to her old friend Whiskey? What should she have done without him, lying in the cold wind by a dyke-side, or going down the door like a shot on her brander? Thus the tempting passion, thus, for aught I know, a tempting devil at the ear of her mind as well. But with that came the face of Gibbie. She thought how troubled that face would look if she failed him. What a lost, irredeemable wretch she was about to make of herself, after all he had done for her. No, if whiskey was heaven, and the want of it was hell, she would not do it. She ran to the door, locked it, brought away the key, and laid it under the Bible from which she had been reading to Sir Gibbie. Perhaps she might have done better than betake herself again to her finery, but it did help her through the rest of the evening, and she went to the grand bed not only sober, but undefiled of
Chapter 56 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 56. The Laird and the Preacher. Since he came to town, Gibbie had seen Ginevra but once. That was in the North Church. She looked so sad and white that his heart was very heavy for her. Could it be that she repented? She must have done it to please her father. If she would marry Donal, he would engage to give her Glashruach. She should have Glashruach all the same, whatever she did, only it might influence her father. He paced up and down before the cottage once for a whole night, but no good came of that. He paced before it from dusk to bedtime again and again, in the poor hope of a chance of speaking to Ginevra, but he never saw even her shadow on the white blind. He went up to the door once, but in the dread of displeasing her lost his courage, and paced the street the whole morning instead, but saw no one come out. Fergus had gradually become essential to the small remaining happiness of which the laird was capable. He had gained his favour chiefly through the respect and kindly attention he showed him. The young preacher knew little of the laird's career, and looked upon him as an unfortunate man, towards whom loyalty now required even a greater show of respect than while he owned his father's farm. The impulse transmitted to him from the devotion of ancestors to the patriarchal head of the clan had found blind vent in the direction of the mere feudal superior, and both the impulse and its object remained. He felt honoured, even now that he had reached the goal of his lofty desires and was a popular preacher, in being permitted to play backgammon with the great man, or to carve a chicken, when the now trembling hands, enfeebled far more through anxiety and disappointment than from age, found themselves unequal to the task. The laird had begun to tell long stories, and drank twice as much as he did a year ago. He was sinking in more ways than one. Fergus at length summoned courage to ask him if he might pay his addresses to Miss Galbraith. The old man started, cast on him a withering look, murmured, "The heiress of Glashruach," remembered, threw himself back in his chair, and closed his eyes. Fergus, on the other side of the table, sat erect, a dice-box in his hand, waiting a reply. The father reflected that if he declined what he could not call an honour, he must lose what was unquestionably a comfort. How was he to pass all the evenings of the week without the preacher? On the other hand, if he accepted him, he might leave the miserable cottage and go to the manse. From a moral point of view, that was, from the point of other people's judgment of him, it would be of consequence to have a clergyman for a son-in-law. Slowly he raised himself in his chair, opened his unsteady eyes, which rolled and pitched like boats on a choppy sea, and said solemnly, "You have my permission, Mr. Duff." The young preacher hastened to find Ginevra, but only to meet a refusal, gentle and sorrowful. He pleaded for permission to repeat his request after an interval, but she distinctly refused. She did not, however, succeed in making a man with such a large opinion of himself hopeless. Disappointed and annoyed he was, but he sought and fancied he found reasons for her decision which were not unfavourable to himself, and continued to visit her father as before, saying to him he had not quite succeeded in drawing from her a favourable answer, but hoped to prevail. He nowise acted the despairing lover, but made grander sermons than ever, and as he came to feel at home in his pulpit, delivered them with growing force. But delay wrought desire in the laird, and at length one evening, having by cross-questioning satisfied himself that Fergus made no progress, he rose, and going to his desk, handed him Donal's verses. Fergus read them, and remarked he had read better, but the first stanza had a slight flavour of Shelley. "I don't care a straw about their merit or demerit," said Mr. Galbraith. "Poetry is nothing but spoiled prose. What I want to know is, whether they do not suggest a reason for your want of success with Jenny. Do you know the writing?" "I cannot say I do, but I think it is very likely that of Donal Grant. He sets up for the Burns of Daurside." "Insolent scoundrel!" cried the laird, bringing down his fist on the table and fluttering the wine-glasses. "Next to superstition, I hate romance. With my whole heart I do." And something like a flash of cold moonlight on wintered water gleamed over, rather than shot from, his poor focusless eyes. "But, my dear sir," said Fergus, "if I am to understand these lines—" "Yes, if you are to understand where there is no sense whatever." "I think I understand them, if you will excuse me for venturing to say so, and what I read in them is, that, whoever the writer may be, the lady, whoever she may be, had refused him." "You cannot believe that the wretch had the impudence to make my daughter, the heiress of, make my daughter an offer? She would at once have acquainted me with the fact, that he might receive suitable chastisement. Let me look at the stuff again." "It is quite possible," said Fergus. "It may be only a poem some friend has copied for her from a newspaper." While he spoke, the laird was reading the lines, and persuading himself he understood them. With sudden resolve, the paper held torch-like in front of him, he strode into the next room, where Ginevra sat. "Do you tell me," he said fiercely, "that you have so far forgotten all dignity and propriety as to give a dirty cowboy the encouragement to make you an offer of marriage? The very notion sets my blood boiling. You will make me hate you, you unworthy creature!" Ginevra had turned white, but looking him straight in the face, she answered, "If that is a letter for me, you know I have not read it." "There, see for yourself. Poetry!" He uttered the word with contempt inexpressible. She took the verses from his hand and read them. Even with her father standing there, watching her like an inquisitor, she could not help the tears coming in her eyes as she read. "There is no such thing here, papa," she said. "They are only verses, bidding me good-bye." "And what right has any such fellow to bid my daughter good-bye? Explain that to me, if you please. Of course I have been for many years aware of your love of low company, but I had hoped as you grew older you would learn manners. Modesty would have been too much to look for. If you had nothing to be ashamed of, why did you not tell me of the unpleasant affair? Is not your father your best friend?" "Why should I make both him and you uncomfortable, papa, when there was not going to be anything more of it?" "Why then do you go hankering after him still, and refusing Mr. Duff? It is true he is not exactly a gentleman by birth, but he is such by education, by manners, by position, by influence."
"Papa, I have already told Mr. Duff as plainly as I could without being rude, that I would never let him talk to me so. What lady would refuse Donal Grant and listen to him?"
"You are a bold, insolent hussy!" cried her father in fresh rage, and leaving the room, rejoined Fergus. They sat silent both for a while. Then the preacher spoke. "Other communications may have since reached her from the same quarter," he said. "That is impossible," rejoined the laird. "I don't know that," insisted Fergus. "There is a half silly companion of his about the town. They call him Sir Gibbie Galbraith. Jenny knows no such person." "Indeed she does. I have seen them together." "Oh, you mean the lad the minister adopted, the urchin he took off the streets. Sir Gibbie Galbraith," he repeated sneeringly, but as one reflecting. "I do vaguely recall a slanderous rumour in which a certain female connection of the family was hinted at. Yes, that's where the nickname comes from. And you think she keeps up a communication with the clown through him?"
"I don't say that, sir. I merely think it possible she may see this Gibbie occasionally, and I know he worships the cowboy. It is a positive feature of his foolishness, and I wish it were the worst." Therewith he told what he heard from Miss Kimble, and what he had seen for himself on the night when he watched Gibbie. "Her very blood must be tainted," said her father to himself, but added, "from her mother's side," and his attacks upon her after this were at least diurnal. It was a relief to his feeling of having wronged her to abuse her with justice. For a while she tried hard to convince him that now this, now that notion of her conduct, or of Gibbie's or Donal's, was mistaken. He would listen to nothing she said, continually insisting that the only amends for her past was to marry according to his wishes, to give up superstition and poetry and cowboys and dumb rascals, and settle down into a respectable matron, a comfort to the grey hairs she was now bringing with sorrow to the grave. Then Ginevra became absolutely silent. He had taught her that any reply was but a new start for his objurgation, a knife wherewith to puncture a fresh gall-bladder of abuse. He stormed at her for her sullenness, but she persisted in her silence, sorely distressed to find how dead her heart seemed growing under his treatment of her. What would at one time have made her utterly miserable, now passed over her as one of the billows of a trouble that had to be borne, as one of the throbs of a headache, drawing from her scarcely a sigh. She did not understand that, her heaven being dark, she could see no individual cloud against it.
Chapter 57 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Travers in Columbia, Tennessee. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 57. A Hiding Place from the Wind. Gibbie found everything at the old house in complete order for his reception. Mistress Croale had been very diligent, and promised well for a housekeeper. Looked well, too, in her black satin and lace, with her complexion, she justly flattered herself, not a little improved. She had a good meal ready for him, with every adjunct in proper style, during the preparation of which she had revelled in the thought that some day, when she had quite established her fitness for her new position, Sir Gibbie would certainly invite the minister and his lady to dine with him, when she, whom they were too proud to ask to partake of their cockly leekie, would show them she knew both what a dinner ought to be, and how to preside at it, and the soup it should be cockly leekie. Everything went comfortably. Gibbie was so well up in mathematics, thanks to Mr. Sclater, that, while doing all requisite for honourable stewardship, but having no desire to distinguish himself, he had plenty of time for more important duty. Now that he was by himself, as if old habit had returned in the shape of a new passion, he roamed the streets every night. His custom was this: after dinner,
which he had when he came from college, about 4:30 he lay down, fell asleep in a moment, as he always did, and slept till 6:30. Then he had tea, and after that studied, not dawdled over his books, till 10 o'clock, when he took his Greek Testament. At 11 he went out, seldom finally returning before 1:30, sometimes not for an hour longer, during which time Mistress Croale was in readiness to receive any guest he might bring home. The history of the special endeavour he had now commenced does not belong to my narrative. Some nights, many nights together, he would not meet a single wanderer. Occasionally he would meet 2 or 3 in the same night. When he found one, he would stand regarding him until he spoke. If the man was drunk, he would leave him. Such were not those for whom he could now do most. If he was sober, he made him signs of invitation. If he would not go with him, he left him, but kept him in view, and tried him again. If still he would not, he gave him a piece of bread, and left him. If he called, he stopped, and by circuitous ways brought him to the little house at the back. It was purposely quite dark. If the man was too apprehensive to enter, he left him. If he followed, he led him to Mistress Croale. If anything suggested the possibility of helping farther, a possibility turning entirely on the person's self, the attempt was set on foot, but in general, after a good breakfast, Gibbie led him through a dark passage into the darkened house, and dismissed him from the door by which he had entered. He never gave money, and never sought such guest except in the winter. Indeed, he was never in the city in the summer. Before the session was over, they had 1 woman and 1 girl in a fair way of honest livelihood, and 1 small child, whose mother had an infant besides, and was evidently dying. He had sent in a present to Janet, by the hand of Mistress Murkison. Altogether it was a tolerable beginning, and during the time not a word reached him indicating knowledge of his proceedings, although within a week or 2 a rumour was rife in the lower parts of the city of a mysterious being who went about doing this and that for poor folk, but, notwithstanding his gifts, was far from canny. Mr. and Mrs. Sclater could not fail to be much annoyed when they found he was no longer lodging with Mistress Murkison, but occupying the old house, with that horrible woman for a housekeeper. They knew, however, that expostulation with one possessed by such a headstrong sense of duty was utterly useless, and contented themselves with predicting to each other some terrible check, the result of his ridiculous theory concerning what was required of a Christian, namely, that the disciple should be as his master. At the same time, Mrs. Sclater had a sacred suspicion that no real ill would ever befall God's innocent Gilbert Galbraith. Fergus had now, with his father's help, established himself in the manse of the North Church, and thither he invited Mr. and Miss Galbraith to dine with him on a certain evening. Her father's absolute desire compelled Ginevra's assent. She could not, while with him, rebel absolutely. Fergus did his best to make the evening a pleasant one, and had special satisfaction in showing the Laird that he could provide both a good dinner and a good bottle of port. 2 of his congregation, a young lawyer and his wife, were the only other guests. The Laird found the lawyer an agreeable companion, chiefly from his readiness to listen to his old law stories, and Fergus laid himself out to please the 2 ladies. Secure of the admiration of one, he hoped it might help to draw the favour of the other. He had conceived the notion that Ginevra probably disliked his profession, and took pains therefore to show how much he was a man of the world, talked about Shakespeare, and flaunted rags of quotation and elocutionary style, got books from his study, and read passages from Byron, Shelley, and Moore, chiefly from "The Loves of the Angels," of the last,
extacising the lawyer's lady, and interesting Ginevra, though all he read taken together seemed to her unworthy of comparison with one of poor Donal's songs. It grew late. The dinner had been at a fashionable hour. They had stayed an unfashionable time. It was nearly 12 o'clock when guest and host left the house in company. The lawyer and his wife went one way, and Fergus went the other with the Laird and Ginevra. Hearing the pitiful wailing of a child and the cough of a woman, as they went along a street bridge, they peeped over the parapet and saw, upon the stair leading to the lower street, a woman, with a child asleep in her lap, trying to eat a piece of bread, and coughing as if in the last stage of consumption. On the next step below sat a man hushing in his bosom the baby whose cry they had heard. They stood for a moment, the minister pondering whether his profession required of him action, and Ginevra's gaze fixed on the head and shoulders of the foreshortened figure of the man, who vainly as patiently sought to soothe the child by gently rocking it to and fro. But when he began a strange humming song to it, which brought all Glashgar before her eyes, Ginevra knew beyond a doubt that it was Gibbie. At the sound the child ceased to wail, and presently the woman with difficulty rose, laying a hand for help on Gibbie's shoulder. Then Gibbie rose also, cradling the infant on his left arm, and making signs to the mother to place the child on his right. She did so, and turning, went feebly up the stair. Gibbie followed with the two children, one lying on his arm, the other with his head on his shoulder, both wretched and pining, with grey cheeks and dark hollows under their eyes. From the top of the stair they went slowly up the street, the poor woman coughing, and Gibbie crooning to the baby, who cried no more, but now and then moaned. Then Fergus said to the Laird, "Did you see that young man, sir? That is the so-called Sir Gilbert Galbraith we were talking of the other night. They say he has come into a good property, but you may judge for yourself whether he seems fit to manage it." Ginevra withdrew her hand from his arm. "Good God, Jenny!" exclaimed the Laird, "you do not mean to tell me you have ever spoken to a young man like that?"
"I know him very well, papa," replied Ginevra collectedly.
"You are incomprehensible, Jenny. If you know him, why do I not know him? If you had not known good reason to be ashamed of him, you would, one time or other, have mentioned his name in my hearing. I ask you, and I demand an answer." Here he stopped and fronted her. "Why have you concealed from me your acquaintance with this person?"
"Because I thought it might be painful to you, papa," she answered, looking in his face.
"Painful to me? Why should it be painful to me? Except indeed that it breaks my heart as often as I see you betray your invincible fondness for low company."
"Do you desire me to tell you, papa, why I thought it might be painful to you to make that young man's acquaintance?"
"I do distinctly. I command you."
"Then I will. That young man, Sir Gilbert Galbraith—"
"Nonsense, girl, there's no such Galbraith. It is the merest of scoffs."
Ginevra did not care to argue with him this point. In truth, she knew little more about it than he. "Many years ago," she recommenced, "when I was a child— excuse me, Mr. Duff, but it is quite time I told my father what has been weighing upon my mind for so many years."
"Sir Gilbert!" muttered her father contemptuously.
"One day," again she began, "Mr. Fergus Duff brought a ragged little boy to Glashruach, the most innocent and loving of creatures, who had committed no crime but that of doing good in secret. I saw Mr. Duff box his ears on the bridge, and you, papa, gave him over to that wretched Angus MacPolloth to whip him. So at least Angus told me after he had whipped him till he dropped senseless. I can hardly keep from screaming now when I think of it."
"All this, Jenny, is nothing less than cursed folly. Do you mean to tell me you have all these years been cherishing resentment against your own father for the sake of a little thieving rascal whom it was a good deed to fright from the error of his ways? I have no doubt Angus gave him merely what he deserved." "You must remember, Miss Galbraith, we did not know he was dumb," said Fergus humbly. "If you had had any heart," said Ginevra, "you would have seen in his face that he was a perfect angelic child. He ran to the mountain, without a rag to cover his bleeding body, and would have died of cold and hunger, had not the Grants, the parents of your father's herd boy, Mr. Duff, taken him to their hearts, and been father and mother to him." Ginevra's mouth was opened at last. "After that," she went on, "Angus, that bad man, shot him like a wild beast when he was quietly herding Robert Grant's sheep. In return Sir Gilbert saved his life in the flood, and just before the house of Glashrock fell, the part in which my room was, he caught me up, because he could not speak, and carried me out of it. And when I told you that he had saved my life, you ordered him out of the house, and when he was afraid to leave me alone with you, dashed him against the wall, and sent for Angus to whip him again. But I should have liked to see Angus try it then. I do remember an insolent fellow taking advantage of the ruinous state the house was in to make his way into my study," said the laird. "And now," Ginevra continued, "Mr. Duff makes question of his wits because he finds him carrying a poor woman's children, going to get them a bed somewhere. If Mr. Duff had run about the streets when he was a child, like Sir Gilbert, he might not, perhaps, think it so strange he should care about a houseless woman and her brats." Therewith Ginevra burst into tears. "Abominably disagreeable," muttered the laird. "I always thought she was an idiot. Hold your tongue, Jenny, you will wake the street. All you say may or may not be quite true. I do not say you are telling lies, or even exaggerating, but I see nothing in it to prove the lad a fit companion for a young lady. Very much to the contrary. I suppose he told you he was your injured, neglected, ill-used cousin? He may be your cousin. You may have any number of such cousins, if half the low tales concerning your mother's family be true." Ginevra did not answer him, did not speak another word. When Fergus left them at their own door, she neither shook hands with him nor bade him good night. "Jenny," said her father, the moment he was gone, "if I hear of your once speaking again to that low vagabond, and now I think of it," he cried, interrupting himself with a sudden recollection, "there was a cobble fellow in town here they used to call Sir Somebody Galbraith. That must be his father. Whether the Sir was title or nickname, I neither know nor care. A title without money is as bad as a saintship without grace. But this I tell you, that if I hear of your speaking one word, good or bad, to this fellow again, I swear to Almighty God, I will turn you out of the house." To Ginevra's accumulated misery, she carried with her to her room a feeling of contempt for her father, with which she lay struggling.
Chapter 58 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 58. The Confession. Although Gibbie had taken no notice of the laird's party, he had recognized each of the three as he came up the stair, and in Ginevra's face read an appeal for deliverance. It seemed to say, "You help everybody but me. Why do you not come and help me too? Am I to have no pity because I am neither hungry nor cold?" He did not, however, lie awake the most of the night, or indeed a single hour of it, thinking what he should do. Long before the poor woman and her children were in bed, he had made up his mind. As soon as he came home from college the next day, and had hastily eaten his dinner, going upon his vague knowledge of law business lately acquired, he bought a stamped paper, wrote upon it, and put it in his pocket. Then he took a card, and wrote on it, Sir Gilbert Galbraith, Baronet of Glashruach, and put that in his pocket also. Thus provided, and having said to Mistress Croale that he should not be home that night, for he expected to set off almost immediately in search of Donal, and had bespoken horses, he walked deliberately along Pearl Street out into the suburb, and turning to the right, rang the bell at the garden gate of the laird's cottage. When the girl came, he gave her his card, and followed her into the house. She carried it into the room where, dinner over, the laird and the preacher were sitting, with a bottle of the same port which had pleased the laird at the manse between them. Giving time, as he judged, and no more, to read the card, Gibbie entered the room. He would not risk a refusal to see him. It was a small room with a round table. The laird sat sideways to the door. The preacher sat between the table and the fire. "What the devil does this mean? A vengeance take him!" cried the laird. His big tumbling eyes had required more time than Gibbie had allowed, so that, when with this exclamation he lifted them from the card, they fell upon the object of his imprecation, standing in the middle of the room between him and the open door. The preacher, snug behind the table, scarcely endeavoured to conceal the smile with which he took no notice of Sir Gilbert. The laird rose in the perturbation of mingled anger and unpreparedness. "Ah!" he said, but it was only a sound, not a word. "To what, may I ask, have I have not the honour of your acquaintance, Mr. Here he looked again at the card he held, fumbled for and opened a double eyeglass, then with deliberation examined the name upon it, thus gaining time by rudeness, and gathering his force for more, while Gibbie remained as unembarrassed as if he had been standing to his tailor for his measure. I see. Galbraith, you say. To what, Mr. Another look at the card. Galbraith, do I owe the honour of this unexpected and I must say unlooked-for visit, and at such an unusual hour for making a business call? For business, I presume, it must be that brings you, seeing I have not the honour of the slightest acquaintance with you." He dropped his eyeglass with a clatter against his waistcoat, threw the card into his finger-glass, raised his pale eyes, and stared at Sir Gilbert with all the fixedness they were capable of. He had already drunk a good deal of wine, and it was plain he had, although he was far from being overcome by it. Gibbie answered by drawing from the breast-pocket of his coat the paper he had written, and presenting it like a petition. Mr. Galbraith sneered, and would not have touched it had not his eye caught the stamp, which from old habit at once drew his hand. From similar habit, or perhaps to get it nearer the light, he sat down. Gibbie stood, and Fergus stared at him with insolent composure. The laird read, but not aloud. "I, Gilbert Galbraith, Baronet, hereby promise and undertake to transfer to Miss Galbraith, only daughter of Thomas Galbraith, Esquire, on the day when she shall be married to Donal Grant, Master of Arts, the whole of the title deeds of the house and lands of Glashruach, to have and to hold as hers, with absolute power to dispose of the same as she may see fit. Gilbert Galbraith, Old House of Galbraith, Whitty Hill, March, etc., etc." The laird stretched his neck like a turkey-cock, and gobbled inarticulately, threw the paper to Fergus, and turning on his chair, glowered at Gibbie. Then suddenly starting to his feet, he cried, "What do you mean, you rascal, by daring to insult me in my own house? Damn your insolent foolery!" "A trick, a most palpable trick, and an exceedingly silly one," pronounced Fergus, who had now read the paper. "Quite as foolish as unjustifiable. Everybody knows Glashruach is the property of Major Colsalmon." Here the laird sought the relief of another oath or two. "I entreat you to moderate your anger, my dear sir," Fergus resumed. "The thing is hardly worth so much indignation. Some animal has been playing the poor fellow an ill-natured trick, putting him up to it for the sake of a vile practical joke. It is exceedingly provoking, but you must forgive him. He is hardly to blame, scarcely accountable under the natural circumstances. Get away with you," he added, addressing Gibbie across the table. "Make haste, before worse comes of it. You have been made a fool of."
When Fergus began to speak, the laird turned, and while he spoke stared at him with lack-lustre yet gleaming eyes, until he addressed Gibbie, when he turned on him again as fiercely as before. Poor Gibbie stood shaking his head, smiling, and making eager signs with hands and arms, but in the laird's condition of both heart and brain he might well forget and fail to be reminded that Gibbie was dumb. "Why don't you speak, you fool?" he cried. "Get out, and don't stand making faces there. Be off with you, or I will knock you down with a decanter." Gibbie pointed to the paper which lay before Fergus, and placed a hand first on his lips, then on his heart. "Damn your mummery!" said the laird, choking with rage. "Go away, or, by God, I will break your head!" Fergus at this rose and came round the table to get between them, but the laird caught up a pair of nutcrackers, and threw it at Gibbie. It struck him on the forehead, and the blood spurted from the wound. He staggered backwards. Fergus seized the laird's arm and sought to pacify him. Her father's loud tones had reached Ginevra in her room. She ran down, and that instant entered. Gibbie all but fell into her arms. The moment's support she gave him, and the look of loving terror she cast in his face, restored him, and he was again firm on his feet, pressing her handkerchief to his forehead, when Fergus, leaving the laird, advanced with the pacific intention of getting him safe from the house. Ginevra stepped between them. Her father's rage thereupon broke loose quite, and was madness. He seized hold of her with violence, and dragged her from the room. Fergus laid hands upon Gibbie more gently, and half would have forced, half persuaded him to go. A cry came from Ginevra. Refusing to be sent to her room before Gibbie was in safety, her father struck her. Gibbie would have darted to her help. Fergus held him fast, but knew nothing of Gibbie's strength, and the next moment found himself on his back upon the table, amidst the crash of wine-glasses and china. Having locked the door, Gibbie sprung to the laird, who was trying to drag his daughter, now hardly resisting, up the first steps of the stair, took him round the waist from behind, swept him to the other room, and there locked him up also. He then returned to Ginevra, where she lay motionless on the stair, lifted her in his arms, and carried her out of the house, nor stopped until, having reached the farther end of the street, he turned the corner of it into another equally quiet. The laird and Fergus, when they were released by the girl from their respective prisons, and found that the enemy was gone, imagined that Ginevra had retired again to her room, and what they did after is not interesting. Under a dull, smoky oil lamp, Gibbie stopped. He knew by the tightening of her arms that Ginevra was coming to herself. "Let me down," she said feebly. He did so, but kept his arm round her. She gave a deep sigh, and gazed bewildered. When she saw him, she smiled. "With you, Gibbie," she murmured. "But they will be after us." "They shall not touch you," signified Gibbie. "What was it all about?" she asked. Gibbie spelled on his fingers, "Because I offered to give you Glashruach, if your father would let you marry Donal." "Gibbie, how could you?" she cried almost in a scream, and pushing away his arm, turned from him and tried to run, but after 2 steps tottered to the lamp-post and leaned against it, with such a scared look. "Then come with me and be my sister, Ginevra, and I will take care of you," spelled Gibbie. "I can do nothing to take care of you while I can't get near you." "Oh, Gibbie, nobody does like that," returned Ginevra. "Else I should be so glad." "There is no other way, then, that I know. You won't marry anybody, you see." "Won't I, Gibbie? What makes you think that?" "Because of course you would never refuse Donal and marry anybody else. That is not possible." "Oh, don't tease me, Gibbie." "Ginevra, you don't mean you would?" In the dull light, and with the imperfect means of Gibbie for the embodiment of his thoughts, Ginevra misunderstood him. "Yea, Gibbie," she said, "I would. I thought it was understood between us, ever since that day you found me on Glashgar. In my thoughts I have been yours all the time." She turned her face to the lamp-post, but Gibbie made her look. "You do not mean," he spelled very hurriedly, "that you would marry me? Me? I never dreamed of such a thing." "You didn't mean it, then!" said Ginevra with a cry, bitter but feeble with despair, and ending in a stifled shriek. "What have I been saying, then? I thought I belonged to you. I thought you meant to take me all the time." She burst into an agony of sobbing. "Oh, me, me! I have been alone all the time, and did not know it."
She sank on the pavement at the foot of the lamp-post, weeping sorely and shaken with her sobs. Gibbie was in sad perplexity. Heaven had opened before his gaze, its colours filled his eyes, its sounds filled his ears and heart and brain, but the portress was busy crying, and would not open the door. Neither could he get at her to comfort her, for, her eyes being wanted to cry with, his poor signs were of no use. Dumbness is a drawback to the gift of consolation. It was a calm night early in March, clear overhead, and the heaven full of stars. The first faint think odour of spring was in the air. A crescent moon hung halfway between the zenith and the horizon, clear as silver in firelight, and peaceful in the consciousness that not much was required of her yet. Both bareheaded, the one stood under the lamp, the other had fallen in a heap at its foot. The one was in the seventh paradise, and knew it. The other was weeping her heart out, yet was in the same paradise if she would but have opened her eyes. Gibbie held one of her hands and stroked it. Then he pulled off his coat and laid it softly upon her. She grew a little quieter. "Take me home, Gibbie," she said, in a gentle voice. All was over. There was no use in crying, or even in thinking any more. Gibbie put his arms round her, and helped her to her feet. She looked at him, and saw a face glorious with bliss. Never, not even on Glashgar in the skin coat of the beast boy, had she seen him so like an angel. And in his eyes was that which triumphed not over dumbness, but over speech. It brought the rose fire rushing into her wan cheeks. She hid her face on his bosom, and under the dingy red flame of the lamp in the stony street they held each other, as blessed as if they had been under an orange tree haunted with fireflies. For they knew each the heart of the other, and God is infinite. How long they stood thus, neither of them knew. The lady would not have spoken if she could, and the youth could not if he would. But the lady shivered, and because she shivered, she would have the youth take his coat. He mocked at cold, made her put her arms in the sleeves, and buttoned it round her. Both laughed to see how wide it was. Then he took her by the hand and led her away, obedient as when first he found her and her heart upon Glashgar. Like two children holding each other fast, they hurried along in dread of pursuit. He brought her to Daur Street, and gave her into Mrs. Sclater's arms. Ginevra told her everything, except that her father had struck her, and Gibbie begged her to keep his wife for him till they could be married. Chapter 59 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 59. Catastrophe. Gibbie went home as if Pearl Street had been the stairs of Glashgar, and the Old House a mansion in the heavens. He seemed to float along the way as one floats in a happy dream, where motion is born at once of the will, without the intermediating mechanics of nerve, muscle, and fulcrum. Love had been gathering and ever storing itself in his heart so many years for this brown dove. Now at last the rock was smitten, and its treasure rushed forth to her service. In nothing was it changed as it issued, save as the dark, silent, motionless water of the cavern changes into the sparkling, singing, dancing rivulet. Gibbie's was love simple, unselfish, undemanding, not merely asking for no return, but asking for no recognition, requiring not even that its existence should be known. He was a rare one, who did not make the common miserable blunder of taking the shadow cast by love, the desire namely to be loved, for love itself. His love was a vertical sun, and his own shadow was under his feet. Silly youths and maidens count themselves martyrs of love, when they are but the pining witnesses to a delicious and entrancing selfishness. But do not mistake me through confounding on the other hand the desire to be loved, which is neither wrong nor noble, any more than hunger is either wrong or noble, and the delight in being loved, to be devoid of which a man must be lost in an immeasurably deeper, in an evil, ruinous, yea, a fiendish selfishness. Not to care for love is the still worse reaction from the self-foiled and outworn greed of love. Gibbie's love was a diamond among gem-loves. There are men whose love to a friend is less selfish than their love to the dearest woman. But Gibbie's was not a love to be less divine towards a woman than towards a man. One man's love is as different from another's as the one is himself different from the other. The love that dwells in one man is an angel, the love in another is a bird, that in another a hog. Some would count worthless the love of a man who loved everybody. There would be no distinction in being loved by such a man. And distinction, as a guarantee of their own great worth, is what such seek. There are women who desire to be the sole object of a man's affection, and are all their lives devoured by unlawful jealousies. A love that had never gone forth upon human being but themselves would be to them the treasure to sell all that they might buy. And the man who brought such a love might in truth be all absorbed therein himself. The poorest of creatures may well be absorbed in the poorest of loves. A heart has to be taught to love, and its first lesson, however well learnt, no more makes it perfect in love than the ABC makes a savant. The man who loves most will love best. The man who thoroughly loves God and his neighbour is the only man who will love a woman ideally, who can love her with the love God thought of between them when he made man, male and female. The man, I repeat, who loves God with his very life, and his neighbour as Christ loves him, is the man who alone is capable of grand, perfect, glorious love to any woman. Because Gibbie's love was towards everything human, he was able to love Ginevra as Donal, poet and prophet, was not yet grown able to love her. To that of the most passionate of unbelieving lovers, Gibbie's love was as the fire of a sun to that of a forest. The fullness of a world of love ways and love thoughts was Gibbie's. In sweet affairs of loving kindness he was in his own kingdom, and sat upon its throne. And it was this essential love, acknowledging and embracing as a necessity of its being everything that could be loved, which now concentrated its rays on the individual's individual. His love to Ginevra stood like a growing thicket of aromatic shrubs, until her confession set the fire of heaven to it, and the flame that consumes not, but gives life, arose and shot homeward. He had never imagined, never hoped, never desired she should love him like that. She had refused his friend, the strong, the noble, the beautiful Donal the poet, and it never could but from her own lips have found way to his belief that she had turned her regard upon wee Sir Gibbie, a nobody, who to himself was a mere burning heart running about in tattered garments. His devotion to her had forestalled every pain with its antidote of perfect love, had negatived every lack, had precluded every desire, had shut all avenues of entrance against self. Even if a little thought unsound should have chanced upon an entrance, it would have found no soil to root and grow in. The soil for the harvest of pain is that brought down from the peaks of pride by the torrents of desire. Immeasurably the greater, therefore, was his delight, when the warmth and odour of the love that had been from time to him immemorial passing out from him in virtue of consolation and healing, came back upon him, in the softest and sweetest of flower-waking spring winds. Then indeed was his heart a bliss worth God's making. The sum of happiness in the city, if gathered that night into one wave, could not have reached half-way to the crest of the mighty billow tossing itself heavenward as it rushed along the ocean of Gibbie's spirit. He entered the close of the old house. But the excess of his joy had not yet turned to light, was not yet passing from him in physical flame. Whence then the glow that illumined the court? He looked up. The windows of Mistress Croale's bedroom were glaring with light. He opened the door hurriedly, and darted up.
On the stair he was met by the smell of burning, which grew stronger as he ascended. He opened Mistress Croale's door. The chintz curtains of her bed were flaming to the ceiling. He darted to it. Mistress Croale was not in it. He jumped upon it and tore down the curtains and tester, trampling them under his feet upon the blankets. He had almost finished, and at the bottom of the bed was reaching up and pulling at the last of the flaming rags, when a groan came to his ears. He looked down. There, at the foot of the bed, on her back upon the floor, lay Mistress Croale in her satin gown, with red swollen face, wide open mouth, and half open eyes, dead drunk, a heap of ruin. A bit of glowing tinder fell on her forehead. She opened her eyes, looked up, uttered a terrified cry, closed them, and was again motionless, except for her breathing. On one side of her lay a bottle, on the other a chamber candlestick upset, with the candle guttered into a mass. With the help of the water-jugs, and the bath which stood ready in his room, he succeeded at last in putting out the fire, and then turned his attention to Mistress Croale. Her breathing had grown so stertorous that he was alarmed, and getting more water bathed her head, and laid a wet handkerchief on it, after which he sat down and watched her. It would have made a strange picture. The middle of the night, the fire-blasted bed, the painful ugly carcass on the floor, and the sad yet, I had almost said radiant youth, watching near. The slow night passed. The grey of the morning came, chill and cheerless. Mistress Croale stirred, moved, crept up rather than rose to a sitting position, and stretched herself, yawning. Gibbie had risen and stood over her. She caught sight of him. Absolute terror distorted her sodden face. She stared at him, then stared about her, like one who had suddenly waked in hell. He took her by the arm. She obeyed, rose, and stood, fear conquering the remnants of drunkenness, with her whiskey-scorched eyes following his every movement as he got her cloak and bonnet. He put them on her. She submitted like a child caught in wickedness and cowed by the capture. He led her from the house, out into the dark morning, made her take his arm, and away they walked together down to the river-side. She gave a reel now and then, and sometimes her knees would double under her. But Gibbie was no novice at the task, and brought her safe to the door of her lodging, of which, in view of such a possibility, he had been paying the rent all the time. He opened the door with her pass-key, led her up the stair, unlocked the door of her garret, placed her in a chair, and left her, closing the doors gently behind him. Instinctively she sought her bed, fell upon it, and slept again. When she woke, her dim mind was haunted by a terrible vision of resurrection and damnation, of which the only point she could plainly recall was an angel, as like Sir Gibbie as he could look, hanging in the air above her, and sending out flames on all sides of him, which burned her up, inside and out, shrivelling soul and body together. As she lay thinking over it, with her eyes closed, suddenly she remembered with a pang of dismay that she had got drunk and broken her vow. That was the origin of the bad dream, and the dreadful headache, and the burning at her heart. She must have water. Painfully lifting herself upon one elbow, she opened her eyes. Then what a bewilderment, and what a discovery slow unfolding itself were hers! Like her first parents she had fallen. Her paradise was gone. She lay outside among the thorns and thistles before the gate. From being the virtual mistress of a great house, she was back in her dreary, lonely garret. Re-exiled in shame from her briefly regained respectability, from friendship and honourable life and the holding forth of help to the world, she lay there a sow that had been washed, and washed in vain. What a sight of disgrace was her grand satin gown, wet and scorched, and smeared with candle, and oh, how it smelt of smoke, and burning, and the dregs of whiskey! And her lace! She gazed at her finery as an angel might on his feathers which the enemy had burned while he slept on his watch. She must have water. She got out of bed with difficulty, then for a whole hour sat on the edge of it motionless, unsure that she was not in hell. At last she wept, acrid tears for very misery. She rose, took off her satin and lace, put on a cotton gown, and was once more a decent-looking poor body, except as to her glowing face and burning eyes, which to bathe she had nothing but tears. Again she sat down, and for a space did nothing, only suffered in ignominy. At last life began to revive a little. She rose and moved about the room, staring at the things in it as a ghost might stare at the grave-clothes on its abandoned body. There on the table lay her keys, and what was that under them? A letter addressed to her. She opened it, and found 5-pound notes, with these words: "I promise to pay to Mrs. Kroll 5 pounds monthly, for 9 months to come. Gilbert Galbraith." She wept again. He would never speak to her more. She had lost him at last, her only friend, her sole link to God and goodness and the kingdom of heaven, lost him for ever. The day went on, cold and foggy without, colder and drearier within. Sick and faint and disgusted, the poor heart had no atmosphere to beat in, save an infinite sense of failure and lost opportunity. She had fuel enough in the room to make a little fire, and at length had summoned resolve sufficient for the fetching of water from the street pump. She went to the cupboard to get a jug. She could not carry a pailful. There in the corner stood her demon friend, her own old familiar, the black bottle, as if he had been patiently waiting for her all the long dreary time she had been away. With a flash of fierce joy she remembered she had left it half full. She caught it up, and held it between her and the fading light of the misty window. It was half full still. 1 glass, a hair of the dog, would set her free from faintness and sickness, disgust and misery. There was no one to find fault with her now. She could do as she liked. There was no one to care, nothing to take fire. She set the bottle on the table, because her hand shook, and went again to the cupboard to get a glass. On the way, borne upward on some heavenly current from the deeps of her soul, the face of Gibbie, sorrowful because loving, like the face of the Son of Man, met her. She turned, seized the bottle, and would have dashed it on the hearthstone, but that a sudden resolve arrested her lifted arm. Gibbie should see. She would be strong. That bottle should stand on that shelf until the hour when she could show it him and say, "See the proof of my victory." She drove the cork fiercely in. When its top was level with the neck, she set the bottle back in its place, and from that hour it stood there, a temptation, a ceaseless warning, the monument of a broken but reparable vow, a pledge of hope. It may not have been a prudent measure. To a weak nature it would have involved certain ruin, but there are natures that do better under difficulty. There are many such. And with that fiend-like shape in her cupboard, the one ambition of Mistress Kroll's life was henceforth inextricably bound up. She would turn that bottle into a witness for her against the judgment she had deserved. Close by the cupboard door, like a kite or an owl nailed up against a barn, she hung her soiled and dishonoured satin gown, and the dusk having now gathered, took the jug and fetched herself water. Then, having set her kettle on the fire, she went out with her basket, and bought bread and butter. After a good cup of tea and some nice toast, she went to bed again, much easier both in mind and body, and slept. In the morning she went to the market, opened her shop, and waited for customers. Pleasure and surprise at her reappearance brought the old ones quickly back. She was friendly and helpful to them as before, but the slightest approach to inquiry as to where she had been or what she had been doing, she met with simple obstinate silence. Gibbie's bounty and her faithful abstinence enabled her to add to her stock and extend her trade. By and by she had the command of a little money, and when in the late autumn there came a time of scarcity and disease, she went about among the poor like a disciple of Sir Gibbie. Some said that, from her knowledge of their ways, from her judgment, and by her personal ministration of what, for her means, she gave more bountifully than any, she did more to hearten their endurance than all the ladies together who administered money subscribed. It came to Sir Gibbie's ears, and rejoiced his heart. His old friend was on the king's highway still. In the meantime she saw nothing of him. Not once did he pass her shop,
where often her mental, and not unfrequently her bodily attitude, was that of a watching lover. The second day, indeed, she saw him at a little distance, and sorely her heart smote her, for one of his hands was in a sling. But he crossed to the other side, plainly to avoid her. She was none the less sure, however, that when she asked him he would forgive.
Chapter 60 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Penfold. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 60. Arrangement and Preparation. The next morning, the first thing after breakfast, Mr. Sclater, having reflected that Ginevra was under age and they must be careful, resumed for the nonce, with considerable satisfaction, his office of guardian, and holding no previous consultation with Gibbie, walked to the cottage and sought an interview with Mr. Galbrai, which the latter accorded with a formality suitable to his idea of his own inborn grandeur. But his assumption had no effect on nut-headed Mr. Sclater, who in this matter at all events was at peace with his conscience. "I have to inform you, Mr. Galbraith," he began, "that Miss Galbraith—" "Oh," said the Laird, "I beg your pardon. I was not aware it was my daughter you wished to see." He rose and rang the bell. Mr. Sclater, annoyed at his manner, held his peace. "Tell your mistress," said the Laird, "that the Reverend Mr. Sclater wishes to see her." The girl returned with a scared face, and the news that her mistress was not in her room. The Laird's loose mouth dropped looser. "Miss Galbraith did us the honour to sleep at our house last night," said Mr. Sclater deliberately. "The devil!" cried the Laird, relieved. "Why? What? Are you aware of what you are saying, sir?" "Perfectly, and of what I saw too. A blow looks bad on a lady's face." "Good heavens! The little hussy dared to say I struck her?" "She did not say so, but no one could fail to see someone had. If you do not know who did it, I do." "Send her home instantly, or I will come and fetch her," cried the Laird. "Come and dine with us if you want to see her. For the present she remains where she is. You want her to marry Fergus Duff. She prefers my ward, Gilbert Galbraith, and I shall do my best for them." "She is under age," said the Laird. "That fault will rectify itself as fast in my house as in yours," returned the minister. "If you invite the publicity of a legal action, I will employ counsel and wait the result." Mr. Sclater was not at all anxious to hasten the marriage. He would much rather, in fact, have it put off, at least until Gibbie should have taken his degree. The Laird started up in a rage, but the room was so small that he sat down again. The minister leaned back in his chair. He was too much displeased with the Laird's behaviour to lighten the matter for him by setting forth the advantages of having Sir Gibbie for a son-in-law. "Mr. Sclater," said the Laird at length, "I am shocked, unspeakably shocked at my daughter's conduct. To leave the shelter of her father's roof in the middle of the night and—" "About 7 o'clock in the morning," interjected Mr. Sclater. "And take refuge with strangers," continued the Laird. "By no means strangers, Mr. Galbraith," said the minister. "You drive your daughter from your house, and are then shocked to find she has taken refuge with friends." "She is an unnatural child. She knows well enough what I think of her, and what reason she has given me so to think." "When a man happens to be alone in any opinion," remarked the minister, "even if the opinion should be of his own daughter, the probabilities are he is wrong.
Everyone but yourself has the deepest regard for Miss Galbrai. She has always cultivated strangely objectionable friendships, said the laird. For my own part, said the minister, as if heedless of the laird's last remark, although I believe she has no dowry, and there are reasons besides why the connection should not be desirable, I do not know a lady I should prefer for a wife to my ward. The minister's plain speaking was not without effect upon the laird. It made him uncomfortable. It is only when the conscience is wide awake and regnant that it can be appealed to without giving a cry for response. Again he sat silent a while, then gathering all the pomp and stiffness at his command, "Oblige me by informing my daughter," he said, "that I request her, for the sake of avoiding scandal, to return to her father's house until he is of age." "And in the meantime you undertake—" "I undertake nothing," shouted the laird in his feeble, woolly, yet harsh voice. "Then I refuse to carry your message. I will be no bearer of that from which, as soon as delivered, I should dissuade." "Allow me to ask, are you a minister of the gospel, and stir up a child against her own father?" "I am not here to bandy words with you, Mr. Galbraith. It is nothing to me what you think of me. If you will engage not to urge your choice upon Miss Galbraith, I think it probable she will at once return to you. If not—" "I will not force her inclinations," said the laird. "She knows my wish, and she ought to know the duty of a daughter." "I will tell her what you say," answered the minister, and took his departure. When Gibbie heard, he was not at all satisfied with Mr. Sclater's interference to such result. He wished to marry Ginevra at once, in order to take her from under the tyranny of her father. But he was readily convinced it would be better, now things were understood, that she should go back to him, and try once more to gain him. The same day she did go back, and Gibbie took up his quarters at the minister's. Ginevra soon found that her father had not yielded the idea of having his own way with her, but her spirits and courage were now so good that she was able to not only endure with less suffering, but to carry herself quite differently. Much less afraid of him, she was the more watchful to minister to his wants, dared a loving liberty now and then in spite of his coldness, took his objurgations with something of the gaiety of one who did not or would not believe he meant them, and when he abused Gibbie, did not answer a word, knowing events alone could set him right in his idea of him. Rejoiced that he had not laid hold of the fact that Glashruach was Gibbie's, she never mentioned the place to him, for she shrunk with sharpest recoil from the humiliation of seeing him, upon conviction, turn from Fergus to Gibbie. The kindest thing they could do for him would be to marry against his will, and save him from open tergiversation. For no one could then blame him. He would be thoroughly pleased, and not having the opportunity of self-degradation, would be saved the cause for self-contempt. For some time Fergus kept on hoping. The laird, blinded by his own wishes, and expecting Gibbie would soon do something to bring public disgrace upon himself, did not tell him of his daughter's determination and self-engagement, while for her part Ginevra believed she fulfilled her duty towards him in the endeavour to convince him by her conduct that nothing could ever induce her to marry him. So the remainder of the session passed, the laird urging his objections against Gibbie, and growing extravagant in his praises of Fergus, while Ginevra kept taking fresh courage, and being of good cheer. Gibbie went to the cottage once or twice, but the laird made it so uncomfortable for them, and Fergus was so rude, that they agreed it would be better to content themselves with meeting when they had the chance. At the end of the month, Gibbie went home as usual, telling Ginevra he must be present to superintend what was going on at Glashruach, to get the house ready for her, but saying nothing of what he was building there. By the beginning of the winter they had got the buttress wall finished, and the coping on it, also the shell of the new house roofed in, so that the carpenters had been at work all through the frost and snow, and things had made great progress without any hurry. And now, since the first day the weather had permitted,
the masons were at work again. The bridge was built, the wall of the old house broken through, the turret carried aloft. The channel of the little burn they had found completely blocked by a great stone at the farther edge of the landslip. Up to this stone they opened the channel, protecting it by masonry against further slip, and by Gibbie's directions left it so. After boring the stone, which still turned every drop of the water aside into the Glashburn, for a good charge of gunpowder. All the hollow where the latter burn had carried away pinewood and shrubbery, gravel, drive, and lawn, had been planted, mostly with fir trees, and a weir of strong masonry, a little way below the house, kept the water back so that it rose and spread, and formed a still pool just under the house, reflecting it far beneath. If Ginevra pleased, Gibbie meant to raise the weir, and have quite a little lake in the hollow. A new approach had been contrived.
Chapter 61 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 61. The Wedding. In the meantime, Fergus, dull as he was to doubt his own importance and success, for did not the public acknowledge both, yet by degrees lost heart and hope so far as concerned Ginevra, and at length told the laird that, much as he valued his society, and was indebted for his kindness, he must deny himself the pleasure of visiting any more at the cottage, so plainly was his presence unacceptable to Miss Galbraith. The laird blustered against his daughter, and expostulated with the preacher, not forgetting to hint at the ingratitude of forsaking him, after all he had done and borne in the furthering of his interests. Jenny must at length come to see what reason and good sense required of her. But Fergus had at last learned his lesson, and was no longer to be blinded. Besides, there had lately come to his church a certain shopkeeper, retired rich, with one daughter, and as his hope of the dignity of being married to Ginevra faded, he had come to feel the enticement of Miss Leprake's money and good looks, which gained in force considerably when he began to understand the serious offsets that there were to the honour of being son-in-law to Mr. Galbraith. A nobody as was old Leprake in himself and his position, he was at least looked upon with respect, argued Fergus, and indeed the man was as honest as it is possible for any worshipper of Mammon to be. Fergus therefore received the laird's expostulations and encouragements with composure, but when at length, in his growing acidity, Mr. Galbraith reflected on his birth, and his own condescension in showing him friendship, Fergus left the house, never to go near it again. Within 3 months, for a second protracted courtship was not to be thought of, he married Miss Leprake, and lived respectable ever after, took to writing hymns, became popular afresh through his poetry, and exercised a double influence for the humiliation of Christianity. But what matter, while he counted himself fortunate, and thought himself happy? His fame spread, he had good health, his wife worshipped him, and if he had had a valet, I have no doubt he would have been a hero to him, thus climbing the topmost untrodden peak of the world's greatness. When the next evening came, and Fergus did not appear, the laird fidgeted, then stormed, then sank into a moody silence. When the second night came, and Fergus did not come, the sequence was the same, with exasperated symptoms. Night after night passed thus, and Ginevra began to fear for her father's reason. She challenged him to play backgammon with her, but he scorned the proposal. She begged him to teach her chess, but he scouted the notion of her having wit enough to learn. She offered to read to him, entreated him to let her do something with him, but he repelled her every advance with contempt and surliness, which now and then broke into rage and vituperation. As soon as Gibbie returned, Ginevra let him know how badly things were going with her father. They met, consulted, agreed that the best thing was to be married at once, made the preparations, and, confident that, if asked, he would refuse his permission, proceeded, for his sake, as if they had had it. One morning, as he sat at breakfast, Mr. Galbraith received from Mr. Torry, whom he knew as the agent in the purchase of Glashruach, and whom he supposed to have bought it for Major Culsalmon, a letter more than respectful, stating that matters had come to light regarding the property which rendered his presence on the spot indispensable for their solution, especially as there might be papers of consequence in view of the points in question, in some drawer or cabinet of those he had left locked behind him. The present owner, therefore, through Mr. Torry, begged most respectfully that Mr. Galbraith would sacrifice 2 days of his valuable time and visit Glashruach. The result, he did not doubt, would be to the advantage of both parties. If Mr. Galbraith would kindly signify to Mr. Torry his assent, a carriage and 4, with postilions, that he might make the journey in all possible comfort, should be at his house the next morning, at 10 o'clock, if that hour would be convenient. For weeks the laird had been an unmitigated bore to himself, and the invitation laid hold upon him by the most projecting handle of his being, namely, his self-importance. He wrote at once to signify his gracious assent, and in the evening told his daughter he was going to Glashruach on business, and had arranged for Miss Kimble to come and stay with her till his return. At 9 o'clock the schoolmistress came to breakfast, and at 10 a travelling carriage with 4 horses drew up at the door, looking nearly as big as the cottage. With monstrous stateliness, and a fur coat on his arm, the laird descended to his garden gate, and got into the carriage, which instantly dashed away for the western road, restoring Mr. Galbraith to the full consciousness of his inherent grandeur. If he was not exactly Laird of Glashruach again, he was something quite as important. His carriage was just out of the street, when a second, also with 4 horses, drew up, to the astonishment of Miss Kimble, at the garden gate. Out of it stepped Mr. and Mrs. Sclater, then a young gentleman whom she thought very graceful, until she discovered it was that low-lived Sir Gilbert, and Mr. Torry, the lawyer. They came trooping into the little drawing-room, shook hands with them both, and sat down, Sir Gilbert beside Ginevra, but nobody spoke. What could it mean? A morning call? It was too early, and 4 horses to a morning call. A pastoral visitation? 4 horses and a lawyer to a pastoral visitation? A business call? There was Mrs. Sclater, and that's Sir Gilbert. It must, after all, be a pastoral visitation, for there was the minister commencing a religious service, during which, however, it suddenly revealed itself to the horrified spinster that she was part and parcel of a clandestine wedding. An anxious father had placed her in charge of his daughter, and this was how she was fulfilling her trust. There was Ginevra being married in a brown dress, and to that horrid lad who called himself a baronet, and hobnobbed with a low market woman. But, alas! just as she was recovering her presence of mind, Mr. Sclater pronounced them husband and wife. She gave a shriek, and cried out, "I forbid the banns!" At which the company, bride and bridegroom included, broke into a loud smile. The ceremony over, Ginevra glided from the room, and returned almost immediately in her little brown bonnet. Sir Gilbert caught up his hat, and Ginevra held out her hand to Miss Kimble. Then at length the abashed and aggrieved lady found words of her own. "Ginevra," she cried, "you are never going to leave me alone in the house, after inviting me to stay with you till your father returned." But the minister answered her. "It was her father who invited you, I believe, not Lady Galbraith," he said, "and you understood perfectly that the invitation was not meant to give her pleasure. You would doubtless have her postpone her wedding journey on your account, but my lady is under no obligation to think of you." He had heard of her tattle against Sir Gilbert, and thus rudely showed his resentment. Miss Kimble burst into tears. Ginevra kissed her and said, "Never mind, dear Miss Kimble. You could not help it. The whole thing was arranged. We are going after my father, and we have the best horses." Mr. Torrey laughed outright. "A new kind of runaway marriage," he cried. "The happy couple pursuing the obstinate parent with 4 horses! Ha, ha, ha!" "But after the ceremony," said Mr. Sclater. Here the servant ran down the steps with a carpet-bag, and opened the gate for her mistress. Lady Galbraith got into the carriage. Sir Gilbert followed. There was kissing and tears at the door of it. Mrs. Sclater drew back. The postilions spurred their horses. Off went the second carriage faster than the first, and the minister's party walked quietly away, leaving Miss Kimble to declaim to the maid-of-all-work, who cried so that she did not hear a word she said. The schoolmistress put on her bonnet, and, full of indignation, carried her news of the treatment to which she had been subjected to the Reverend Fergus Duff, who remarked to himself that it was sad to see youth and beauty turn away from genius and influence to wed money and idiocy, gave a sigh, and went to see Miss Preache. Between the second stage and the third, Gibbie and Ginevra came in sight of their father's carriage. Having arranged with the postilions that the 2 carriages should not change horses at the same places, they easily passed unseen by him, while, thinking of nothing so little as their proximity, he sat in state before the door of a village inn. Just as Mr. Galbraith was beginning to hope the major had contrived a new approach to the place, the carriage took an unexpected turn, and he presently found they were climbing by a zigzag road the height over the Lorrie burn. But the place was no longer his, and, to avoid a sense of humiliation, he avoided taking any interest in this change. A young woman, it was Donal's eldest sister, but he knew nothing of her, opened the door to him, and showed him up the stair to his old study. There a great fire was burning, but beyond that, everything, even to the trifles on his writing-table, was just as when last he left the house. His chair stood in its usual position by the fire, and wine and biscuits were on a little table near. "Very considerate," he said to himself. "I trust the major does not mean to keep me waiting, though. Deuced hard to have to leave a place like this." Weary with his journey, he fell into a doze, dreamed of his dead wife, woke suddenly, and heard the door of the room open. There was Major Culsalmon entering with outstretched hand, and there was a lady, his wife doubtless. But how young the major was! He had imagined him a man in middle age at least. Bless his soul, was he never to get rid of this impostor fellow? It was not the major, it was the rascal calling himself Sir Gilbert Galbraith, the half-witted wretch his fool of a daughter insisted on marrying. Here he was, ubiquitous as Satan, and, bless his soul again, there was the minx Jenny, looking as if the place was her own. The silly tears in her eyes, too. It was all too absurd. He had just been dreaming of his dead wife, and clearly that was it. He was not awake yet. He tried hard to wake, but the dream mastered him. "Jenny," he said, as the two stood for a moment regarding him, a little doubtfully, but with smiles of welcome, "what is the meaning of this? I did not know Major Culsalmon had invited you. And what is this person doing here?" "Papa," replied Ginevra, with a curious smile, half merry, half tearful, "this person is my husband, Sir Gilbert Galbraith of Glashruach, and you are at home in your own study again." "Will you never have done masquerading, Jenny?" he returned. "Inform Major Culsalmon that I request to see him immediately." He turned towards the fire and took up a newspaper. They thought it better to leave him. As he sat, by degrees the truth grew plain to him. but not one other word on the matter did the man utter to the day of his death. When dinner was announced, he walked straight from the dining-room door to his former place at the foot of the table. But Robina Grant was equal to the occasion. She caught up the dish before him and set it at the side. There Gibbie seated himself, and, after a moment's hesitation, Ginevra placed herself opposite her husband. The next day Gibbie provided him with something to do. He had the chest of papers found in the Auld house of Galbrai carried into his study, and the lawyer found both employment and interest for weeks in deciphering and arranging them. Amongst many others concerning the property, its tenures and boundaries, appeared some papers which, associated and compared, threw considerable doubt on the way in which portions of it had changed hands, and passed from those of Gibbie's ancestors into those of Ginevra's, who were lawyers as well as Galbraith's, and the laird was keen of scent as any nose-hound after dishonesty in other people. In the course of a fortnight he found himself so much at home in his old quarters, and so much interested in those papers and his books, that when Sir Gilbert informed him that Ginevra and he were going back to the city, he pronounced it decidedly the better plan, seeing as he was there himself to look after affairs. For the rest of the winter, therefore, Mr. Galbraith played the grand Chapter 62 of Sir Gibbie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sir Gibbie by George Macdonald. Chapter 62. The Burn. The moment they were settled in the Auld hoose, Gibbie resumed the habits of the former winter, which Mistress Croale's failure had interrupted. And what a change it was to Ginevra, from imprisonment to ministration! She found difficulties at first, as may readily be believed, but presently came help. As soon as Mistress Croale heard of their return, she went immediately to Lady Galbraith one morning while Sir Gibbie was at college, literally knelt at her feet, and with tears told her the whole tale, beseeching her intercession with Sir Gibbie. "I want naething," she insisted, "but his favour, and the licht o' his bonny countenance." The end, of course, was that she was gladly received again into the house, where once more she attended to all the principal at least of her former duties. Before she died, there was a great change and growth in her. She was none of those before whom pearls must not be cast. Every winter for many years, Sir Gilbert and Lady Galbraith occupied the Auld hoose, which by degrees came at length to be known as the refuge of all that were in honest distress, the salvation of all in themselves such as could be helped, and a covert for the night to all the houseless, of whatever sort, except those drunk at the time. Caution had to be exercised, and judgment used. The caution was tender, and the judgment stern. The next year they built a house in a sheltered spot on Glashgar, and thither from the city they brought many invalids, to spend the summer months under the care of Janet and her daughter Robina, whereby not a few were restored sufficiently to earn their bread for a time thereafter. The very day the session was over, they returned to Glashruach, where they were received by the Laird, as he was still called, as if they had been guests. They found Joseph, the old butler, reinstated, and Angus again acting as gamekeeper. Ginevra welcomed Joseph, but took the first opportunity of telling Angus that for her father's sake Sir Gilbert allowed him to remain, but on the first act of violence he should at once be dismissed, and probably prosecuted as well. Donal's eldest brother was made bailiff. Before long Gibbie got the other two also about him, and as soon as, with justice, he was able, settled them together upon one of his farms. Every Saturday, so long as Janet lived, they met, as in the old times, at the cottage, only with Ginevra in the place of the absent Donal. More to her own satisfaction, after all, than Robert's, Janet went home first. "To be at hand," she said, to open the door till him when he chaps." Then Robert went to his sons below on their farm, where he was well taken care of, but happily he did not remain long behind his wife. That first summer Nicie returned to Glashruach to wait on Lady Galbraith, was more her friend than her servant, and when she married, was settled on the estate. For some little time Ginevra was fully occupied in getting her house in order, and furnishing the new part of it. When that was done, Sir Gilbert gave an entertainment to his tenants. The laird preferred a trip to the city, on business, to the humiliation of being present as other than the greatest, though perhaps he would have minded it less had he ever himself given a dinner to his tenants. Robert and Janet declined the invitation. "We're ower auld for making merry sippin' oor ain hearts," said Janet. "But bide ye, my bonny Sir Gibbie, till we're a' up yonder, and syne we'll see." The place of honour was therefore given to Jean Mavor, who was beside herself with joy to see her broonie lord of the land, and be seated beside him in respect and friendship. But her brother said it was "clean ridiculous," and not to the last would consent to regard the new laird as other than half-witted, insisting that everything was done by his wife, and that the talk on his fingers was a mere pretence. When the main part of the dinner was over, Sir Gilbert and his lady stood at the head of the table, and he speaking by signs, and she interpreting, made a little speech together. In the course of it, Sir Gibbie took occasion to apologize for having once disturbed the peace of the countryside by acting the supposed part of a broonie, and in relating his adventures of the time, accompanied his wife's text with such graphic illustration of gesture, that his audience laughed at the merry tale till the tears ran down their cheeks. Then, with a few allusions to his strange childhood, he thanked the God who led him through thorny ways into the very arms of love and peace in the cottage of Robert and Janet Grant, whence, and not from the fortune he had since inherited, came all his peace. "He desires me to tell you," said Lady Galbraith, "that he was a stranger, and you folk of Daurside took him in, and if ever he can do a kindness to you or yours, he will. He desires me also to say that you ought not to be left ignorant that you have a poet of your own, born and bred among you, Donal Grant, the son of Robert and Janet, the friend of Sir Gilbert's heart, and one of the noblest of men. And he begs you to allow me to read you a poem he had from him this very morning, probably just written. It is called The Laverock. I will read it as well as I can. If any of you do not like poetry, he says, Sir Gilbert says, you can go to the kitchen and light your pipes, and he will send your wine there to you." She ceased. Not one stirred, and she read the verses, which, for the sake of having Donal in at the last of my book, I will print. Those who do not care for verse may, metaphorically, I would not be rude, go and smoke their pipes in the kitchen. The Laverock Lark. The man says, "Laverock o' the lift sky, hae ye nae sang thrift, at ye scattered sae high and lattit adrift? Wasterful Laverock! Dinna ye ken, at ye hing our men, wha haena a sang or a penny to spend? Heartless Laverock! But up there you, i' the bow o' the blue, haud skirling on as gien a war new, keep shrilling, tomb-hided Laverock, empty-headed. Haith, you're ower blithe, I see a great scythe swing whar your nestie lies, doon in the lithe shelter, lilting Laverock. Sic a soon, birdie come doon, you're fey to sing sic a merry tune, death-doomed, gowkit Laverock, silly. Come to your nest, your wife's sair pressed, she's clean worn oot wi' doing her best, roving Laverock. Winna ye haud, you're surely mad, is there naebody there to gie you a daud, blow, mentless Laverock? Come doon and conform, pike an honest worm, and hap your bairns frae the muckle storm. Spendrife Lavlock. The bird sings, My nestie it lieth i the how o' a han hollow. The swing o' the scythe will mist by a span. The lift it's sae cheery, the wind it's sae free. I hing ower my dearie, and sing 'cause I see. My wifie's wee breastie grows warm wi' my sang, and ilk crumpled up beastie kens no to think lang. Up here the sun sings, but he only shines there. Ye haena nae wings, but come up on a prayer. The man sings, Ye wee darrin' cratur, ye rant and ye sing like an oye o' auld nater, grandchild, ta'en hame by the king. Ye wee feathered priestie, your bells i your throat, your altar ye breesie, your mitre forgot. Offering and airin', ye burn heart and brain, and dirtin' and dourin' flee back to your ain. Ye wee minor prophet, it's maist my belief 'at I'm doon in Tophet, an' you a boon grief. You've deaved me and dowded, deafened, buffeted, and ca'd me a fool, an' ye're han persuaded to gang to your school. For birdie, I'm thinking ye ken mair nor me, gien ye haena been drinking, and sing as ye see. Ye maun hae a sicht at sea's gaen far ben, considerably inwards, and a hurt for a micht o't would sair for 9 men serve. Somebody's been till round to ye wha whisper, said birdies were seen till, e'en when they fa. After the reading of the poem, Sir Gilbert and Lady Galbraith withdrew, and went towards the new part of the house, where they had their rooms. On the bridge, over which Ginevra scarcely ever passed without stopping to look both up and down the dry channel in the rock, she lingered as usual, and gazed from its windows. Below, the waterless bed of the burn opened out on the great valley of the Daur. Above was the landslip, and beyond it the stream rushing down the mountain. Gibbie pointed up to it. She gazed a while, and gave a great sigh. He asked her, their communication was now more like that between two spirits, even signs had become almost unnecessary, what she wanted or missed. She looked in his face and said, "Naething but the sang o' my bairnie, Gibbie." He took a small pistol from his pocket, and put it in her hand, then, opening the window, signed to her to fire it. She had never fired a pistol, and was a little frightened, but would have been utterly ashamed to shrink from anything Gibbie would have her do. She held it out. Her hand trembled. He laid his upon it, and it grew steady. She pulled the trigger, and dropped the pistol with a little cry. He signed to her to listen. A moment passed, and then, like a hugely magnified echo, came a roar that rolled from mountain to mountain like a thunder drum. The next instant the landslip seemed to come hurrying down the channel, roaring and leaping. It was the mud-brown waters of the burn, careering along as if mad with joy at having regained their ancient course. Ginevra stared with parted lips, delight growing to apprehension as the live thing momently neared the bridge. With tossing mane of foam, the brown curser came rushing on, and shot thundering under. They turned, and from the other window saw it tumbling headlong down the steep descent to the Lorrie. By quick gradations, even as they gazed, the mud melted away, the water grew clearer and clearer, and in a few minutes a small mountain river of a lovely lucid brown, transparent as a smoke crystal, was dancing along under the bridge. It had ceased its roar, and was sweetly singing. "Let us see it from my room, Gibbie," said Ginevra. They went up, and from the turret window looked down upon the water. They gazed until, like the live germ of the gathered twilight, it was scarce to be distinguished but by abstract motion. "It's my ain burnie," said Ginevra, "an' its ain auld sang. I'll warran' it hasna forgotten the note o' it. Eh, Gibbie, ye gie me a thing." "Gien I was a burnie, wadna I rin?" sang Gibbie, and Ginevra heard the words, though Gibbie could utter only the air he had found for them so long ago. She threw herself into his arms, and, hiding her face on his shoulder, clung silent to her silent husband. Over her lovely bowed head he gazed into the cool spring night, sparkling with stars, and shadowy with mountains. His eyes climbed the stairs of Glashgar to the lonely peak dwelling among the lights of God. And if upon their way up the rocks they met no visible sentinels of heaven, he needed neither ascending stairs nor descending angels, for a better than the angels was with them.